Well, our observation is not parallel sun rays. All light rays diverge. There is no single light source that's collimated, as far as I'm concerned. As far as in the research that I've done, there's no collimated light sources. So that means all light rays diverge, even laser beams. So that would include the sun, which is it's very obvious when you look at the sun and look at its light rays. It's
So a
easily
laser in a
every
vacuum
single
isn't
time.
collimated. A laser in
I
a
mean,
vacuum isn't collimated.
I don't see how that's even
To
relevant.
what degree does it matter?
Because the point is, you're talking about observations. Our observations of
As long
light
as
rays are
99% of
divergent.
the observable light is still seen as collimating, then that's a useful enough prediction
No,
to
no, no,
tell
no, no.
things.
Because we go, this
Yeah.
happens a lot, dude. Right? If I'm 99% home, I'm not home. If I'm 99% dead,
Yeah.
I'm not dead. If I'm 99% complete, I'm not complete. So if you're 99% parallel, you're not parallel. Simple.
You're
So
message.
conflating.
check this out.
I can
Wait, so
explain why.
Penguin, hang on. Wait. Penguins. So you acknowledge,
He's
right?
completely conflating stuff.
If you're to say that a laser beam, right, is 99 is basically pragmatically speaking collimated, but only for like 99% of its use, or however you want to quantify it. You acknowledge though that it's not perfectly collimated, correct?
Sure,
it's not perfectly
but
parallel.
It's not
Thank you very much. That's all we wanted to know. Thank you very much. It is basically It's basically creating a large, very strung out cone. We all know this. Light diverges. Thank you very much.
End of story. Like, honestly, that ends the Eratosthenes thing right there, which is the basis of your argument about knowing the radius. I mean, we dug to the bottom of this, so I can respect that. But after we get to the bottom, what you think? You don't have anything to stand on. We just took the
light
foundation out.
diverging is not a valid explanation for how we observe the different angles of the
You're
sun.
saying we know it's parallel, which we just revealed it's not. So there's the basis of your argument shredded up.
You can say it's parallel. It works in the math.
It's not
parallel. The math works, dude. I know the math works. I get it. But you have to assume a shit ton of stuff. It's like plugging in. It's like plugging in random variables. It's like plugging in random variables into an equation to make it fit, and then calling those constants, even though they have nothing to do with the equation. Okay, like it doesn't fucking matter. If it doesn't reflect reality. It doesn't reflect reality. Go ahead.
Earlier, he
Sorry
said,
about that.
I know. We asked him. He said, "I know it's 93 million miles." So we said, "Okay, how?" He's like, "Well, I know it's not local." Well, that's why I had Flat Earthers put in the chat a 1.
When did I say that?
Hold on, it's recorded, bro. I mean, I sat here listening because I wanted to get in. You said, "I know it's 93 million miles away," and we said, "How?" You're like, "Well, I can get that for you in a second," but
I never said I know the sun is 93 million miles away because it's not local.
You know the distance. You did.
I never said the sun is 93 million miles away because the sun's not local. I never said that.
I mean, dude, was someone else talking? Was that for you? Or
no, you just said like you're just imagining stuff. You're delusional.
I've literally been sitting here patiently listening. I want to chime in when you said it, honestly.
Yeah,
that's fine. You just remember something.
Penguin, shut up. You're weaselly as shit, dude. Can you please restate your second argument? Right, the one that was supposed to support Eratosthenes and why you know that the lights are parallel or effectively parallel. What was the line, train of thought that allowed you to arrive at that conclusion, and then basically use that to support Eratosthenes?
Yeah, so something about triangulation. I had.
There was no second argument. Oh, you mean so all you have is Eratosthenes, right? And then you assume that you acknowledge it's an assumption. And then you're going to basically throw under the rug this other thing that you wanted to throw in here.
In a syllogism, and then have the explanation on the sound argument. I didn't hear what you said because I wasn't talking.
So you're going to throw under the okay. So again, I'm going to speak, right? So you mean to say you're going to throw under the rug this extra bit that you're going to tack on to support your claim about Eratosthenes, and his assumptions are basically correct because what again? Oh yeah, triangulation doesn't work, so therefore it must be far away. Correct?
Are you good? When did any of that happen? Like, am I going crazy or something? Like, none of that. Like, I never received any sort of add-on.
Perhaps
all I told you was that I never.
I'll give you that. Right? So perhaps I misunderstood. Right? So how about you do everybody a favor? How about you do everybody a favor and actually restate it? The entire thing, how we got here. Go ahead.
I don't even think we need
Sure,
to go on
I'll
that.
put it in a syllogism.
I'm going to go back to the YouTube.
You want the original, the syllogism for it, with all the parts that I added on? Because you asked why I knew that was true. Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
I'm going to hit up the YouTube chat.
All right, I'm going to go on mute for a while. I type this as like paragraphs.
Hell yeah.
Now,
I'm going to go to the YouTube as well.
No, dude, I mean, dude, you vocalize it all. Later. I mean, if you want. Yeah, okay, maybe go write it down, formulate it, but come back in VC and vocalize it, right? Because you made an attempt before.
Vocalize it would be at a time in response to the question, so it's a bit easier to compartmentalize. But, I've put it here many times, so I should probably just write it down. But, save this in there, but I just type the same one every time, so I'll go do that.
Go for it.
I'll probably dip out until, get it finished written, 10, 15 minutes.
Take your time, dude. We all heard it. Don't worry about it.
While he's doing that, I'll mention that we Globers typically say the sun's lights are almost parallel, but to quantify it, we mean that they differ by less than 5/1,000ths of a degree at any moment.
Yeah. That's acknowledged, Matthew. That's not an issue. The point of the argument was, and I'm sure you heard it, right? We started with Eratosthenes. I asked him how he knows that. He effectively said, "Oh, well, it is an assumption, but we know now with by other means that he must actually be spot on because of by this other means." What was that? What were those other means? Oh, well, if we compare these two models, Model A, distant sun, parallel light rays or approximately parallel light rays, we somehow we're okay. But if we compare that with this straw man model where we try and triangulate a sun, it falls through, so therefore the distant sun assumption or model or whatever must be true. Yet he did, after some push and pull, we realize that he's building a straw man, burning it down, and then claiming victory, and then using that little small victory to backpedal and say, "Oh, well, the Eratosthenes must be true." Did you not hear that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
that's the problem.
I wouldn't argue in sort of. Yeah, I wouldn't argue in that sort of circular way. I instead would say something like, I think that the globe model provides a better explanation for the observations. So I'm not trying to prove anything, just sort of looking at comparing different explanations.
So the thing is, Matthew, that's why I respect you, okay? Because you formulate it in a way that is honest, right? Where you don't actually really know, but you got a real hunch, you believe it. That's fine. But when people come in here and they argue that they know for absolute certainty, that's what pisses me off. That's why I'm going off the rails on this guy, because I've heard him in here say so much stuff. He speaks, all condescendingly and all this shit, and he doesn't provide anything. He provides this sort of bullshit, wraps it, in a nice bow, presents it as proof, and we dismantle it, and he doesn't acknowledge the fact that, he is making assumptions that's not actually proof. That's all. We've had this argument hundreds of thousands of times, probably cumulatively over the years, not just me, but everybody. Of course I'm being hyperbolic, but you get my point, right? This guy comes in here and he's like, "Oh no, we got it. It's for sure 100%. It's like, fuck off, dude. At least be honest in what you're stating. So thank you for that.
we having a moment of silence for the globe?
Basically, I mean, the guy said he's going to come back with everything kind of like, consolidated and written out. Hopefully, he doesn't just spit it in the chat or the text chat and just run. But yeah, it's probably better that he, compacts it all because it'll be easier. But not sure if it's over exactly yet. Well, it is, but not really. Yes and no. To be honest, I'm not too sure how long I'm going to be capable of participating. I hope if he comes back, maybe somebody would have heard enough or, understood enough of what was going on to take it. I might chime in, but I'm kind of spacing out a bit. So I'll be here, but maybe not participating.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. The Earth is flat and level. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome.
Oh. Is Penguin still here?
He left. Well, he hasn't been here for a few minutes. Allegedly, he might come back, but I don't know.
He asked me for a timestamp, and I got it. I love it. This is why I love the live stream, bro. Because they'll say shit that's super cap. We call them out, and they go, "Nah, I never said that. Where's the timestamp?" Well, I just spent like 10 minutes looking for it, bro. I got it. So, I don't know, man. I'll be right back.
If we can catch that timestamp, your name goes on the wall. We get your picture, everything. We'll put it on the wall and say, "This is you. Look at what you
Honestly,
did."
you should be muted for the rest of the night for doing shit like that, honestly. But I'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll be here. And welcome to whoever just joined in. Well, goodbye then.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who joined. I hear the little join sound, but I can't remember who was there before, so I never know who came.
Yeah. Unless I happen to see them join in, I just kind of offer a generic welcome with the hopes that somebody will talk. It's easier to keep an eye on it from the computer. Welcome.
No answer.
Quiet night tonight. I guess it's because I said quiet night tonight, but I guess it's because tomorrow's hump day.
Yeah. Was that Penguins? He just jumped in and out?
Yes, it was him.
Where's his stuff? Thought he was going to, gather his thoughts and shit.
He's cooked.
Okay. All right. That settles it until further notice, I guess.
That's okay. He'll reset and come back tomorrow.
All right, Simple Jack, I got 1 minute tops. Let's see if you can pack a globe proof into that.
The central equation for...
No. Simple Jack. Oh, Simple Jack, dude. Oh, wait, was this a different conversation you're responding to, Matthew?
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
Were you answering me, or was there something else that you were?
No, I thought you were saying simple chat, like a just quick simple thing. I didn't realize you're naming something.
No, I'm just harassing Simple Jack, the guy here.
Go for it, Simple.
Okay, 1 minute's up. Never mind. You guys do your thing. Never mind.
Either way, you're off mute, Jack. Feel free to discuss whatever, as long as it's subject matter adjacent. Unless you're AFK, you just kind of went to go have a nap or something.
He went up for his bowl of Cheetos.
Right. I passed him that earlier. He's asleep on the couch with Cheeto fingers.
Maybe we should actually mute him, because if he's asleep, for his own, out of courtesy, so he's not snoring and hot micing. I don't know. Your call.
I don't care either way. I'm probably about to go to sleep soon.
By the way, you doing all right, man? You're home. You're home and shit. Everything working out.
Doing better today than I was yesterday, and better yesterday than I was the day before that. So I think that things are going well.
Good. Glad to hear, man. Nothing like sleeping in your own bed,
I'm just glad to be home, and I know that I'm not going to have to wait at any random moment for somebody to hop in the room and stab me with a needle or something. Take my blood again.
Oh my God.
How's the mic going? Hey, how you doing, bitches?
Welcome. What brings you here?
Talk shit to you idiots.
Sounds like something that somebody like you would do.
I don't think you know people like me.
I do now. Lo and behold, here you are. Welcome.
Hey, yeah, what do you know? It ain't much. I don't know that.
What's your worldview?
About what?
Your perspective about the world around you.
It's about 6 feet off the ground, something like that.
I think he's asking, do you have an opinion about the shape of the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, it's the ground.
That's a fair answer.
Yeah, but what is it? Basically spherical, or is it flat, or something else?
No, it's the bottom.
We know that. We're asking about your opinion about the whole Earth. Is the surface basically flat, or is it basically spherical?
From how far away?
It doesn't matter how far. It's just.
It kind of does. You talk about perspectives, and distances are relative.
Well, it doesn't matter. If something is either spherical or not spherical, it doesn't matter how close you are to it. It either is or isn't.
Oh, is distance relative or is it not?
Distance is not does not matter to whether something is spherical.
You're absolutely fucking
It
sure
matter
about
how it
that.
looks. Right. How about this? Here's another way of asking the same question. If the direction of down in New York, is it parallel to the direction of down in Los Angeles? Or do they diverge?
I don't think them are parallel.
Yeah, I don't
They
either.
both point toward the center of the earth, don't they?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's an angle, but they're pointing. So you guys are pretty sharp, huh? Like, what do you know?
Well, I won't speak for anybody else, but yes, I'm pretty sharp.
About what?
Broad range of things.
Okay, you want to be more specific?
Mathematics, philosophy, theology, history, and
What about them? You ain't talking about this shit right now.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I think that the fact that the celestial navigation is done with a proportional equation is good evidence that the Earth is spherical, not flat.
I don't know what the fuck that even means, but like, yeah, well, Columbus, he didn't even know what latitude he was on.
He did. He didn't know what longitude he was on.
Oh, he didn't, huh?
I mean, you got the story right. He didn't have a clock. It's just that without a clock, you don't know what longitude you were on. You know what latitude you're on.
All the time, you know.
It's what?
Oh, they didn't even know what time it was back then, I bet you.
They knew what time local noon was, but the point is they didn't know what time it was
what they needed to know.
like London.
So yeah, oh wow, they had a real good clock or something back in the old days.
Yeah, it wasn't until the late 1700s, I think, that they had maritime clocks that made it possible to do celestial navigation.
Oh yeah, they couldn't even navigate by the stars before the 1700s, I bet you. I'm pretty sure Pacific Islanders.
They knew their latitude, but they didn't know their longitude before good clocks.
It was more difficult in the daytime or some shit, but buddy, they knew. Are we still talking, or are you fuck up about all this?
Sure, what would you like to talk about?
Hey, prove something. What are you waiting for? You gonna send a fucking rocket up there yet, or like what?
Tonight's almost full moon. Will stay about the same angular size all night long, and I think that's good evidence that it's saying the same distance.
So can you build a rocket, or no?
No, I can't.
Well, then shut the fuck up.
Okay, goodbye.
Doesn't this guy just make you feel so proud to be a Glober?
Dude, I'm dead.
I don't know who he was.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest conversations I've ever heard.
Yeah. What was that?
Clip that shit. Clip that shit. Just for posterity, you know?
Matthew had the patience of a saint with that guy.
He did a good job in not really revealing his cards, but yeah, I don't even know what the fuck just happened. Really.
He made it hard to get a read on him.
Oh, man, that was good.
Mental gymnastic type stuff.
He sounded hammered to boot. So
Yeah.
made it even funnier. More funny, I should say.
All right, well, now that's over with. I think I'm going to head to bed. Y'all stay blessed. Watch out for zombies and all that good stuff.
You too, man. Take it easy.
Peace out.
What's up? What's up?
Okay. So did you guys figure out the shape of the Earth? Not yet.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
Oh, okay. What'd you come up with?
I looked at the evidence, and I think the best explanation for all the evidence, like sunsets and moon phases and seasons, is that the surface of Earth is spherical.
I agree.
Mic check. Is anyone talking?
I guess not. I thought I was like
Penguins. Time to get air fried. So you said very clearly in the video, I do know the distance. What's the distance of to the sun?
Oh, it's a large distance sun in which the light rays come in parallel.
Listen very carefully. What is the distance to the sun?
Why are you asking me this question?
What is the distance to the sun?
This seems like a dodge.
What is the distance to the sun?
What did he say, and then what did I say?
What is the distance to the sun?
Why don't we actually say what happened?
What is the distance to the sun? What is the distance?
You're avoiding what was said.
I am literally not avoiding it because I went back, I got the clip, I posted it, I quoted it in the chat, and now you're running away from what you actually said. So we're going to go very clearly. We're going to clarify step by step. What is the distance to the sun?
So he said, "I know the sun is 93
we need a
miles
numerical
away
value. We need a numerical value. So what is the distance?
You don't need that. That's not the
What is the numerical value? What is? Yeah, it is. So what is the distance?
I don't know, man. When I talk to you, I get muted, and especially when I get interrupted. People like to mute me.
You're air fried. You know you're air fried because you're afraid to answer your own claims here. I'll just say it for you. You said, I know the distance. And Mike says, you don't know the distance. And you said, well, I would appreciate if you didn't say I don't know these things because I do know it.
Nobody was referencing a specific unit. If you actually looked at the clip,
hold on. You said you don't know the distance. He said you don't know the distance. You said I do know the distance. The distance, which the distance
local versus our sun.
No. The distance, which is what I'm saying. I'm asking you to tell us what the distance is, and you're like, "Well, I don't want to answer that." That's changing the topic.
Yeah, it is changing the topic. We're talking
no, it's not. No, it's not. One more time, chat. Mike said you don't know the distance to the sun, and you said, "Oh, I would appreciate it. I do know the distance." Sorry, Chad, I got a quick call there. Notice how he's running away. Honestly, this is probably going to result in like a 2-day ban. Honestly, I literally hate when people do this. When I spent all this time going back to the live stream just so I could get it for him, and now he's running away from what he actually said. I'm going to play it for you guys in my iPad in just a moment. I got to go get in my car. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Be right back, chat.
Hey, yeah. So I checked the clip again just to make sure I wasn't crazy. I'm not. The thing I was contending with was the fact that I never said I know the sun's 93 million miles away because it's not local. that clip doesn't show that either. So I don't know what you're talking about. I could have or I could have not answered that the sun was 93 million miles away in a different context at a different time. If that's different subject matter.
Sorry, dude, you mind waiting a few minutes? CB said he'll be back.
Sure. But also, if this guy who originally claimed that was here, that whoever claimed that I said, I know the sun's 93 million miles away because it's not local, that goes for him too. I never said did.
We'll see it through. He'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Who was that, though, originally, that I was talking with?
You and I were speaking earlier.
Oh, Crit?
No.
Heretic. Oh, Batman. No, Milk.
Nah, man. Sure. People pronounce it all the time. I'm like, okay, fuck it.
Just call me Mike.
Yeah. People kept mispronouncing it, so I deliberately put a baguette there just to fuck with them.
Oh. So it is Milk. So you want people to read.
It's in... Sure. That's why, yeah, I'm like, whatever. It's fine.
I'm low battery, so this guy's got to get here fast. But, like, I never did say that. And this is, we're already off topic, basically. We're just talking about the meta, like what was said. I don't think we should get lost in here.
Yeah.
Also, like, there's no clip of me saying that.
I didn't check the clip out. When CB's back, he said we're gonna review it there. So.
Yeah, I watched it over again, like twice.
But did you utter the words, I know the distance to the sun, whether or not you knew the actual unit or what the actual value?
Oh yeah, sure. I can grant you that I claim that I do know the distance of the sun.
I think that's all he's pressing you on. Whatever the number is, it's kind of like if you know, even if you know a range, right? It's implied that you know an upper and a lower bound, or even a lower bound, or even an upper bound, whatever, implying converse of each, right? Yeah, even if you don't utter the word into the value. Yeah, and that's why this thing is tricky, dude. Anyway, let's wait for CB, and we'll sort it through. Not to worry.
I just don't know why he was.
I appreciate you coming back, though.
Yeah, I don't know why he's phrasing this question as like an accusation of what I said in response to something else. Like I was, like he responded to it as if it was like an explanation of how I was wrong when I said something, or I said that I didn't say something that he said actually you did, except like.
But that's the thing, dude. We're going to see in the clip, but if you used the words, I know the distance to the sun, even if you didn't necessarily mean it, you did say it, so to speak. Right? So that's easy to reconcile. It's not a problem. Just be honest and acknowledge and say, yes, I did it. I did say that. I slipped. I meant this other thing, and it's over. Follow? If that's, of course, the reality, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but from what it sounds like, that's where we may be leaning to.
No, it sounds like somebody forgot to ask me for a definition and just ran off whatever they wanted it to mean.
Okay, well, let him, say what he has to say there. Or not. I mean, you do what you got to do there. If you got to go, you got to go. But just pointing out, he did say he's going to come back. So if you have the
distance is a particular measurement of any sort. Like it doesn't necessarily have to be strictly in like units.
Well, in this context, what else could it mean except for a linear unit?
So the distance from one place to another using here. Let me check my premises if this goes over it. I just wrote it. I wrote down a lot earlier, like I said, but I just wasn't in the voice chat, so I actually posted it.
Tommy's back. Take it away, man.
Should I air fry this guy some more? I'm gonna air fry this dude even further, honestly.
Because we We were just speaking briefly, dude, and I whatever the discrepancy is, or perhaps it was a misunderstanding. I check this out. I prodded him. I'm like, look, dude, even if you didn't mean what you did say, if you did actually use the terms or the words, I do know the distance, but you slipped up, just acknowledge it and move on. Right?
Yeah.
But now he's saying, oh, well, there's a different definition of distance.
What the fuck, bro?
Something to that effect.
I said you decided what I meant by that and ran off.
Honestly, you're about to, dude. Honestly,
okay.
dude,
you're in the bathroom.
I mean, what's the right? So if we're honest, right? Just watch this. Watch this.
No one did that.
If we're gonna watch this, check this out, CB. If we're gonna be honest, let's clear up the terms, right? So go ahead, and at every step of the way, make sure that we all understand the terminology being used. Go ahead.
Yeah. So you said there's assumptions like the distance, and you go, you don't know the distance to the sun. He says, yes, I do, and I would appreciate it if you didn't say that I don't know it. Mm-hmm. Right? Now I'm asking him, what is the distance? And he's like, oh, you're changing the subject. Okay, bro, we're not changing the subject. This is what you claimed you know. The distance.
Oh, you're asking for a specific distance.
Bro,
I never claimed
you did
distance.
claim. You said, I know the distance. I know.
Do you know what distance means?
I know the distance is what you said. It's very clear. It's in the
chat. Do you know
chat.
What distance means?
Does it? We don't
define distance.
You claim you know what the distance is. So
and
I said you don't know the distance, and you said yes, I do. Don't say that I don't. So this is why we're not putting it. It's literally in the chat. It's literally recorded. Your voice in the chat, bro. You asked me for a timestamp. I got you a timestamp. Now you're running away from what you said. Holy shit!
No, you guys
dude.
are assuming it.
Well, you're not defining
you don't know what the distance means.
You said you know.
Nobody asked me. You guys put words in my mouth.
Oh my god! No! No one's putting words in.
That's what's annoying about you.
It's literally recorded.
Your recording is responding to me saying, I never said I know it is a specific mile unit away from us.
No. The clip
this wasn't even about that.
Bro, we're talking about Go on mute.
Proportional distance. You don't know the difference between a unit distance and the proportional distances?
You're yapping. We're going to mute you if you don't stop.
You're coping.
Mike said, no, dude, you're literally yapping. We put your own words in the chat. Mike says, you don't know the distance. You said, yes, I do. How dare you say that I don't? And then we said, okay, well, tell us how you know. And then you said, well, we just know it's not local. That was that was what I was contending with. That's what I argued. That's what I said you said. And you turned around and said, no, I didn't say that. What's the timestamp? Timestamps in the chat. Dude, oh man, you're lucky I'm not able to play it through the speaker for everybody. Mike, can you play it through the speaker, bro?
No,
I want the whole panel to hear this. No. I want the whole panel to hear this shit. Someone play it back, bro.
Me too.
If somebody can, please do. But I want to make a point, dude. If you're going to say now, in retrospect, now that we're talking about it, that you were using a different definition of the word distance, when the entire conversation we were having, we used the term distance in the context of like a linear distance between something. Remember earlier on in the conversation, part of your argument was, using trigonometry to calculate, the height of the sun or the distance to the sun or something like that. That was the context in which that term was used. So how do you expect everyone? How do you expect everyone to know when you're going to flip flop between definitions without actually explicitly?
He knows exactly what he said.
I'm going to use it. I know, but this is the pin, right? How do you expect everyone to know when you're going to use the same word, the same utterance, the same to a different meaning without explicitly saying it? Oh, from here on out, or between brackets, whatever. I'm using it in a different context or for a different meaning.
He's just trying to weasel out, bro. He knows exactly.
I know.
We called his dumbass.
I want to hear. I want to hear this answer. How do you expect
you just said that in 10 seconds, brother? Yeah. So when you were using the same definition of distance I was, and you don't even realize it because you referenced specifically. If you play the clip, I hope someone plays the fucking audio. You can hear it in the clip. You say
right now.
It's not. You say something about the distance of the sun and its relation to the proportion compared to the Earth.
That was never said. That was never said.
He says not distant enough. That's a proportion thing when we're talking about how it radiates away from it.
He said clearly, you don't know the entire argument.
Bro, check
one
this
at
out,
a
dude.
time, boys.
The entire argument.
What the fuck?
Watch it. Penguins,
I can't
the entire
hear you.
argument.
Take your breath.
Penguins. The entire second half of the argument basically found itself within the bounds of, oh, is it a local or a further sun? Oh, it can't be local because we did trigonometry, whatever this, that, the other thing, giving us a whatever 4-digit fucking mile distance or something like that. Maybe you didn't use those terms, but that's what that math works out to. In contrast with the million or 93 million, whatever. We're talking linear units here. How can you jump in and out, right, of these terms, of the use of this term, mid conversation without acknowledging like mentioning it to everybody that that's what you're doing?
Sounds like
he's not even doing that. He's not even doing that. He knows exactly.
I know.
You got caught.
He's bullshit. I know. He's bullshitting, retrospectively, but even his own bullshit, he didn't see.
And I'm yapping.
Bro, come on.
You're putting words in my mouth. You put words in my mouth. You put a unit in my mouth that I didn't reference. I didn't reference a unit.
You can't say we're putting words in your mouth when you're on live recorded, dude.
Yeah, by the way,
we were talking about the proportionality of the sun.
No, we were.
It wasn't distant enough. That's about proportion. Whether the proportion of distance is far enough or not. That's the definition. That's one definition.
You're retroactively changing history.
I'm telling you right now.
Gentlemen, Penguins.
The distance can be the relative position or proportional relationship to another object.
You're adding a bunch of shit.
Not inherently tied to units.
Gentlemen, sorry to interject.
I just want. I never referenced 93 million. That's it.
My apologies, sir.
Yes, you did.
Guys. Sorry to interject. I just noticed Matrix jumped in the room. In the past, he's played stuff back. Matrix, are you available to actually play something back?
Depends on what I've got to play back.
Bro.
If I've got it,
Please.
If I've got it, I can play it. If I don't got it, I'll have to go and get it.
It's a YouTube clip. It's a clip in the chat.
Guys, we're all seeing the same clip. Why don't you just quote it?
No. We're gonna play it out because I want the chat to hear it.
What time stamp?
Hear this.
What time?
No, it's already timestamped, bro.
You guys just having nothing burger.
Penguin, shut up. Matrix, the clip's in the chat. It's posted by me. I don't know. Just scroll up.
What's it say? Penguins say, I don't know the distance to the sun?
Yep. Play that shit in loud, bro.
Oh, I've got to... Hold on. You just keep yapping for a sec.
All right. Dude, chat, I'm just going to recap one more time. He said all this shit. I took issue with it. I couldn't really speak at the time. So I hold my tongue. Then I chime in. I said, here's what I have issue with, Penguins. You said you know the distance. Okay? And then I called
lying
you out.
Already.
It's literally all right, hold on. So you said you know the distance. Then you went around and said, well, we asked you how you know, and you said, well, I just know it's not local. And you said, nope, never happened. Timestamp it. Okay, so challenge accepted.
You asked for the specific distance in units. You asked if it was distant enough.
Hold on. Because you're going to get muted. I know you don't like being muted, so hold on. You said, I know the distance. That's why I asked you first. When I jumped on, I said, what is the distance? Oh, you're changing the subject. No. I'm holding you accountable to the words that you said, which is, I know the distance. How dare you say that I don't know the distance? The distance.
And he was using them in the same way.
When I asked you what the distance is, you would not tell us because you don't know it, probably. Then you said, nope, never happened, timestamp. So I took the challenge. I went back. I listened. I recorded it and then put it in the chat.
And it didn't say that. I didn't say 93 million miles.
Bro, you said
the distance. You guys are changing the goalpost. First, you could have proved I said 93 million miles, which is what you could originally claimed. And now you're saying that I said the distance, and you're trying to put words in my mouth. I didn't define it. You're defining it. Bottom line.
You're going to get muted.
Penguin, what distance do you believe it to be?
Yeah, what is the distance? Watch, he's not going to answer because he knows
93 million miles.
Okay, that's the distance that you said you know.
No, that wasn't what I was referencing when I said the distance and saying it was distant enough, and I do know it's distant enough.
We're not going to
No, the
accept
distance
that.
is distant enough.
We're not going to accept that, dude.
What was in question was whether it was distant enough. That's proportional.
Go on mute, because after that,
I'm done talking to you. I'm done talking to you, bro.
No, you're about to get air fried, and then you're going on a 2-day
Everyone can see it. Everyone can hear it. You switched up. You changed the goalpost. I don't like talking to people who change the goalpost.
Play the clip loud for everyone to hear. They didn't switch up shit. You said, I know the distance.
Which is the only guy that's going to talk.
No. Matrix, play that clip, bro.
You're the only one that's going to talk.
Downloading it. Hold on. I've just downloaded it. I've got to put it in the other little program now.
Play that shit loud.
Here. Save it for later. Give me 1 minute.
Is this worthy of putting into numpty clips or not?
Penguin's just going to run away. Penguin's just going to run away before he gets cooked and fried live in 4K.
Really?
Give me a minute.
Oh, dear.
He's going to run away. Dude, see, this is why you should never say shit and then say you didn't say, oh, we're always going to pull up the YouTube, bro. I do not miss with that shit.
He did say give me a minute, so I'm blowing you coming back.
All right, good. We're gonna play this shit loud, bro. Because this is what Elijah taught me. This is what Elijah taught me. If you come on here and say something, and then we call you out on it, pull you up on it, and you say, no, I never said that. Ooh boy. And we go and pull it up on the tube, and then we're gonna for live for at least like a day. So yeah.
You know what's funny? In anticipation of this, I don't know. Do we want to wait for the guy to come back just so you can hear it?
No, we're gonna play it with or without him. We're gonna play this shit loud.
Oh, okay, I was just gonna say, like, for me, in anticipation of this, I'm thinking to myself, I'm the one thing I'm worried about is not necessarily that we did jump the gun and he's correct on something, but I mean it's not even really a worry, but like hearing myself back on a live stream is the weird part. Anyway, go back.
Don't worry about that. No, listen, dude. Because you and I had the same thought. You literally were like, oh, what? You do know the distance now? And then the only thing he goes on to say really is like, well, it's just not local. And then we jumped in again and we're like, is anyone even claiming it's a local sun in space or whatever? We're literally on the same wavelength when he did this. You were just like, you were just in charge of the mic at the time. I was literally thinking the exact same thing, dude. So I took issue when he said, no, I know the distance. How dare you say that I don't? Okay. So when he called him out, he's like, nah, I never specifically said the distance. What do you mean? The distance.
By the way, he's back. Should we play?
Yeah, play it.
Penguins, you get your popcorn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, look, bro. You're about to get air fried live, 4K. And then you should just get muted for the rest of the night, honestly.
Oh, as long as you don't put words in my mouth, like what I meant by distance.
You can't sit here and say you put words in your mouth. You're retarded. Stop saying that. You're putting words in my mouth. All right. No, you did it yourself. You put your own foot in your mouth, dude.
You already changed the goalpost once. You're going to do it again.
We never changed the goalpost. One more time. The distance, which is claimed to be what again? 93. Actually, they updated the lore. It's 94,000, 94,000,000.5 or whatever.
Regardless, that's pretty more
that would be the distance that you said. You know. Yes, you.
Not what I was referencing.
What do you mean?
See, this is what we're talking to.
The distance. What is the distance again? You didn't say I know what distance means or whatever. You didn't say like, well, proportionally, whatever you're trying to retroactively change in history. You said I know the distance, which is what you just said earlier, 90 million miles plus. Come on, bro, you're getting cooked live.
Let's hear it, dude. Just so everybody's clear, right? Dude. Let's go for it. Matrix, you ready?
Oh, where'd my program go? Hold on, it's having a meltdown.
Does anybody just like? I'm about to be home in a second because I can just pull up my iPad and just play it in through the speaker.
All good.
If anyone has two devices, that's all you need. Like pull it up on your computer and your phone, and just like play it from the phone to the mic on your computer.
I mean, Matrix already tapped with it,
Oh man, the anticipation is crazy right now. The anticipation is wild. I'm about to be home in like 2 minutes.
Program. Let's have a look. See if it stayed there. All right. Run sound show. Program I'm after.
Dude, I actually love
Numpty clips. Numpties. Here we go, and let's press play on that one.
Thank God. Shout out to Mike. Shout out to Matrix. Shout out to the YouTube as well.
This is where when he talks about parallel rays and then says distance.
Yeah, when you said the distance. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not a specific unit.
Yes, it is. You literally said, I know the distance, bro. Yes, you did say you know the distance. And then you wouldn't say how you did know it. You just said, we just know it's not local, which no one even claimed anyway. You're
maybe half that. It could be half that and have parallel rays. That's not
it's
specific
not
distance.
parallel, right? That's the other way you're cooked, because it's not parallel, which we got you to agree to.
Well, we're talking about the globe model now.
Yeah, in reality, it's not parallel ever. Air fried, live, dude, cooked.
I proved that was illegitimate.
We'll talk about that after, man.
You're sliced like 6 ways to Sunday, bro. Like, you cannot get out of this, dude.
The thing is, CB, like before you arrived back, he acknowledged. We spoke briefly, and he acknowledged. Yeah, maybe he used a different meaning or whatever.
Oh, sure, now he wants to waste a lot of it now.
And I pointed out, it's like, dude, at best, even if you didn't use a specific number, right? What you're stating is still implies that you know an upper or lower bound, or just an upper, or both, I should say, right? But that implies that there has to be a number of sorts. Even if it's proportional, I mean, you can infer the value from the proportion by the alleged value of the Earth. You know it's a proportion of a certain size, so therefore you can calculate, whatever, the other way. Like it's baked into the statement that the number is either known or can be known with a few operations. I hope you realize that, Penguins. Like, there's no way out of this.
That can be implied. Okay. That's not necessarily what someone could say, though. It's not necessarily included. That's just
we'll talk about it after. We'll talk about it. Granted, dude, these are possibilities. I'm glad you used that term. Given the setup, we know the set of possibilities. Upon further investigation, maybe something can be pinned down. But so far, with what was presented, there is no way of knowing absolutely. But you claimed you did. Even a range at best, even a proportionality, that's not even conclusive yet. Anyway, excuse me, I'm going off on a tangent. Matrix, go ahead.
Hurry up, bro.
Okay. So what do we got?
We're waiting on Matrix to play this clip. If you don't do it, I'm just going to do it in a second. I'm like literally about to walk inside my apartment and I can play it through my iPad.
I'd love if I turned my sound on, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The anticipation is wild right now.
You just can't hear that?
Nope.
Bastard!
Give me a sec. I'll do it. I'm going to walk inside my apartment. I'll just grab my iPad and just play that shit loud. God, I love this shit. This is why I'm here for this shit, bro. This is why the truth matters also, chat.
Normally, I actually convert them over to MP3s and then just run them in. This time I left it as an MP4. I can hear it on my end playing. And I don't know why it didn't come through. Normally, I just press the button play and it just does its thing. So I do apologise, guys.
You're good, bro. No worries. I got it. 1 second. I'm sorry. Oh, Lord. Well, I'll just recap earlier. It's just like, because Matrix was talking to him about the how we know the radius. He said, well, they're talking to him. I said, well, therein lies assumptions there.
Myself or Mick?
One of them being... no, Mick was talking to
cool.
Penguins. Yeah.
Can't prove a globe with the assumption of a globe. What's wrong with these people?
Yeah, he won't let it go though. He thinks, well, okay, you've got a maybe, we can work with that, right? We're going to carry on and build upon our assumption that we might have something to work with. We're going to use that radius and keep going. No, sorry. You're either conclusive about it or you're not. If you're not conclusive, you're chucking it out. If something comes along later and independently matches that, then that's fine. But you're not going to use that as anything to work from as a foundation. Okay. And you claimed it was your foundation, bro. You did.
And that's the idea. Matrix, oh, you ready?
No. Well, go ahead. I'll go after you.
I was going to say quickly, like, that's basically kind of what happened, right? So the Eratosthenes thing came up as the initial point of discussion, and then somewhere in the conversation it was like, oh, well, that's not the proof. But with that, like T-Dub said, we can perhaps like do some other method using that bit of knowledge or potential and apply it to another method. And then if that method works out, then basically that implies that Eratosthenes was correct. But what the problem was that second method had other assumptions baked into it, basically straw manning a position, claiming a sort of dichotomy, and then, the straw man burnt, therefore the other position is correct, therefore implying Eratosthenes was correct. That was the crux of it. Anyway.
No, T-Dub was on topic too. T-Dub was on point too, because you were like, saying like, well, this is the foundation, bro. And one thing I take issue with is when they say like, oh, well, it's been confirmed like later on through better means. It's like, well, then why didn't you start with that first? You know, like if you have better technology that's more accurate and all this other stuff, why would you lead with that? Why would you lead with the thing that was like not totally accurate, or he got close? You know, I hate when people say that. Oh, we got close. Close to what? Like, what do you mean close? You're saying this is the thing. This is the guy. He's the one. He did it.
Exactly. Oh, this modern idea is justified by Eratosthenes. Oh, Eratosthenes is justified by this modern thing. This modern idea. Like, no, that's circular, bro.
All right, pulling up my computer now. Let me join the call.
Quick mic check. Now let me get the clip. Bro. Anticipation is friggin' wild right now. Okay.
Yeah, you really hung up, man.
All right, here we go. All right, mic good. Sounds good. All right, here we go. Hold on.
Right, in the first place. So you have R, and then you have the distance to the sun, which you don't actually know, right? No, I do know that. You used to see that. Oh, you do know? Okay. How do you know the distance to the sun? Or how do you know that it's far enough so as to allow for the assumption that the lights are coming in parallel in the first place? Sure. So, just real quick, I appreciate you didn't say that I didn't know things instead of just, asking. I know this. I told you I was happy. Yeah. Basically, with, so I don't know the distance of that's something. So I'll answer. Yeah. So the sun is clearly not a local sun, and therefore a distant, larger sun. Right in the first place.
Get fucking air fried live, bro.
Dude,
I'll play it as many times as I need to.
That audio was total fucking Star Wars style. What happened?
Wait, was it trash? Was it trash?
You sound like a stormtrooper. Fuck.
Wait, really? Hold on. What?
It sounded like stormtrooper
too loud. Your volume of your media player was just set too loud. That's all, man.
Oh, it was too loud. Okay, shit. All right. Well, it's not a long clip.
I still made it out though.
Yeah, it's all good.
One more time, or
so? What's the verdict? Nah, it's all good, dude. What's the verdict?
Pretty much what I'm saying is exactly what he said. He said, how do you know the distance?" He's like, well, I do know the distance. Don't you? How dare you say that I don't know the distance? And you go, Mike, you asked him like 3 more times. You're like, so how do you know the distance? He's like, well, we just know it's not a local sun.
We know it's not a local sun.
Cooked.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and to recap on that, the way, like I was saying before, the way by which, quote, we know it's not a local sun is that the triangulation method or the trigonometric method doesn't work, quote unquote, so therefore it can't be local.
Look. Hold on. He's in the chat saying, there's more context. No, I jumped in and said, hey, you said this. And then you turned around and said, nope, never said it. Get a timestamp. Here's the timestamp, and now you're saying, well, that you're leaving out so much. No, we literally have your own words recorded. There's nothing being left out. But the issue that we took with is that you said you know the distance. Yeah. We asked you how. You don't.
The Penguin, why don't you pad that? Recap the, trailing and heading a few seconds there that would have maybe given, quote unquote, proper context. Or go get the clip extended, to show it in full. I don't know. It's your call.
For sure. Yeah.
No, we were talking about parallel lights. That was the context. Yep. It was in the clip, and you don't need to see any more. I can say that. So what? I can say I know it's far enough. I can say I know it's far enough that the rays of light arriving at Earth are effectively parallel, regardless of the exact number.
But how do you know that? That's the whole point. And that's when we got into this whole thing about distance, where you're implying that you know, or maybe you don't know, but this method would allow for a calculation that would give us a number, and you're advocating for this method. Thereby, you're standing back a few operations, saying you don't really know the number, all the while knowing you just have to do a couple operations, and then you have a number that you think you actually know, but the whole thing is flawed, and you're not admitting that. This is the issue, sir.
Uadley finds out that some of us have actually taken light measurements, and you can apply the inverse square law to the readings and watch what happens then.
My God, that's a whole other topic, man. I saw your data. That's pretty interesting. We'll talk about that. But,
yeah, cool.
Yeah,
I just found it interesting myself. That's all. Yeah.
So when did I talk about deriving the distance in units from how far it was?
Look, dude,
in relation to
you're trying to retroactively smooth this over. You just got air fried live in 4K. Cooked. I don't even know why I'm the one laughing. Look, we have a 47-second clip of you saying exactly.
You keep saying this.
The distance.
You're not answering my question. When did I actually do that?
There's no question. The question's been answered. It's over.
You said you know the distance. The entire conversation we were using the word distance to mean linear distance, right? Because that's what you tried to straw man our position with, saying that we can't triangulate something or use trigonometry to properly get a distance, i.e., a height, right? The opposite side of of the triangle, right? That's the whole context. That's the whole context, dude. Just go listen to the whole fucking thing. Now, if you want to take a moment to try and wiggle your way through this, okay. Provide the alternative definition that you were using midway without giving anybody any notice that you were swapping the term or the meaning of the term midway, right? That would justify what you were saying. Go ahead.
I don't have burden of proof. You do, because you're the one claiming I said this in a specific way. So when did I mention units in any way whatsoever?
The entire conversation was about that. What the fuck? Do you mean to say that
it's about whether it's enough for parallel rays? You'd say that without
you honestly saying that all throughout the entire conversation you were using the same word that I was using in one meaning, and I was using the same word in another meaning, and we went on for 10-15 minutes talking past each other because we weren't using this referring to the same idea with the same word.
You never used.
Why didn't you cut it off at the knees in the first instance? Why did you not cut it off at the knees in the first instance?
Units either. You never used units either.
So why did you not cut it off at the knees in the first instance? I asked you. I told you you don't know the distance. You said you do. What was the word distance? What distance? The word distance. What did that mean in your head in that moment?
Hey, bro, are you actually listening to what I said?
We heard you. Yeah, live.
Go ahead.
Yep.
So you know I've answered this twice now.
Answer the
You know
question.
I've answered
Repeat
it twice
it.
now.
Repeat,
So you know
repeat
I've
it
answered
because
it twice now.
everybody's coming in and they'd probably like to hear it. Repeat it for everybody.
Addictive, you're hot micing.
You're talking about proportional distance, right? Is that what you said earlier? Yeah. Okay. Yep. How do you know that?
Relative or proportional? How do I know that?
How do you know that? What are the proportions? What are the okay? Let's go by ratios, right? Proportion, the ratio. How would you even know that? Because you would have to know the fucking values to compare with each other. So you would need numerical values in the first place to get a ratio between two things. Value number 1, value number 2. Take a ratio. How could you even know that? You're saying you don't have the number, and I get the ratio, but you need 2 numbers in that case, so you're almost digging yourself in the fucking hole.
You don't need numbers to make ratios. What are you talking about? You can use like anything.
Okay, so you want to use abstract variables? Are you going? Okay, so you're going to you're going to use abstract variables? Okay, then what? Then what? At what point are you going to actually plug in some numbers and solve the fucking equation? Or are you going to carry this nebulous fucking set of alphabetical characters or characters and shit till its wit's end? Or are you going to finally plug in your mysterious R and then unravel everything and get a value in the end? Are you fucking stupid?
This guy's like
dude,
some shit.
Think about it.
High?
No, dude, you're brick.
Honestly,
you're fucking brick, and you're not, and you're dishonest, dude. You're a fucking dishonest piece of shit.
Yeah,
you can't admit that you cornered yourself and you tried digging yourself up, but you dug yourself even further.
Look. Okay? Even in the Globetard in the chat is saying you got air fried, bro. Penguins, I feel like you should go on mute for the rest of the night for lying.
Eat shit, get fucked, leave.
Facts. I mean, should we give a final word or just get fucked too, honestly?
It's been an hour and a goddamn fucking half with this bullshit.
Bro. We should just move on, dude. Like, you just got code verified in the chat.
I'm done.
Even Tristan the Globetard in the panel saying Penguin would be in the wrong. So, yeah.
Math is part of it, right? He was talking about the Eratosthenes bit. He's like, yeah, no, it's an assumption. And then that's when Penguin, or around that time, is when he said, oh, well, we can do this other thing and basically prove Eratosthenes was on the right path. So.
All right, Penguins, don't start the chat.
I'm done. I'm done.
The call for the night.
Move on. There's other people coming. Sorry for dragging this on.
All right, just for the fucking giggles, bro, we're going to play it one more time.
Right, in the first place. So you have R, and then you have the distance to the sun, which you don't actually know. Right? No, I do know that. You just assume that. Oh, you do know? Okay. How do you know the distance to the sun? Or how do you know that it's sufficiently far enough so as to allow for the assumption that the lights are coming in parallel in the first place?
Sure. So, just real quick, I appreciate if you didn't say that I didn't know things instead of just, asking how I know this. I told you I was happy to explain. Yeah. They started with
so how do we know the distance of the sun?
I didn't know something. So I'll answer. Yeah, so the sun is clearly not a local sun. It is therefore a distant, larger sun.
It doesn't get easier than that, chat. It doesn't get easier than that. Have a good one, Penguins. Take care. We'll see you back in a couple of days. All right, so should we talk to Britt? Who's Henry the Brit? Welcome, buddy. You been here before?
Henry, put your hearing aids in.
Yeah, I'm on mute.
There he is.
It's this guy.
Not anymore.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Thanks, yeah, because I'd like to know why I was muted. I was trying to get a bit of sense out of Penguin.
Yeah, sorry about that, Henry. I take full responsibility for that. I muted you midway because we were having a conversation. We just wanted to end it quicker. So I tagged you in the chat. I don't know if you saw it, but my apologies for that if it was too abrupt. But we're good now.
Yeah, he was trying to get a. I asked him what the distance was, but I couldn't hear him because creation was never stopped talking, and he was talking over.
He answered it
Penguin's
though.
answers, how far we were from the sun.
He answered it.
But I was going to say that Earth is on an elliptical course round the sun.
Oh,
Depending whereabouts we are on the elliptical course, it's between 5 and 6 million miles. Measured English miles standard.
How was that measured exactly? Wait, you know the distance? Chad, is he having muted?
So there we have it.
Henry. Chad, I think he has me muted. Can someone check?
Henry, can you hear Creation Bear talking to you?
Sorry, I couldn't quite hear what you said.
Can you hear Creation Bear talking to you?
No, I muted him.
Can you please? Okay, hold on. Can you please unmute him? Because if you mute mods, they normally just insta-ban you. So we're going to give you a fair chance to unmute him.
Hang on. I'm pressing it. Oh, I've done it.
There you go. So you've unmuted him. Excellent, because he asked you a question, and it sort of was.
Yeah, but the point is, I was trying to ask questions, but he would just not stop. He would just not stop talking to allow other people to ask questions.
He answered it.
Oh, that's nice. But anyways, as long as you can hear him and he's not muted, I'm happy. Well, there we go.
Yeah, and I was asking Penguin.
We know
what his distance was. Yeah, I know he did, but I couldn't hear him because you might have done, but I didn't because you were talking over him.
I mean, it might be just a little old, but yeah, he said 93 million. But so wait, do you know the distance to the sun?
It's between 5 and 6 million miles, depending where we are on the elliptical orbit.
It's 5 and 6 million miles.
Yeah, depending where we are, our orbit is elliptical. It's not a round circle.
Do you have like a citation or something?
Sorry, that's one of the black arts I don't know how to do.
So back up what you said. You don't know how to do that.
Well, if it's checkable, go into Google.
I did. I put it in the chat already. I'm like way 10 steps ahead of you, bro.
Right. So what did Google say?
94 million.
Right, 94 million. Fair enough.
You said 5 and 6.
It's grown. Yeah, it's grown a bit. Then fair enough. I'll accept that.
That's not quite a bit. That's like 10 times.
I'll give you one thing, Henry. You're a bit closer than some of the other chaps.
He said, "How is 5 to 6 close to 95 million, bro?"
Yeah, well, it's only 3. It's only 3 million.
No, that's 90 million off. So wait.
Oh, 90 million. I'm sorry. Yeah, it is off.
God damn.
Fair enough. Yeah. But I'll give you a little bit of instance on the what happened many, many years ago with the moon, actually, which was deceiving. No, this is a true story. You can check it. When they
thank you, Matrix. I was gonna hit that shit. Wait, how do you know the distance, Henry? We don't need story time. Just since you said it's 5 to 6 million, and now
that is what I was taught. Okay, if I was taught wrong, I'll accept it. I'm not going to argue about it.
But I just want to know how you know.
But it has been measured.
Okay, how?
Well, that's what we want to get to, Henry. You were taught this like everyone else was. How did they measure it?
I haven't a clue. Not a clue.
What the
Well, how do you think? What stories have you heard about how they've measured it?
Unless they did it by shadows on other planets in the solar system.
And what would
using advanced trigonometry or calculus or whatever it is.
Well, with trigonometry, you need certain lengths anyways.
Yeah.
So at some stage, something had to be measured.
Exactly. But how it was, I just do not know. I can't answer that. We can only assume on the traditional teachings, unless anyone can come up with a better idea.
You can't say it's been measured if you're assuming things, Sude.
Yeah, but the point is they have measured from here to the moon because they've been round it.
How?
They went up in a bloody spacecraft, or do you believe that was a load of rubbish?
Yeah, that never happened.
Hanging off the back of the spacecraft was how many tape measures linked together so they could measure it?
Radar pulses. They know how fast radar travels, so they measured the amount of time between the pulse sent from Earth to the moon and reflected back.
That's not what you... What? You said we've been around it. That's how we know the distance.
Well, they have to know how far they've been in order to measure.
Well, which is it? We send pulses, or we went like what?
Well, it's about 240,000 miles.
Hold on for a second there, Henry. Just out of curiosity, wouldn't they need to know the distance
before they go?
To going to the moon, just so they know how much fuel to take with them?
Yeah, well,
you wouldn't want to run short.
No, they wouldn't. They measured it by radar pulses. They know how long it takes a radar pulse to bounce. So they measured it and said, "Oh, it's this distance. That's the amount of fuel we need."
Is the moon a black body or just the sun, chat?
No, it exists. Why do you think you get eclipses? What's that thing that goes between the...
I wasn't asking you, but...
Well, what's that? When we have a solar eclipse, what is it that goes between us and the moon, the sun?
Hold on, bro. We're going to stay focused because you're claiming things like the distance. So we'll get to the eclipse thing in a bit. But is the moon a black body, chat, or is it just the sun?
What do you mean a black body, chat?
I know you don't know. I'm asking the chat, bro.
My understanding is the sun. It's just the sun, and they say that it's like a quasi black body of sorts. Maybe that's not the right term, but it's somewhat of a black body because of reasons. But for the moon, I don't know. Don't think so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I don't know, bro. They send pulses to the moon. Yeah, let's check it out. Let's look it up. If anybody knows, just throw it in the chat. Is the moon a black body? No, the moon is not entirely black. It doesn't. You can Google.
You know what's funny about that? I get a different reading than you. I get the result saying the moon is not a perfect black body.
Oh.
Because it reflects a significant amount of sunlight, which affects the spectrum of the radiation it emits. The radiation observed from the moon is a combination of reflected sunlight and thermal emissions from the moon's surface. Right? I mean, a black body is an idealized object that absorbs all incident electromagnetic radiation, regardless of frequency or angles of incidence, and emits radiation in a continuous spectrum determined solely by its temperature. The moon has an albedo of approximately 0.1, meaning that it reflects about 10% of the sunlight that hits it and absorbs the remaining 90%. This absorption and subsequent emission of radiation mean that the moon can be considered a near black body in terms of its thermal emission. I mean, who the fuck knows?
So what we was talking about before with the inverse square law, Mick, I think it was Radwan that was working this out also. We know that at night time, when there's a full moon, that you can get a light intensity reading off the moon. Now, allegedly, the moon is a very specific distance away from the Earth, so you can then work out what the light intensity at the moon should be. And we're only getting 10% of that. Or 10% is hitting the moon, and that's how much it gets cut down coming to us. So when you start punching the numbers in, basically, they should have been fried chickens. The number's phenomenal. It's off the charts. Even arc welding doesn't put numbers out that high. Anyways, put the numbers in yourself and have a look, man. Seriously. You'll just go, oh, wow, this is crazy. T-Dub was on one night when they were working it out. And yeah, there's like, it was 17 followed by, what was it? 12 digits after it. Intensity. That's how bright it should be on the moon. And that wasn't even allowing for their, oh my God, only 10% gets reflected off it. That was just straight up reflection. So now we've got to times that and put another digit on the end of it. Man, they're not going to be happy. Anyway, sorry guys. Drag you off into the weeds.
All good. So bouncing shit off the moon now.
I'm like over here like, bro, come on, dude.
I mean, we've all heard it. Sure.
I mean, the assumptions here are that the moon is physical, right?
Henry, it's your turn.
Well, as I said, they've bounced radar signals off of it and estimated its distance because they know how fast the radar. Well, if you know anyone who's a radar operator in the military, ask them.
Well, so
I'm curious about one.
Go ahead.
I'm curious about one thing. Of all the emissions they sent to the moon, proportionally speaking, how much did they get back?
Well, the people.
You know what I mean?
Well, the people who landed on it did bring some moon rock samples back, so they say.
That wasn't the question, sir.
Oh dear.
I mean, for example, let's say I did well,
they learned how.
Henry, what I mean
they learned how to survive in space.
Henry, thank you for that. What I mean is, if I take a laser and I shoot it and I shine it into a mirror, right, and I read how much comes back from the mirror, like how much of the laser bounced off, and I get an intensity reading, and I know how intense the laser was when I, when I shot it, when I started it, right? I can compare the values and know how much actually bounced off and got back into the receiver versus how much got lost in either by absorption from the mirror or scattered around it, right? So there's a proportion there. Okay, I would assume, for example, a really close mirror and even just your dollar store laser, it would be pretty much close to zero, close to 100, plus or minus a little bit. But in terms of the shot that they shot, like the radiation they shot to the moon, how much did they say that came back? Do you know?
No, they didn't use a laser. They used a radar. A radar pulse.
Yeah, by using radar. Okay, so they pulsed something, and they would expect a certain value to be returned, right? So everything that would have went in the direction of the moon, right? All that would have hit it, they can calculate how much should have hit it, and then how much would have come back. Of that expected value, what did they actually get?
Well, they knew how fast the pulse went, so they knew how long it took to come back. So if you know the speed of it going, and you measure that the time, the lapse between it going and coming, then you work out. Then that gives you the distance.
Thank you, Henry. But the reason why I'm asking that, right? So thank you for that. It didn't answer my question, but for clarity, the reason why I'm asking that is because if they got one blip, the worst case scenario, and they assume that was from their the same signal that they sent out, okay? At best, they can guess that it was because it bounced off the moon. If you think about it.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, who's to say that it didn't bounce off something else and come back? You know, that's why the intensity reading or the proportion between what they actually sent versus what they got back would be highly indicative of if it actually did what they expected or not. And it still wouldn't even then be perfect, right? But do we know what that intensity reading was?
No, it'd be less than what it was because the moon's surface is crinkled, so therefore it wouldn't be flat. So there wouldn't be a direct reflection of everything that was sent because the crinkles will send some of that in different directions.
Right, that would be expected, but some would come back, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So do we know how much they say did come back?
You know, I don't know how much, but they knew the speed it came, so that's how they worked out the distance.
Okay. So therefore, we can't really conclude that we know for sure that it did go where they expected, bounced off what they expected it to bounce off, and perhaps calculated something in error, for all we know.
That's quite
Would that
possible.
Be a fair assessment?
Yes, it would be a fair assumption.
Thank you.
But there again, unless unless anyone can come up with an alternative explanation, then that's the one we have to accept because the other one is theory.
Well,
theory is anything.
You got that a bit backwards, sir. So they're the ones posing this as fact, when in reality, based off just basic critical thinking, they're proposing a possibility. It is incumbent upon them to prove that they know for absolute certainty what they're claiming happened. It's not for us to devise, however many dozens of other possibilities to prove one. No, it's up to them to prove what they say is true. Wouldn't you agree? Like, think about it.
Yeah, that is that possibility. Yes, I fully agree.
Right.
So therefore, as I said, unless anyone comes up with an alternative, plausible explanation, that's the one we have to go by.
Well,
that's the thing is
not necessarily. See, that's the thing, right? So you don't have to accept that. You can acknowledge that that's what they say, and say thank you, but then say no thank you because it's not conclusive. And you have every right to do that. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, something to think about there, guys. Allegedly with Apollo and them clowns that did their little dance across the moon, the time for the radio signal from moon to earth, earth to moon, was between 9 and 13 seconds. If you care to watch the original footage, some of their responses were sub 2 seconds. So where's the time delay for the radio signal? You're claiming that they measured it due to radar. Okay, radar is it's another signal being sent. So why did this not work with the Apollo? Other than the fact that it was bullshit and we all know it.
I don't know. We're dealing with physics, and physics is a funny thing.
So it's a funny thing when it doesn't work, but when it does work, it's, hey, I've got proof and I'm going to stick with it. Awesome.
Could well be.
So from what it sounds like, Henry, is you now acknowledge that what you brought in as being conclusive in your mind is not actually really conclusive. You can choose it, or you can choose to think of it as such, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's true.
Yeah, I would agree with that. that. That's why we have every person has the means of individual thought.
Right. So when you come in here and say, here's my proof, and we say that's not proof, what now? Like, are you reconsidering your position, or are you still standing on it as rock solid, even though it's evidently not? Like, what's your take?
Well, no, unless anyone can present anything a credible alternative, that's what you have to believe. You have to believe what you were taught in school, or from friends, or from your parents, and go by history. But then you make up your own mind as you get older, as various formulas develop, and then it's up to you to explore what you know if you want to, or just accept it.
Wait, did I hear that correctly? Did you say you have to believe it?
You don't have to believe it. You can if you wish. Okay.
I thought I heard you say you have to believe it, because that's all you have. Okay, so you're choosing to believe it, even though it doesn't hold up to scrutiny.
True, but then that is my prerogative.
Absolutely. Hey, Henry, do you see the chat? Do you have access to the chat?
Yeah, hang on.
Check what Tristan posted. 20 minutes past the hour there. He says, I found a thing about the thing. They only get 1%, and they call it, quote, the full moon curse. He he. See that?
Yeah, I can see it.
There you go. It's kind of what we were talking about. They emit 100%, however many trillions of photons, and they get 1% back, as they claim themselves. So they don't get all of it back. They get 1%.
Yeah.
Right. So for all we know,
as I said, as you can see, as it goes over, it's a crenellated surface, which means that all of the light is not reflected back straight away. It goes off in different directions.
Yeah, it's distributed different. It's distributed out over. Yeah, I see that. Yep. But to say that, that's conclusive, I don't know, man. I don't think so. Because for all we know, there's what was done to verify that the thing hit the moon in the first place? Right? What did they do to control for that? Do you know?
I think they saw the dust cloud where it hit. As it came up.
The dust cloud?
Well, yeah, if you throw something, you get a dust cloud, an impact.
But we're talking about radiation. We're talking about radiation.
Yeah, radiation, yeah.
How does radiation create a dust cloud, sir?
No, yeah, we're on two different things. I'm on about solid objects at landing. Radiation is invisible, so you don't see it.
Right. So how do we know that the radiation that they're sending out, of which they get 1% back, is actually hitting the moon and not something before it or behind it, for all we know? Assuming that we're assuming that the moon is the rock in the first place, right?
Yeah. Well, the time lapse, if it was behind, would be a lot longer. If you go into some very, very large rooms in the world and shout, you'll hear an echo of the noise is reflected round the walls.
Yeah, we understand that, but how do you know it was the moon they hit in the first place?
Because that was the only thing in the line of sight where the projector was aiming at.
That you know of. I don't know what that was.
Well, he said if you go into a room and shout, I was just a little slow on that one. My bad. Like, you'll hear an echo. I don't know. I don't believe in bouncing shit off the moon anyway.
Sounds like a lot of stories.
I've heard claims that they've shot directly at where they see the moon to be, then shot around it and got different results, and that indicates to them that this is the thing that is something to shoot at, because we're obviously getting different results. It must be something worth shooting at, so to speak. Right? Now that's cool. That's okay. There's some progress there if that's all true.
So what did they shoot at it with? A laser? Was one of the
radar pulses.
And they only got like 1% pulses back and scattered data from it.
Yeah, that would bounce as well.
Because one of the claims was they shot a laser there. I just find it interesting. Whenever we mention doing laser tests, the first squawk that you hear is normally refraction. So I don't want to be rude, but if we're doing a laser test just 30 miles, just throwing a number out there, and there's X refraction, wouldn't there be a lot more going to the moon? The probability of hitting it now... Like, seriously, I'm looking at the moon there, but I've got to allow for, let's see, 30 miles gives me 500 foot. So what's 250,000 miles going to do?
I mean, I think that's a good question. I've heard the argument that, because they're shooting upwards, they're shooting through an ever-decreasing density of air. Thereby, whatever refraction would incur, it's either, they claim, would be minimal, or whatever.
It's the actual opposite of that. You should get more changes as you go through different densities. When you're shooting through one straight density, which we are along the ground, you shouldn't get any refractive change. When you go through multiple different densities, that's when you should see really great examples of sinking, looming, towering, whatever. So,
okay.
Technically it's the opposite way around. That's the problem. When we're looking at aeroplanes and things like that, it should be bent to the shithouse. They should not be where they... Yeah.
But isn't it when something goes from lower density to higher density that things happen, or does that not matter? The order doesn't matter. Sheer change is enough to affect it.
Well, we know that different optical effects happen because of temperature change in that medium. But that's why they got different names. So whether you've got hot ground with cold air, you'll get one effect. If you've got cold ground with hot air, you'll get another effect. So depending on which way the heat's coming from, it will make the image do different things. But all the AMS stuff, it's actually written in all those. So yeah, depending on which way you want to look at it, as that changes, you will get very specific effects. So I just find it interesting that, yeah, if we mention lasers, straight away it's, oh, no, refraction. But yet they can shoot to the moon and not a problem. Like, what?
Interesting. I mean, for all we know, that is what is accounting for or contributing to the 99% loss. You know? According to them.
In fact, they weren't even hitting it.
Man,
like the only way to avoid it technically. So let's assume ball. Let's assume moon is a ball. Let's assume the moon is at our perfect zenith from us shooting a laser. We get our laser, we shoot it dead straight up. That would be the only way to minimise any type of weird stuff. Because all that would happen then is, depending on what the temperature would be, the light would compress or decompress on its way up. Or compress and then decompress later on. That'd be it. It wouldn't be doing other stuff.
Yeah, I see. I mean, Henry, does that not all strike you as at least curious? All this stuff?
Yes, of course it does.
Okay. Certainly, I certainly think so.
Yeah. You there, Matrix?
Yes, I'm here.
Right, you are in Australia, judging by your voice. Have you heard of Polaris, the North Star?
Yes, I've heard of Polaris, the North Star.
Can you see it from where you are?
Not from my computer room, no, I cannot.
Well, if you were outside, in the open air.
It's daytime, I'm not going to see many stars. Gotcha, bitch! Nearly night time. That's not funny. No, I don't see Polaris. On a general, no, I do not see Polaris. And
any idea why?
Yeah, I'm too far away from it. It's too low down on my horizon.
Henry, question
for the laws of perspective.
Well, I can see it from where I am, and I'm only 10 or 12,000 miles from you.
High five, happy days for you. Because of perspective, it is too low down, and my angle of view is too sharp. I cannot see it.
Question for you, Brett. What percentage of the sky do you think you can see when you go outside?
Standing up, looking in a horizontal sweep, you can't see 50%. It would be about 45% because you've got you can only see 45% because of the shape.
Like even on a globe, you think that's true?
Because of what you're standing on, it would be the same on a flat Earth globe.
No.
You wouldn't see more than 45% because you've got the edge of the surface.
I also don't. I mean, let me draw it out. See if you can agree with this. I'm going to draw it real quick, and I'll post it.
It also depends on how high up you are from the surface of where you are. The higher you go up, the further you can see.
So let's just go outside and stand on the ground on your house, like where you live. You're saying you see 45% of the sky?
Yeah.
That sounds high. And definitely not.
It's on a horizontal. It's on a horizontal plane, isn't it?
Like on the globe?
And on a flat Earth, it's horizontal.
Well,
you can only see as far as your horizon.
But you're not seeing 45%. I don't think you're seeing 45% of this guy, dude. Let me post here for you in the chat. Are you able to look at the side chat?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, let me know if you guys disagree with this drawing. It's not great, but I don't think it's that bad.
All I can see is a blank circle.
Click on it.
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah, standing at the top. Yeah, you can see on down. Yeah, I'd say you're right, and I'll adjust that 45 to say 35.
Okay, I'll give you that. So
yeah.
So I think personally, I think maybe we should start a poll. Let me make a poll in the chat. Flat Earthers go and vote. What percent of the sky do you think you can see? Let's do like 0 to 5, 5 to 10. We'll do 10 to like 25.
Obviously, the further you are away from the surface, the more downward distance you can see, so that would increase slightly.
Okay, here's a poll in the chat. It would be really helpful if you flat earthers went and voted. Please cast your vote in the chat, guys. This way we can help make our point better. Guys, go cast your vote. If you're a flat earther, cast your vote. Cast your vote in the chat. Cast your vote. Guys, one more time. There is a poll in the chat. Please go vote. Question is, what percentage of the sky do you think you can see? No trolling, please. No trolling. Tristan already trolling. All right, we got 4 votes from flat earthers. Anybody else?
They're all on mute. So obviously they're not in the room, they're just doing other things.
I mean, that doesn't mean they're not here. They're probably just listening, but it's fine. We got 4 votes that say like under 10%. So I actually kind of agree. I think it's pretty low. So my point overall is that if I'm looking up and because I think the Earth is really, really big, like huge, and I don't think you can see 100%, 50%. I don't even think you see 25%. I think it's very low, like 0 to 5%. And so when I look up, and when you say like, oh, well, you should see Polaris, or like you don't see Polaris, well, yeah, you're not able to see the whole sky. So it's not, I don't think it's a great argument to say like, oh, well, you can't see Polaris, therefore it's a globe. Like,
because what they're trying to say, the entirety of the lights when you go to one of those mad warehouse shopping centers, like you stand at one end and the lights at the other end just blur into just a mishmash of nothingness. The same thing happens to the sky. What's directly above your head you can see clearly, but right when you look right down the other end, and that's what happens to me. If I go outside and look north, I'm just looking down the other end, and it just all turns into just a mess.
There's a weird argument
just
out
down
there,
to the horizon, and that's it. Yeah. So I don't know. Right. I don't understand why globers seem to think that, oh, because you can't see Polaris, therefore globe. Well, if it's a globe, there'd be measured curvature.
True, but like there's a straw man attached when they're basically saying if it was flat, you'd see all the stars in the sky at the same time. Like, no, that's not even true for a globe, bro.
They're putting themselves in a false dichotomy. If I can't see the sky, therefore it's a globe. You know, it's not good.
Go back to that massive shopping centre again, warehouse. Look up. Do you see all the lights at once? No, you don't. So therefore the ground must be curved.
So, yeah.
Sounds stupid when you put it in the shopping centre, doesn't it?
Yeah. Tristan says, I think I can see 100% of this guy because this guy is what I can see. Tristan's always trolling, bro. Get your ass on mute, or get your ass off mute.
How did my little mate Andy go today? He was in here having a sup. How did he finish up?
Well, it was he, Penguins, and I think somebody else who were chatting before we got into the discussion about everything that we went over earlier there. And they were in here. Yeah, they were just talking shit, dude. I mean, there was nothing going on. So they, entered our house, started shitting all over the floor everywhere. And it was like, not much, I mean, Andy was just being Andy there from what I,
yeah,
have heard him
he's
before.
just a weasel. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't really get much out of him.
Yeah, he was doing some ducking and weaving earlier when I was on. Like, it's 5:40 now. I was on, what was it, about 11:30ish, and he was on then doing his little hot shoe shuffle as he steps around everyone and tries not to put any claims down or anything, and he's just a menace. And he'd been on for that long. Wow.
Yeah, it went on for a bit.
Poor things. Anyways, I'm going to have a hit at squash, de-stress myself.
All right.
I will return. Anyway, shoppers, I'll catch us when I get back.
Alrighty, Matrix. Take care, brother. Yeah, sure, get it down.
Fucking love that song.
Me too, bro. Honestly, it brings me a lot of joy.
Even just the horn, But even without Don DeMarco, it's just like,
nah, I gotta get the Don DeMarco.
Fucking in your face,
I don't know what it is. It's got to be like a generational thing. I don't know why, but it is hearing someone just brings me so much joy. I love it.
It really spices the whole thing up, man. It's fucking hilarious. I'm so glad that we have it back because it's like the thing about it is it's so obnoxious. Like, I just can't help it. I just fucking die every time when it's placed right.
I literally cracking up, like, especially if like someone hits it. Like earlier, he was like, "Yeah, so like we went to the moon or something," and then he literally hit the dream harp, like right as I was thinking it, bro. So shit cracked me up, man. Anyway, I think I'm gonna roll out too, but I just want to one more time plug a special event shooting for Thursday morning. So let's see. Like 30 hours from now, something like that. Depending on where you are. I'm gonna have to wake up at the crack of dawn, bro. I'm gonna be tired. I need to get some coffee or something. But yeah, I mean, we're working on a name, working on a show. Should be fun, man. Should be fun. I think really looking forward to it. Diversifying.
Did you work out all the tech?
Say what now?
Did you work out all the tech? What you're streaming to?
All the tech? Hey, man, I'm not the tech guy, bro. Hey, man, you're asking the wrong guy, bro. I'm here to bring some. I'm here to bring some.
Okay, we're going to stream to Rumble, or we're going to go to YouTube, or we're just going to keep it on Discord.
Yeah, I think we're going to be on Rumble. That way we can kind of say what we need to say. And I also kind of want to dual stream to X as well. It'll be off like the YouTube. We'll keep the YouTube focused on Flat Earth. That you guys, it'll be here. It'll be in the hub. It's so funny. I keep going at the hub. Anyway,
fucking guy.
You dirty dog. Hey, if you know what that is, you're a dirty dog, man. No. But yeah, I think Rumble X, and then that way you guys can stay focused on like the flat Earth stuff for our YouTube channel. But yeah, man, I'm really looking forward to it. It was basically an open panel, open topics, but it should be fun. I don't want to go too into detail. It's gonna be our pilot episode though, so I hope you guys will join for the pilot episode. It'll probably just be like an hour, 2 hours. It's not gonna be super long. Don't want to take away from what we're doing here as well. I want to make sure we respect, our panel and our main mission. But this will be like a little side mission, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Like I said, I think kind of the main off-road a little bit, yeah.
2.0.
I don't know if I should drop names yet, but I came up with like a pretty good name, I think. So I'm really stoked.
But I was wondering, I think I put last time, are you guys going to be streaming both voice and video to Rumble, or just voice?
Oh, bro, I think you need to comb your hair. Comb your hair, go shave your beard or whatever you need to do. Because I think, we're going to go FaceTime, baby.
Damn.
I mean, it doesn't mean you have to. Like, if you want to join, it doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be open to go open up video like before and after, just to like at least like meet you guys, quote unquote. You know what I mean? But for video, for streaming, nah.
That's fine, bro.
Maybe
totally get that.
No problem, but yeah.
Totally get that. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think
you're at least out of courtesy, like you guys have shown who you are to some degree. I haven't seen Miggy yet, but it's like, hey, I'm here too. Hi. I'm cool with that.
Cool. Yeah.
For whatever it's worth.
We did a FE Faces event a long time ago. That was really cool, really fun. Flat Lloyd Wright was there. A bunch of people were there. It was a good time. Jedi was there. That handsome mofo. But it was a good episode. So it'll be something like that, but just
yeah. But Jedi's got his photo on X, right? I've seen that.
Does he? Oh,
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I figure it might have been when he was younger. I don't know.
So anyway, I don't want to steer off track too far, but yeah, man, looking to spice it up a little bit, man. There's a lot of things happening in this world, and a lot of you flat earthers have seen some shit. You've learned things. You've been around the block, So we want to hear takes from folks in here, So
cool, man.
Feel free to bring notes. And welcome Sir Monday. I'll throw it to you guys, and hopefully catch you guys on Thursday for the show.
It was good. Hey, what's this?
Take it easy, man.
All right, guys.
Is this being recorded? Yo.
So, what was that, Sarah? Mr. Monday.
Is anybody here Gnostic? Anybody?
What? No. I don't think so.
How come?
You think you live on a spinning ball, sir?
Not really, no. It's impossible.
Oh yeah, welcome to the club.
Yeah, I've always been a flat earther, to be real.
Oh, have you? Okay. Haven't seen you around.
Yeah, I don't get involved with the flat earth community.
Yeah, I didn't for a long time. Started jumping on here, and some people would say stupid shit. I would chime in, and then I kind of got looped into it.
True. I've been listening to Eric Dubai, which he also is a Gnostic, and he has a lot of good things to say. I don't know if you guys know of Eric Dubai.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Eric Dubay was one of the first ones I listened to years ago. Yeah. I stopped really listening to all the guys there, like Dave Weiss, Eric Dubay, whatnot. Since coming into this room, because it's so dynamic in here. All sorts of shit pops up, and it's live. So it's kind of like you know, like, why bother with the rest, you know? Like, if it's important, it's bound to be brought up in here, you know? Or if it is, you can ask a question and it'll be brought up, you know? So, but that's just me.
But you guys can answer any question I have.
I mean, kinda. I mean, we don't know everything. I don't. Maybe T-Dub does. T-Dub, you know everything?
Yeah. He does.
Maybe Casey does.
I ain't telling.
I wanted to ask, like, you know, because like I've been exploring Gnosticism lately, and you know, it kind of corresponds with flat Earth, right? Like, you know, like the whole deal how we live in like a prison, right? Like Earth is a prison.
You see it like that? You see it like that?
I'm starting to see it like that, bro, because there's just like so much suffering in the world. I mean, there's death, there's decay, there's war. I mean, there's no way that like this world was created. Like,
you don't think?
I mean, this world was definitely created. Like, it didn't have its best intention when it was created. What I'm saying. So like now we're suffering here as a result, yeah, because we're probably imprisoned. You don't believe in it?
I don't see it as a prison. I see what man has put together certainly has prison-like attributes. But I see life and death, you know, good, bad, up and down, left, right, all these polar opposites as just natural dynamics of everything, you know, and some of it's not fun, but you kind of need some bad shit to go with the good shit to kind of make it all worthwhile, you know?
Yeah, that's the law of duality. That's dualism at its finest. Like, oh, good and evil, you know, good and bad. That's not
perhaps, you know, and
not want to live in a world. A half rotten apple is still rotten. I don't want to live in a world where there's bad, you know. Who wants to live in a world?
Well, you know, I mean, you didn't. How much? Perhaps I don't know if you intended to, but for most of us, at least, it's how I think. I didn't ask to be here. At least I don't know if I did.
No, I thought you were going to say, "Oh, push yourself." I thought you were going to ask that.
No, I didn't ask. I don't remember asking to be here. Maybe I did and forgot. I don't fucking know.
No. You don't choose to be
here. So for all we know, it's our job to, you know, chop off that rotten part and take the seeds, grow another one, and eat what's not rotten.
And that's
keep that going.
Your thinking is exactly what Gnosticism addresses. Like a lot of people, like even people that aren't religious, like they'll have this idea that, yeah, man, we're here to learn. What the hell is there to learn, dude? I mean, you have everything here. Like, I just can't put it to words. There's nothing to learn here. This place sucks. Why do you want to be here?
Why do you think it sucks?
Man, there's just a lot of suffering.
Yeah, but what about all the beauty amongst the suffering?
There's no beauty amongst suffering.
You don't think?
No.
I mean, objectively speaking, you walk out the door, you know, you see a nice flower bed, or you walk through the forest with beautiful trees. Yeah, okay, there's a dead raccoon there. He's getting all fucking, like, eaten up by flies and shit, but okay, that's part of it. That's what fuels the trees to be beautiful and shit.
Exactly.
Or whatever.
That's
you know,
right? It's fucking like a cycle, right? Like, why does death need to exist to aid life? That seems like a messed up cycle to me. That doesn't seem like a good world. The fact that
death... it's kind of rational. It seems kind of rational, right? Because otherwise, all you have is life, and then things blow out of proportion.
I mean, well, technically, life can only sustain life. But
okay. But you see what I mean? Like, without the death part, all you have is like potentially exponential growth of whatever, and then everything's crowded out. So I mean, there could be a rational or like some sort of rationale as to why. You know, it's not all just one thing. But and that's just my take. You know, I don't fucking know. I didn't do it.
Yeah. Somebody tagged me.
Cool.
Someone said,
cool.
Rise above. Yo, Tristan, talk.
Yeah, he never jumps into VC, dude. Don't count on it.
Yeah, nah. But if you say there's beauty in suffering, do you mean like aesthetically, like there's beauty and like a novelty and like things that are bad in this world? Like I could kind of get it, but
I'm not speaking of like some sort of something like I'm not speaking like sadistically, like, oh, there's somebody or something dying, oh, it's so beautiful. No, I don't look at it like that. I mean, that which is beautiful, you acknowledge it for what it is, and then you happen to realize that had a cost. Right?
Yeah.
So you can appreciate that, pay your respects for whatever the cost was. Recognize that that's how things tend to persist, and you navigate through it.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that it's all a product of an evil world created by a entity. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, so you think that? Okay. I wouldn't perceive it like that.
That you're stuck in a prison. You cannot escape Earth. You're here enslaved. The only way to escape is just don't go to the white light. That's all you got to do, man. Don't go to the white light.
But how much of this prison that you speak of is created by man?
It's not created by man. Man is stuck here.
Yeah. But like, okay, so I guess you might perceive it like a prison within a prison, so to speak, like the systems that we have now.
It is, yeah, a prison within a prison, and man.
Okay.
Worse, like
so you do recognize man sort of has its own doings in whatever perceptions you have of the world, right?
Oh no, man, but I'd say man is influenced by higher evil power, right? Like people will say, oh, like you're a schizo, like, oh, you're talking about like invisible beings that control and manipulate our thoughts. Well, yeah, it is true, because I do have the belief that some of the evil things that human beings do is in fact manipulated by beings that you cannot see. I mean, you can't see Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is invisible. So,
I know what you mean.
So I'm pretty sure these beings are like controlling our reality, and they're like actually pushing us to do very evil things, because I've seen human beings do things that is just like beyond comprehension. It's like, dude, there's no way
I get that. But if there are evil beings, there must be, by definition, good beings, right?
What's Pop-Tart brain? This guy's saying it's Pop-Tart brain.
Yeah. Don't worry about Tristan. He's funny.
Sure.
But if you see through it, if you see it, like, I don't know how you see shit, but from what you're describing, it almost seems like at the very root of creation, that in and of itself was out of malice of sorts. Right? Yeah. Hence your the term prison.
Yeah.
But why a prison though? Like,
because why?
Because why the negative connotation? Why not just a context in which certain dynamics occur and you're participant in them? Like, do you see the sheer fact that there is a boundary in which you can operate in certain manners? The sheer fact that there is a boundary in at all as being akin to a prison, like already right out of the gate, it's negative because there's a boundary?
I have no idea.
Right? Because that's what it sounds like. Because if you have infinite potential, or like in the abstract sense, versus here's a context, but you still have infinite potential within that context. Like, I mean, one sounds a little bit more grounded. Okay, here's a box. yeah, like the box, you can't really see the box, but whatever the fuck, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Not really, but within reason. Within that box, without that box, it would be like there would be like nothing, because it's everything but nothing at the same time.
It's everything.
So what would be? See what I mean?
I see what you mean.
I'm trying to paint the picture of like you can, in a way, you almost choose whether or not you want to perceive boundary as purely negative by the sheer fact that there is a boundary, or just a context in which you have flexibility. You know what I mean?
Whoa! I don't have a problem with boundaries. I have a problem with the fact that like suffering exists. That's my problem.
I get that, but that's what I mean. So in the context that we find ourselves, these are part of the dynamics. One such being this, what we perceive as suffering and we experience as such. It's terrible and all that. But again comes all the other stuff. Right? So that perception of both creates, all this, what we're talking about. Yeah. But without it, the rest wouldn't be there. So anyways, the only reason why I'm going down that line of thought is because I thought I understood that you were coming from a position of, because there's a boundary, i.e. a prison, therefore bad right out of the gate.
That also counts, though, because that kind of counts, too, because, like, you got to understand, why is there a boundary? Why is there, huh? And if you look to why there is a boundary, you'd see, it looks like they want to keep us here to recycle our... Because the whole thing with Gnosticism is because I recently just got into it, right? Earth is a prison planet. It's that simple. It's not a planet, but I'm just going to call it a planet. Earth is a prison planet. That's what it is. Your soul is being recycled so that they can feed off all your negative energy, all the suffering, because that is food to these entities and to these beings, right? That is food to them. And that makes so much sense because I question it. I'm like, bro, like, the world is so wacky. It's so weird. I just know it's not natural. I just know something is just not right. But I have no problem with boundaries, but I will question, why is there a boundary? Because you can't escape the earth how hard you try. You can't. Nimrod tried to escape. Nimrod, he tried to get out. He tried to reach for the stars, and he couldn't.
I hear you. Okay.
So you know the story of Nimrod?
Briefly, yeah. Tower of Babel, all this shit, right?
Built the Tower of Babel. Yeah, he built it.
Yeah.
He actually tried to get to Saturn. He tried to touch it, and he couldn't. They didn't let him. He failed. That's a crazy story, though.
I hear you. I mean, I couldn't tell you much, man. I have no way of determining, some of the, I have no way of answering some of what you're kind of posing or explaining some of what you're posing. But, it would seem reasonable to me that, like you use the term dualist or dualistic or duality or whatever before. That in and of its own right, kind of, I see the reason for it in a way, but to what end? I mean, fuck, I couldn't answer you that. And from where, and whatever, I couldn't answer you that.
Of course.
So.
Well,
but I would pose to you, dude. Don't. Well, I mean, I'm not going to prescribe you anything, but to me, in spite of what you're considering what you're talking about, I'm still not mad at Big Guns Upstairs. Even though it's hard, I'm not mad at him. You know what I mean? I'm not vengeful. I'm not. I'm filled with gratitude for the gift of life.
That is such
in spite of all the bullshit.
That is such a healthy way to look at it.
I mean, you have the choice, right? Consider what is true and what is not, And as you do see what is true, you'll find more and more reason to consider that outlook a little bit more easy. Because I think that's the natural way to do to see things. It's a gift to be here.
Are you Christian?
I do have Christian leaning, yeah. Not entirely. I have questions, but certainly in that direction, yeah.
Okay.
But even before that, though, I still kind of had an inkling of, okay, we're here, and wow, like, thank you, like, oh, this is so cool. There's some shitty spots, but it's pretty cool anyway. Why? Oh, like, there's value to it. There's beauty to it. It's a gift.
I can't even. Damn. How? Wait, why are you grateful?
Why am I what?
Why are you grateful?
To be able to experience life, dude.
Yeah, but like,
because life is a curiosity. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
Box of chocolates.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, okay, like, what have you done that's cool? Like, what you got going on for you?
Enough.
Like what?
I mean, I don't want to dox myself and shit.
Just be vague about it. Really, it. You don't got to tell me like if you own a company, the name. You can just be vague.
Well, I mean, I have my hobbies. I enjoy them. I have my work. I find it very interesting, very stimulating, thought-provoking. It accomplishes tasks that help and do good for people.
Okay.
And I see that happen, and I say, okay, cool. Like, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, you always need a good hobby. Take your mind off everyday things.
Exactly. So it kind of all goes together, you know what I mean? Now, if you don't have any of that, I don't know if that's solely your fault, entirely, or, partially or whatever. But that's the cool part. It's your responsibility, and with that comes choice. Right? So, like, you got your hands on the wheel, dude. You're in control. You know what I mean? At least partially, within reason, within bounds. But you still have an opportunity to steer your way through it. And so things don't happen to you necessarily, so. Right? You let things happen. Some things happen, but some things don't. Either because you didn't let them, so you had an element of control, or you did have things happen because you did control it. Like, it's a real mixed bag, dude. I'm sorry if I'm sounding vague and shit. But it's, to me, after all I've been through, it's hard for me to say, I'm just cursed because I exist. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. In spite of all the bullshit I went through, personally. Oh, he gone. Speaking into the wind.
Yeah, no. Anyway, it's 9 o'clock in England, so I think I'll call it a night.
Good to have you around, man. Nice chat.
Mine, there you go.
Be well. I couldn't tell, but how long was that guy gone for before I realized it? Was I just like speaking to the fucking brick wall or some shit? Hope not.
I hate when that happens.
Damn. All good. Whatever. Welcome to the room, by the way, Claw. Good to have you around.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Stacy. Haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, just been busy with non-Discord things.
Yeah. Of course, very important there. Hope you're doing well there. Claw, what brings you to the room? Is this your first time?
No, God, no. I've been here forever. I'm just surfing.
Oh yeah? Did you change your name or something? I don't know.
Nope. It's always been Claw.
Yeah, okay. Where do you stand on the topic?
I'm permanently on the fence because you guys got this. I just think there's more important things that we need to fix, like collectively, psychologically, as a whole.
Well, that's cool. I mean, yeah, you do you there. I mean, I think personally, I'd rather be on the fence than be on the ball side solely by fate. You know what I mean? Because at least you're considering, hey, there's possibilities here, and there's something to work through, and you take on that responsibility.
It's a good stepping stone to start questioning other things as well.
Hey, yeah. I mean, for all you know, you'll go back and you'll find something that we missed or whatever. I don't know. That's cool too. But at least you're giving it some thought. So I respect that.
Mm-hmm. NASA's kind of stories are full of holes to begin with.
Oh, yeah, you recognize that? That's good. What lingering questions do you have? Oh, sorry, Stacey, go ahead.
I was just going to say one of the funniest things about NASA is Wernher von Braun wrote a technical tale on what was it, flying to Mars or something. I'm not sure if it was specific to Mars, but in chapter 24 it mentions the leader of Mars as being called Elon. It's just the sort of stuff. How can you make it up?
I saw that. Very curious. But yeah, Claude, do you have any lingering questions or things that you contemplate in regards to this stuff at all?
No, I think I've got it figured out pretty much.
Okay.
Haven't had anything new come up really lately.
Not really. I mean, laser tests, that's, standard. Gas pressure without a container, that's standard. I'm sure you heard those arguments before.
Oh, God, yeah. Forever.
Yeah. Of course.
It's like gravity itself. I'd rather I've seen how you guys, how a lot of these people operate, and I don't technically agree with it a lot. There's a lot of dogpiling and a lot of it's almost like they got a list of blurbs and stuff. So it's kind of
fine, yeah,
kind of weird at times.
Yeah. I mean, I'll grant you that the room can get a little rowdy, and it can get heated and shit like that, and fine, not that's not everybody's cup of tea, but the information itself is what's important, so the means of communicating that, for some people, they like a good laugh or whatnot, and sometimes arguments get really heated and people need to at least have it communicated to them that they're out of line.
Because on both sides.
Well, that's it. So people come in here and sling insults all day. And they repeatedly come on, what do you expect to do with that? You know what I mean? But
wait, who's here? Who wants to fight? What's going
on? No. Claw's in here, and we're just talking. He says he's on the fence. He said something about he may. How'd you word it? So you want to repeat that last part?
Which one? There's deception on both sides, kind of a deal. But you guys have taken so many trolls, that it's kind of understandable. You've heard the same shit over and over and over and over again, so it just becomes tiring for a lot of people.
That's it. And I mean, the best moments for me is when there's a casual, not casual, but a cordial one-on-one. People get to make their points. Bing, bang, boom. Done. Conclusion. Thank you very much. Those are the best for me, and I look forward to them. They're few and far between. And he left. Damn. Number 2. Midway.
Rude.
Yeah, you're on a roll today.
Damn. Pouring my heart out to the other guy. Philosophical and shit. Sorry?
I'm still listening. You still have one fan.
Oh, thank you. That's kind of you. The other guy was like, he's like, oh, like life's a prison. I'm like, no, it's good, fine. It's a gift to be here. And look, he's not even there. Like after oh shit, okay.
Yeah, I think that's one of the toxic sort of mindsets people can have is everything's negative. And sure, like we tend to come in a mindset where we can't trust a government so much, but that doesn't mean everything's negative because, like the earth itself is a beautiful thing.
Well, that's it. It's a gift to be here, and then some people fucked it up and create a layer between, what we would have normally experienced and then what we have now. It's like, okay, we got to deal with both. And it's not.
Yeah, isn't that crazy how triggered they are by flat Earth? Like, there's something wrong with that. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah,
actually.
It's like they're pissed off at the creator, for giving them a place to reside in, Like,
yeah, it's the most mental thing to be spiraling about, really.
And then use that as like a blockade to inquire about anything. Because what's the point, Like, but yeah, so 2 for 2. I'm on a roll. We'll see what happens next,
I should really bring my mum onto the server one day, but I think she'd be the kind of person who just says, oh, well, I don't know, which is fine, but sort of to the dismissive sense, like, whatever your arguments are, I'm going to dismiss them because I don't actually know. I still have strings attached to my globe beliefs. I should get her on one day.
Does she apply those same sort of critiques to what she was told at all? Does she say, oh, I don't know either way? Or...
Well, I think she sort of says, like, ultimately she doesn't know, but I don't know. It's sort of like a double-edged belief, like two-faced.
Hmm.
But she doesn't have bad intentions at all. It's just how she's been indoctrinated, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, most people were. Ever sit down with like Jedi or AV or something? I think it would be like a really smooth conversation. Not Heretic, though. Watch out for Heretic.
Well, when I talk to her, I start her through the burden of proof, and she gets lost at the burden of proof. I think it's not that hard. It's basic stuff. Maybe I have to go over it a bit slower.
Yeah, you say something, you gotta support it. Yeah. Oh. Oh, thought I heard something.
Welcome to the server, whoever joined.
No, it was Jado. He bounced out and came back. You there, man?
Yeah, I just rejoined. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, very loud and clear.
I was just asking, how old is your mum, if you don't mind me asking?
Let me do the maths.
Do a range, a range would be fine too.
Something like that. Probably like just below mid-50s, I'd say.
Okay. I had the same experience with my mum. I'm the youngest of 10 kids, so there's 10 siblings, and 5 of us are flat earthers. And my mum is 88, and over a period of 4 years, she was asking a lot of questions. And at 88, nearly turning 89, she's 100% flat earther.
That's a good place to be.
So the point is, don't lose hope. You'll get there.
That's solid, man. 10 kids.
And when she turned her perspective to flat Earth, did she say she has a lot of relief, or did she discuss any positives out of it?
Yeah, she's a really practical person. So once you work through the cognitive stuff, it was quite easy, and it made her a little bit more at peace with her faith, I guess.
So if you're one of 5 flat Earth kids who came to the idea first?
That was me. Yeah, that was me many years ago.
And is there a bit of a division between the other 5, or is everyone a happy family?
No, everyone. No, that's a great family. It's very, very happy family. But the ones that are flat earthers, we don't really talk about flat Earth stuff in front of anyone else, just amongst ourselves. So yeah, so it's not like we don't. There's many other things we can have a few drinks and argue about, but flat Earth isn't really one of them.
Yeah, it sounds good that it's not a hostile matter, because it can get like that in families, unfortunately.
It was very hostile on one topic, obviously from 2020 to 2024, which damaged some relationships. But I'm guessing that's probably the same with most families.
Yeah, families and politics.
Was there ever a hot spot in like a hot conversation in terms of this stuff that you guys then said, oh, we're just not going to talk about it anymore, or did you just never bother bringing it up with any of the rest of the 5?
You mean with the flat Earth stuff?
Yeah.
No, it's just plainly dismissed, like head in the sand sort of stuff with the other 5.
Okay.
Don't want to talk about it. Don't want to hear about it. Don't bring it up in front of me. That sort of stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, at least it didn't get heated there. Better than that there. That's cool. Yeah, we're only 2 on my side. I never bring it up because I know my siblings' worldview with that other thing and other things as well. I'm like, fuck it. Like, don't bother.
Yeah, Flat Earth is definitely a place to learn to pick your battles and learn what conversations are worth having and when to just hold your tongue and let people believe what they want to believe.
What about you, Stacey? Have you brought it up with any of your siblings or rest of the family members?
Yeah, it got really hostile with my sister, so I don't really talk about it with her. My mum, she doesn't believe it, and she, as being her daughter, she likes to like respect my opinions and stuff. And I know when I try to explain it to her, it doesn't really click with her, so she knows, and I can be a bit like give her a few hints every now and again, but yeah, just dismissive, but in the kindest possible way.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you've witnessed hostility, like, yeah, that's not fun there. I get it.
And then my brother's a whole different case. He's like, yeah, like, I know you think it's flat, but if you drive, like, say if you drive from, like, Western Australia to South Australia, or, like, to the eastern states, and if you check your odometer, it's gonna be, like, the latitude is gonna be longer or something. And I'm like, are you gonna do that? Are you gonna drive in a straight line? And are you gonna check? It's like, well, it would do that. That's what it's gonna do. Okay, whatever you say.
Wait, and what would that prove? I meant something.
Like how the idea that the latitude distances get wider the closer, the more south you go, or something like that.
The closer they get, they converge towards the south, diverge.
Oh yeah, okay.
Towards the equator. But you'd have to do it along two separate parallels, so like, to test it.
Yeah, well, I guess he just assumes that he'll find some friend in the equator somewhere. Or maybe he'll drive to the equator.
Huh.
But then he's got to figure out his latitudes. He's just going to rely on what a machine tells him his latitude is, right? What if it's not that? What if the stars disagree with him about his latitude?
I don't think he's thought that far ahead. But then, like, also I took him to a Salt Lake one day because I was going to do my curvature test, and then, like, he couldn't see into the distance because it was like an ocean, because you couldn't, like, see any hills or something. It was just that flat. And then he's like, oh, you proved it, it's flat. But it was such, like, a fake, like, response. Like, he actually believed it for, like, 5 seconds, but there was not actually any foundation to it. So he's very impressionable.
Oh, sorry. You'd be measuring the distance along a latitude between two longitudes coordinates. So right. So you'd have to do it right, like, and do it all yourself, like, through your own celestial navigation, basically. But then you're measuring a flat Earth, so lose.
He's just talking about driving on a road, and roads are gonna, like, zigzag and curve or maneuver. They won't be in, like, a point to point straight line unless he wants to walk and just, like, I don't know, climb over trees in his way.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess he's got the nullable.
Yeah, we do. We could, I mean, that's a chance.
Yeah, Dogs of Gods claims to have done something similar. Yeah.
Having done what? Like, was he bulldoze through fucking mountains and trees to make sure he's perfectly horizontal or something?
I don't know. I think he's just if it's close enough, it's good enough. you account for all that shit, right? Yeah, you account for your hills and slopes and whatever.
Well, if your brother was using latitude and kilometers or miles, there's already 2 flat Earth proofs he's given you.
Right.
And even with latitude,
I missed that. Sorry, Stacey.
Yeah.
I missed that. What do you mean?
Go on, whoever has the answer.
Yeah, I missed that. What did you say, Jado?
Jado.
Which proofs?
I said if her brother was using latitude and obviously he was reading his odometer, so in Australia that will be kilometres, miles, nautical miles, they're all linear measurements, flat Earth measurements, and latitude is a flat Earth measurement. So he's just giving his sister 2 flat Earth measurements.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I've heard that one before. Like I understand the latitude bit, but I'm not that one about the the distance or a length being measured in a particular unit. That one trips me up. I've never really understood that one. Because what does that mean? Like if we're using a unit of distance by the sheer fact that we're using that unit, that its default is kind of like level or lengthwise or something like that. That means whatever. Does that mean, or does that mean to imply that whatever we're measuring, it also has to be linear? Like if I have a belt, right? My waist
in all axes.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I mean. In all axes. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Is it? Yeah, applicable in all axes, but the definition of linear is what some folk like to appeal to. Yeah.
Yeah, that trips me up. I would take my belt measurement. I would measure it in inches, right? Standard. But it doesn't mean I have a flat waist, right? I know I would have to unravel the thing to then measure it more easily. But the sheer fact of taking a measurement of my waist in inches does not imply that my waist is flat and linear just because I'm using inches. You know what I mean? Like I get mixed up a little bit with that part of the argument. Maybe I'm missing something, but I've kind of heard that, and I'm like, wait, what? I don't get it.
And then another question for him is if he's going by miles, even though obviously we use kilometers, but if he's getting latitude's more discerned by what's it called, the nautical miles rather than statute miles. So then you basically wouldn't need to use your odometer because you're not measuring the ground, you're measuring it based on the stars.
And who says converging latitude lines negate a flat Earth anyway?
Oh, Pizza Planet, right? Pizza slices,
Right. Yeah, it's got to be that one map. Yeah, that's what we've got to stick to, right? Yeah. Well, you got groups out there that appeal to more like a Mercator projection, with the Pac-Man thing happening, and
yeah,
Pac-Man
wraparound. Fucking percentage, man. Keeps coming in here with that. It's so funny. I don't get it.
I'll keep saying it. South is one direction for me. Like, it's a fixed fucking direction. If I go east or west and I want to get to south, I'm gonna have to go southeast or southwest. Like, it's fucking a direction, man. It's not like splaying out in all fucking directions from me. I don't go east and then suddenly south is a different place pointing in a different location. No, it just stays the same, man. It's pointing at the same fucking place.
But that opens the question of like, is my south radial, or excuse me, is my south parallel to your south, or do they intersect if you extend them out in their on both sides? Do they intersect at some point?
I don't know.
Blows my fucking mind. Like,
yeah,
how the hell would we know?
Well, we know north is all one direction for everybody, so you could decipher south as being the opposite of north, I guess.
So radial then, yeah. I mean, that's my intuition. But then you get like, oh shit, you're kind of leaning towards like an AE-like thing. But, like, are we sure? Like, in terms of coordinate system, yeah, but how would that map out on the terrain? I mean, I wouldn't be able to advocate for that, but those questions do come up.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. If you're taking angle measurements to Polaris to get your latitude, they have to be circles in all directions. I mean, it is what it is. Like AE map, whatever you want to say, we don't really know how the lands are plotted, really. There's so many anomalies in the south, but if you're taking the central direction north, then everything must be concentric circles as you move away from it, I guess.
Yeah, I see that. I see AG's back. Welcome back, bro.
So my sister likes poetry, and she's on the other side of the country. She's thinking of doing a poetry competition, which is like an Australian-wide thing. So I thought I could enter the poetry competition, theoretically get into the finals, and then I just get to meet up with my sister, sort of just being optimistic and thinking it would be a great way to just see her. And so they have like 2 poems to get into the national. So I was thinking I could probably do like a flat earth poem, but then like make myself seem like I'm just playing a part of being a crazy conspiracist. So I'm sort of thinking I might go with that and see if I get in.
Oh shit. Like stick it in there subtly,
Yeah, like
otherwise right.
like a self-evaluation. Like
I'm mocking
Sorry, Stacey.
Yeah, my aim is to sort of come across like I'm mocking them so they don't dismiss it, but then within it, it's just like all valid stuff I'm saying.
Sounds like you got a plan already, and I think you should do it.
Or then maybe if I don't get in, then I'll just try again, like disguise myself as someone else and then just do a globe poem. The globe, I love the globe. It's so beautiful. I love the indoctrination of it.
Stacey loves
I am drowning in a cloud of water.
Can we all take a moment to appreciate Stacey's love for the globe?
I appreciate her high levels of sarcasm.
Do you think she doesn't love the globe?
Which globe are you talking about? My snow globe on my desk?
No, the one that comprises Middle Earth.
That comprises Middle Earth? Is that what you said?
Yeah. What, you think
Middle Earth? Interesting.
You think Middle Earth isn't a globe? Maybe you've been indoctrinated by the Ergul.
Are you speaking English or some weird lore?
He's speaking Chardzi.
I'm just saying, man. You know. Hold on, what is Chardzi? Is that a language?
Yeah, it's your own made-up way of speaking.
No, I didn't make it up, man.
It uses English words, but the meaning behind every word.
Tolkien made it up, man. I didn't make that up.
It's the grand sum of who you are.
What, made up stuff?
Chardzi.
Chardzi?
You picked your name. That's the title of your own book.
I didn't write a book, man.
You are the book.
You wrote a book about me?
I'm implying that individuals are the books, and your name is the title of the book. I digress.
So you wrote a book about me, but I'm the one that made stuff up.
You're an interesting type of sophist.
What?
Damn. Strawman farmer.
I'm not strawmanning anything, man. You're the one that's saying that I did all this stuff I didn't do. You're the one doing strawmans here. Step off your own dick here.
I said that you and your life is the story, and your name is the title of the book that you are. That goes for everyone.
Okay, so if it applies to anyone, why are you applying it to anyone?
Because now go live your story. Be you.
Go live your story, man. You be you. No one's
there's your part right
you,
there.
other than in the Discord channels that people get kicked out of.
No. Nobody's going to kick you out of here unless you act like some kind of complete reprobate or something. You'll be fine.
Hey, I agree with you. I've been very civil, but I get kicked out of here like 2 to 3 times a week. And I'm not, I act like this. I'm pretty civil. I'm not like insulting anybody, but it's very touchy.
Like from time to time, occasionally.
Very touchy crowd.
Sounds like occasionally from time to time you might white knight for somebody once in a while.
I don't even know what that means.
You see somebody you feel there's some kind of injustice happening with them, so you decide to step in and be their hero.
Oh, yeah, I don't really do that.
That would be the only reason I could see you getting muted randomly or booted. That type of thing is looked down upon.
White knighting. No, I don't really do that. I just, I talk about stuff. I ask people questions. The questions make people angry. And then,
No, saying that makes people angry. I told you this the other night. You saying that makes me angry, not asking questions.
Okay.
You're such a fucking little spaz, man.
Well, I'm sorry that you're angry.
Why don't you just fuck off?
I'm sorry that you're upset.
I don't give a shit if you're sorry or not. Fuck off.
You're obviously very angry.
You're a fucking passive-aggressive, pretentious little fucking shit, and I don't like you. I think you're disingenuous little prick.
I know you don't like me, T-Dubs. I know.
I mean, Chardzi, why do you keep coming back into the room, dude? I don't get it.
Oh, it's because it's very funny. And occasionally, I'll tell you the real reason. Occasionally, every once in a while, I do get a real conversation that's worth having. And that 1 in a 10 conversation is worth it to me. Even if 9 times out of 10 it's not going to happen.
Do you recall the last one that you had that was worthwhile?
Yeah, I think it was maybe a week or 2 ago.
What'd you get out of it?
Well, That's an interesting question. I think I learned a little bit more about why people believe in flat Earth. Not just why they believe in it, but why they don't believe in the globe Earth.
I don't believe in the flat Earth at all. I look at an observation of the horizon, and I know that the horizon remains horizontal. This is an observation, not a belief. Now, a belief would be if I were to go beyond my current knowledge or anything that I could tangibly see or touch, and then start making claims based off of that. Like in regards to high altitude things or some kind of ice wall bullshit, that would become beliefs. But until then, I don't have a belief.
Okay, yeah. See, this man believes. He doesn't. He doesn't believe. He knows, and I respect that.
More like this, I identify as being a non-believer.
Right, because you don't have to believe. You know, right?
I want to know. I have the desire to know, and I just don't really have a desire for belief. That's all.
I can appreciate that.
I mean, Charlie, do you at least acknowledge that there is a distinction between knowing and belief? Some people don't. They conflate the two. They say one's stacked on the other or something, or one encompasses the other.
Yeah, I think you can know something, and there are different levels of belief. You can believe in things in different ways.
Can you define
so they are
belief? I don't know. You, like I said, you believe in things at different levels in different ways. You believe what's on the other side of the horizon matches the maps in a different way that you believe there is some sort of omnipotent entity that, you know, has total power over the universe. You don't believe in religion in the same way that you believe in, you know, whatever this is. It's not the same level.
It's more like a loss of a belief, flat Earth. You know that?
Yeah, I can totally get that.
Because, you know, if you have your base axioms, you know what your base axioms are, right?
I don't know what your base axioms are.
Well, I mean, like anyone's base axioms are generally whatever they directly experience firsthand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're sitting in a chair, you know you're sitting in a chair. You don't have to like believe you're sitting in a chair. You know? Your direct experience. What all your senses could tell you would be in those base axioms. What if you were born on this earth without any kind of knowledge of anything else, never told about the globe or whatever, what would you say is self-evident? Can you name one thing about being on an oblate rotating spheroid that is self-evident, Chargy?
I'm sure I could. Yeah. Do you actually want to hear it, or is this like a rhetorical device?
No, I'm not even. I think you're cool. I've heard you talk on here. You're a funny guy.
Oh, thank you.
You're also patient and seem like a good person to talk to.
Yeah.
I'm the one that invited you.
Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Oh, T-dubs, come on.
Oh, you seriously? You're fucking fooled by this fucking shithead?
He's trying to have a nice
fuck me dead.
He does. Let me just set it up. I was
he left.
Seriously. He's like, oh my god, who's doing that? my number one enemy, Chargy. You can't be nice to him at all. Well, I actually asked you if there's anything. I'm trying to grill you and be nice to you.
No,
and T-Dubs didn't understand that. But what would you say would fall into your base axioms, self-evident, experience, firsthand experience that about the? And I'm not talking about interpretations of the sky or anything you've been told or learned about with like the way the sun sets or any of that. Like all those assumptions have to go out the window. What would you say if you were never told anything about that? Would be self-evident about the oblate spinning spheroid?
Right. You said interpretations of the sky. I'm going to touch on that. You're welcome to tell me if I'm off base here. But throughout the year, at different times of the year, you can look up at the sky during the night. You can see different constellations, different stars. And throughout the year, the stars that are visible, the constellations that are visible, they change. You can't see the same constellations in the summer that you can see in the winter. I think that's a compelling argument that things shift, that it's not all static.
Yeah, but that's not exclusive to the globe, because if it's just the sky turning above us, then things are shifting anyway.
Well, no, and I can appreciate that, but the way that they shift, the observations that you make, I don't think you'd be able to explain that on a flat Earth in the same way that you might be able to explain it in a oblate spheroid, as you've described it.
Have you looked into that idea, though? That there are explanations on the flat Earth side for that?
Well, like I said, I only have my own observations to draw on. I haven't seen a convincing way of how it's explained in Flat Earth. I don't know how you would conceptually explain it on a Flat Earth model.
I'll send you a video. I'll send you a live stream my buddy did earlier tonight. And he goes into the whole history of it and how, they were using rum lines for, forever, and they still do in a weird way, before they even thought of it as a spheroid, even though they supposedly knew it was a spheroid beforehand, according to the lore gospel that was created to make us all think it was like ancient history, that people knew we were on a globe. And that doesn't seem to be the case. It was, even today they use, NASA, in fact, admits that they're using the spherocycles. It's just ancient cosmology that was flat Earth cosmology. They're still using the exact same formula of cycles. It was explained on the flat Earth for thousands of years before the globe idea even came around. And they still use those same flat Earth measurements for the navigation and everything. Baseline.
Yes.
Trig.
The celestial movements have been plotted on the celestial plane at vernal equinox as the starting point for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. They are angle measurements from the celestial plane. So the movement of the stars is another flat Earth proof.
Right.
So
I can appreciate
let's say that works both ways, Charlie. I just wanted to know what would be self-evident, because that's one interpretation. Right. Now, let's say there is an interpretation for a flat Earth. If you were born here and never told about the globe, would you jump to, I must be rotating even though I don't feel it, even though my direct experience is a stationary level Earth? I'm going to assume I must be moving because the sky's moving. Is that really a fair assumption that you would figure that out on your own or think that on your own?
Well, I think so, given my own experience. I don't know if you want me to talk about it or if you'd like to monologue a little bit more.
Nice. So that's why I like you. I like your little jazz.
Yeah,
your
little back and forth, right?
There's no way to there's no way to combat that, because there's no aggression in your voice whatsoever. It's awesome. But yeah, go ahead. I won't monologue anymore about monologuing.
No, and I appreciate you guys. No, I think there is some evidence that the Earth is not flat. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you could see Polaris. If you're in the southern hemisphere, you could see the Southern Cross, and you can't see either of those from either of the opposite hemispheres. And likewise,
you know that there's a flat Earth explanation for that too, right? So
no, I'm sure there is. I don't see how the explanation is consistent with the wider body of thought. Because I've
got two rotations of stars. Is that what you're talking about? The two rotations?
Well, not just rotations of stars, but also the seasons, right? Like if I'm in Los Angeles and it's summer and I fly down to Sydney, it's going to be winter. I don't understand how that works under the flat Earth body of thought.
Well, have you looked into it? Because there's explanations for the seasons and all of that.
Yeah, I haven't found anything particularly convincing.
You may not have looked deep enough, because there's lots of it. I mean, there's tons of it.
There absolutely is.
Again, it's the same thing with the stars. There was the seasons and everything were worked out beforehand when thousands of years before the last couple hundred, when people started thinking it was a globe.
I don't see how that would work.
Of the sky,
like cosmologically, I don't see how that would work out.
I'll send you. I don't think you've looked at some of the videos that I'll be sending you. If you check your DMs.
Your mic's sounding a little bit tinny. We can hear what you're saying, but it's just a bit difficult to make it out.
Who, me?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bit fuzzy.
Let me change that. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, man.
Just a point of order. The Southern Cross can be seen from some parts of the Northern Hemisphere. So that was an incorrect statement.
At certain parts of the year.
I think Shardsy needs to go back and do a little bit more research before he just starts asserting just stupid shit.
Hey, can you see the Southern Cross from Los Angeles at any part of the year? That was my example.
You can see it north of the equator.
Right, because the equator tilts. So in the same way, you can see Polaris from the southern hemisphere at certain times of the year, depending on the tilt of the Earth. But that doesn't mean it's a general rule. As a general rule, if you're up in like Junto, Alaska, you can't see the Southern Cross, and if you're down in Sydney, you can't see the Polaris. And that is a rule.
Yeah, but the thing is that there's
regardless of how powerful of a telescope you have or what kind of optics you're using, you just can't see it because the geometry of the planet blocks you from seeing it.
Yeah, but there's the equivalent explanations for the flat Earth with that. You realize that, Charlie, right?
Equivalent? I don't think it's equivalent. I think they might be contradictory to it, but I don't think they're equivalent.
Well, let me get back to the point I was trying to make to you. You wouldn't say, like, if you were just like born here and you lived here and grew to be a man, you never heard anything about the ball Earth. Your base axioms by that point would be like, my direct experience is a stationary level Earth, right? It's just like sitting in a chair at that point. You're not. It's not a belief because it's your base axiom, right?
I don't agree with that.
I know, but I'm saying you have to do the hypothetical. You were never told about
you're presenting a hypothetical. I don't agree that that's the base hypothetical. I think there's alternatives.
You may interpret the sky eventually that you would convince yourself that you might be moving rather than the sky moving, right? But the reason it was thousands of years where people were not assuming that they were on a ball is because the direct experience of being on an Old spheroid would require a lot of leaps of faith that your base axioms don't require. Do you understand that? Like people upside down, rotating, not feeling it, not seeing curvature, but assuming it's there. I mean, you realize how it could have been concocted very, very extravagantly to make you think you're on a ball, right?
I can appreciate that. I don't really agree with that.
I'm not saying you should, but hypothetically, you see how it could have been done.
Hypothetically, anything is possible.
Otherwise, why would you be here?
I mean, hypothetically, we could assume anything, right?
Well, there is one way you can
realistically, I think historically, if you look back, people have known that the Earth has been round for thousands of years, and they've made assumptions.
Point of order. No. Point of order. Another incorrect statement. Sorry. If you're going to keep just rooting shit, I'm going to pull you up on the point of order every single time.
Okay.
Hey, Charlie, actually, let me get you to talk about something else that won't get you in trouble.
Sure.
Okay. I just want to. You talked about flights before, and I've heard you talk about how there's a weird path that it took when you went from California to Japan. Mm-hmm. All right. And what was that? You said there was some kind of weird, like it didn't make sense with the path you should have taken, but it was like going all over the place. What was that about?
Well, my assumption is, right, if the Earth is flat and you're traveling from two distant places to another that are on the same latitude, so the same distance from the North Pole, the flight path would roughly, look like an arc, right? Like a slight curve as you're traveling in the same direction around the North Pole. But in this particular, and this was a while ago, so I don't even know how you remember this, but In my particular example, it was sinusoidal. It was multiple curves, inflections on inflections that did not map up with how you might expect an aircraft to travel on a flat surface.
Okay, so you're saying it did fit the globe expectations, the sinusoidal pattern?
Yeah, I think what I saw from it,
So you followed it as if like you were looking at a globe and you said, oh, that makes sense, because why would you be going in the sinusoidal pattern? That's what I'm wondering. Why not just straight across?
No. It's not me trying to match it up to a globe. It's just me interpreting. It's me observing the flight path. And I don't see why you would take that particular flight path on a flat plane.
Oh, okay.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
It didn't make any sense. I thought you were saying it didn't make any sense even on a globe.
No.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you about airplanes and what you might know about, like, just general aerodynamics.
Sure.
When you jump up, like you've heard of the conservation of momentum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you jumped up in the air and then you land back down where you were, because they say you were on the Earth, like say you're at like a latitude where they say the ground speed would be 500 miles per hour, right?
Something like that.
Yeah, so it tapers up to the equator. It's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, about, and then it tapers down to 0 at the pole, the way the globe model says.
I think you might be conflating some different things here, but I understand in general what you're saying.
Well, you know what the rotation is at the equator that they say is in miles per hour? It's 1,037 or whatever.
I have no idea. I'll take your word for it.
Well, that's the way I mean, I'll put a graph in somebody could help maybe put that in the chat, but it's basic globe model requirements that you believe that if you're at the equator, you're spinning at 1,037 miles an hour. And then if you're anywhere in between, like say it's halfway in between, about 500 miles per hour is where you'd be jumping up from. Right. And the globe model says the reason that you come back down to the same spot is because you were on the Earth rotating at 500 miles an hour already. So when you jump up, you're going eastward 500 miles an hour, even though it doesn't feel like you're going eastward because you were on the Earth moving at that speed constantly enough in the globe model that you wouldn't even notice that you're going eastward at 500 miles an hour. Right.
Right. I think that's fair enough. If you're on the back of a pickup truck, the pickup's going 25 miles an hour, and you jump up on the bed of the pickup truck, you're going to land back down on the bed because that's your relative velocity.
And it's the conservation of momentum that you landed back down on the same trampoline, whatever that video is you're talking about, where they're jumping on.
That's not a video; it's just a hypothetical.
Oh, have you ever seen the one? There's like these guys in the back of a pickup truck, and there's a trampoline, and they're jumping, and the pickup truck's just going in one linear direction at a constant motion, right? So they're trying to show you the principle of conservation of momentum with that, which is a thing. It's not like a pseudoscience to say there's conservation of momentum in that kind of situation, and they apply it to the Earth, right? They apply the same idea to, even though you're going in a tangential direction, which could be argued about, just the linear speed compared to the any kind of angular speed would maybe cause some complications there to begin with. But let's just say that all works that way. And the reason that you land back where you were is because you were moving on the Earth at 500 miles an hour. So that's why that you can expect that the Earth wouldn't move separately below you because you were on the Earth just moving at 500 miles an hour previously to you jumping, right? You get that?
I get it. What's your alternative?
Well, no, I'm saying, okay, so if, let's say you're in a helicopter and they say the helicopter goes up and hovers, they also apply that, where the helicopter was on the ground moving at 500 miles an hour. Therefore, you can just assume that it can go up and then come back down and land where it was because it was already moving from being on the ground at 500 miles an hour. So let's say that helicopter is now a plane, right? And the same thing for a plane. They assume that the plane's moving with the Earth whatever speed it takes off from the ground from. So they apply this 500 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity to a plane as soon as it takes off, right?
Right, but the problem is not just the ground, it's also the atmosphere, because the atmosphere moves at the same speed of the ground, relatively speaking.
That's the theory, right? And that's usually the answer that people give with this situation I'm drawing out. But it makes it a little more difficult if I draw it out this way. Now, the plane is going to take off going west-southwest, right, against the spin, but also towards the equator. So it's going to, and it has no ground path, right? It's not even trying to follow a ground path. It's just a joyriding pilot, right? He's going to find a clearing somewhere around the equator. And he's been doing big loops and traveling all over the place, like going back to where he came from almost, thinking he forgot something, and then he found it and then went back. So he's going over many different tangential velocities, right? And the atmosphere keeping him in sync with the Earth is the issue, because the atmosphere isn't even said to be going at the same speed in lockstep, right? But the pilot can always treat the Earth as stationary and level. No matter where he flies, without a ground path, he's going against the spin, he's going to find a clearing, he's going to loop around, and he's going to land, whenever he feels like it. And he'll always be able to treat the Earth as stationary. Now, you got to believe that eastward tangential velocity of the plane, directly eastward, is now being carried by the atmosphere, because it wasn't the ground, right? The conserved momentum arguably would have been gone, pretty much soon after he took off, because of the friction of the air. Anything that acts on the plane is not going to keep rotating automatically an extra 500 miles an hour, eastward, right? But even if you kept that conserved momentum and had 500, by the time you got to the equator, the atmosphere would have had to accelerate the plane backwards and sideways to 1,000 miles an hour so that the pilot could be in perfect sync with the Earth when he's trying to land on it at the equator, right? So you've got to believe that the air is carrying the plane backwards if he's facing westward when he's landing at 1,000 miles an hour, even as he slows to a land facing the opposite direction. There's no force there. There's no dynamics to it.
I totally understand.
Concept.
I understand what you're saying. I have a personal anecdote for this, which is, it's kind of specific to this situation. So I flew from Los Angeles International Airport to Sydney International Airport, which crosses over the equator.
Exactly.
It covers roughly about, half a hemisphere, maybe a little less. So when I flew from Los Angeles to Sydney, my flight time was about 12 hours. When I flew from Sydney to Los Angeles along the exact same flight path, it took 14 hours. So it was 2 hours more. So what would you explain? Why is that? Why did that happen?
Well, the reason that happens is because there's different air currents at different speeds. You got jet streams, right? And those jet streams carry the plane a lot faster in one direction rather than the other.
Right. And why did the jet streams occur?
Why do they?
Yes.
There's temperature, pressure. Everything's caused by the
perhaps.
Well, no. In your interpretation, you want to make a rotation, but I'm examining the globe planes right now.
I don't have any. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying. I'm just positing possible solutions.
Yeah, that's the theory is, right? They conflate, if it's not a globe, right? Let's say it is flat and it's all just temperature and pressure, and we have these jet streams because of that. Well, the globe's going to latch onto that as, that's caused by the rotation, right?
Well, I will say personally, if you're flying from east to west, if you're saying the Earth rotates from west to east, right? It would make sense that the flight would take less time than if you're going from the opposite direction.
Well, then you're for that. Then you're telling us that it's because the ground moves separately from the plane underneath, saving the plane time on getting there. Is that what you're saying?
Well, something like that.
Yeah, but think about what you're saying. Now you're saying that the ground is moving at a different eastward tangential velocity than the plane is, right? But that can't happen because the plane
which is why I arrived 2 hours sooner on my westward flight than my eastward flight.
Well, yeah, but if you're saying that's the reason, right? Then all flights, first of all flight patterns would take advantage of the Earth moving separately from the plane eastward. Like if you were going from New York to Dallas, let's say, right? You wouldn't even start flying towards where Dallas is. You would start flying southward because Dallas is going to be coming up on you because the Earth is moving separately from the plane, right? So you would
if I were to look up some flight paths from New York to Dallas, you think they wouldn't be southwardly inclined?
No, it would be directly west southwest to Dallas. It wouldn't be abnormally south because it's waiting for Dallas to rotate to where the plane is going to meet it at. Everything would be different with our flight patterns. But that's not even my point I'm trying to get at. We've gone off on a tangent. I haven't even finished my point. If you're saying at all, first of all, that the Earth is moving eastward, so then therefore the plane could take advantage of that and fly to where it's going to be, then you're saying that the Dallas would still be moving eastward at its own rate, right? Whatever rate that is, while the pilot's trying to land the plane and slow down to 0 miles an hour. So now you got to imagine that the air is carrying the plane 100% of the time backwards at that new tangential velocity because you can just think of the atmosphere.
Who said 100% of the time? Right, it would only be partial.
Well, what about when it's trying to land?
The force is constant, right? But if the force is only 5 miles an hour in the eastward direction, but you're trying to fly 500 miles per hour, that's only a 1% difference.
Listen, my scenario was 500 mile an hour tangential velocity to 1,000 miles an hour. That's twice as fast eastward, right? So if the plane, it doesn't even matter if it's not that much. If the plane's trying to land on the Earth, and the pilot can always assume to treat the Earth as stationary, because that's all he's ever trained for. He's not trained to deal with any kind of moving surface when he's landing on it. And if there was a moving surface, they would have to be. It would be like they have special training. Well, they have special training for the pilots that have to land on aircraft carriers, right? Because the thing is the ground is moving, slightly drifting, right? And they'll often just even forego it and come back and circle around because the timing has to be perfect.
Or the atmosphere is moving around the aircraft, and they have to account for it.
But the wind's going all directions, bro. You can't say there's one eastward wind pushing the plane backwards at the exact rate that the Earth is moving. Well, you have
but the Earth is moving at a constant rate, so you don't have to account for it because it's moving at a constant rate.
Yeah, but it's not even said to be.
So relatively speaking, it's moving. It's not moving at all.
Well, that's the thing. It's either not moving at all, or it's moving and you can't tell that it's moving at all. And that wouldn't be possible if there was two different reference frames.
And those two things are the same.
No, they're not. Not even claimed it. The globe model doesn't even claim for them to be the same. They try to latch on to the idea that the atmosphere isn't moving at the same rate as the ground, and that's what causes the different weather patterns, right? Because it's not in sync. And fluid dynamics wouldn't even work that way anyway. Right? Fluid dynamics wouldn't allow that.
Do you not agree that as you go further up in the atmosphere, the wind speed, the rate of change is higher the further you go up?
With jet streams, sometimes that's true, but that's not always true. It could be going the opposite direction. There's jet streams that go both ways. But that's the thing, is there isn't the idea that the Earth is moving.
That's not relative velocity.
Well, what about if you did get in a jet stream, right? Now that's supposed to be saying that the globe says that's moving, to up to 500 miles an hour faster than the rotation, right? So if you're in that jet stream, they say you're supposedly going faster than the actual rotation of the Earth. Now, if the pilot jumps out of that jet stream, right, he's going faster than the rotation. How's he going to get in sync so he can treat the Earth as stationary when he lands?
And maybe he just slows down a little bit.
Yeah, but they're not trained to time their plane to the rotation speed of the Earth. And that's the problem. There's so many variables involved. If there was ever a chance the ground would be moving at any kind of rate separately eastward, the planes would be made differently. Because think about it, if he's flying west-southwest and facing westward as he lands, then there'd be all of this rotation happening separate from the plane, right? Because the plane only got the conservation of momentum for being on the ground. And the atmosphere is not said to be in lockstep with the Earth anyway. So that even if the atmosphere were moving it backwards and there's winds moving it the opposite direction miscellaneously at a variable rate, different hour, different day, there would be all those things that it would have to overcome for it to be in perfect sync. So the pilot, who's only taught to treat the Earth as stationary, can just land as if there's never going to be a problem with the rotation speed eastward, mismatched from his plane's eastward speed. But that's not it's either stationary or there's some kind of magical atmosphere going on that you can't. Out of
curiosity, out of curiosity, what would the difference be? Do you think?
500 miles an hour. That's what I said. He started at the latitude of 500. 500 miles, and he goes to the equator where it's said to be 1,000. So now he's got to be going faster, double, twice as fast backwards and sideways, because the atmosphere would be carrying the plane backwards, even though there could be heavier westward winds one day, lighter westward winds.
It's not a gradient at all. It's 500. If you take off from like Papua New Guinea, you go to New York City, it's going to be 500 miles an hour difference until you hit the ground, and then it's just like a big jerk.
Well, it would be that. You'd break your wheels off if it was at an angle.
No, I think it's a gradient, man. I think it changes as you go up further in latitude.
Well, it changes totally up to zero at the poles. That's the whole point.
Right.
You didn't know that.
So it sort of adjusts in the same way,
But it doesn't. It doesn't adjust. The pilot does nothing to adjust for the tangential velocity of the Earth.
No, not the pilot adjusting, but the natural system adjusts. It's not the same system. Is the same system at 0 degrees latitude the same system at 30 degrees latitude or 60 degrees latitude? It's not. It adjusts. It's a gradient. It's not the same.
Right. Well, that's the thing, is now you have a kinematic concept, right? That no matter where the plane goes, it doesn't matter if they're saying the ground is twice as fast, because it's in the system that I think of as a whole. It could just be in perfect sync and not have to worry about being out of sync, right? But that's not even what the globe model tries to claim. They try to claim there'd be a Coriolis effect to begin with, but they don't have to worry about it because it'd be so much less than the winds, right? I mean, there's a tangential gradient that would have to be accounted for, and it would have to be perfect, and you would have to have a dynamic force. Do you think that the air is accelerating the plane backwards twice as fast and the pilot has no idea?
I think that's called friction.
Well, it doesn't matter what you call it. That would be a headwind that he would be aware of, and there's no headwind. You know that they say that the only time that the atmosphere is truly in sync with the Earth is when there's no wind? Right? That'd be the not wind. There'd be no wind because that's when it's in sync. So you're saying the no wind part is keeping it in sync, even though it's not even claimed to be, because that weather patterns are supposedly caused from it being out of sync to begin with. And winds are not predictable. You'd have winds westward blowing it off of this supposed wind that you imagine is accelerating it backwards. You can't separate the wind from the atmosphere. The wind pushing the plane is the air pushing the plane. You can't have air pushing the plane backwards without an actual dynamic force. Kinematically, you can just say, oh, well, we'll just add that on mathematically as if it exists, even though we have no dynamic explanation for it. That's the difference between kinematics and dynamics. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do. And I think you make a very good point. So my question now is, right, now that I've been convinced, I think, how is there such a global, I call it a conspiracy. How can so many people be deceived by this when it's so obvious? There must be such a significant power behind this that so many people have been deceived.
Well, that's why people have been talking about it for 24/7 straight since 2015. Literally, people have been talking about it every second of the day.
I totally get that. Yeah, but why isn't it bigger?
Because people would rather not know.
Why would they rather not know?
Well, you were talking. I heard people on here talking to you about this before, and it was a good explanation. They were saying that there's these grounding principles that we're taught when we're young that become like a foundation for our psyche, right? And even though it goes against everything we think of as common sense and direct experience, where our psyche's been grounded in this idea that we're on this ball through all the propaganda, seeing it on the movies, seeing it, hearing references to it, also hearing negative references to anyone that thinks it's flat, to think that's the stupidest thing when it's actually the smartest thing. They did everything reversed, right? They made you think you're smart to know you're on a globe and anything about those kind of, kinematic concepts that they've put in your head, right? That's what makes you smart. But they're laughing at you and laughing at us, trying to argue with you because they're like, it's obvious, but they can't get it because they're so indoctrinated.
Right. So let's stop arguing then.
Oh, I'm not arguing. I just wanted to make that clear to you. You get it now, right? Planes couldn't even land. If the globe, planes can't land, right? You get what my point was, or are you just saying that?
Oh, I do get what your point is. Yeah. I feel like there's a big disconnect, and that's what I'm trying to bridge. I'm not trying to be gosh, I don't even know the word, abstentious.
Well, don't worry about what you're trying to do. What you just did was understand that planes couldn't even land if it was a spinning ball, and there's a tangential gradient that they would have to account for that they're not in sync with the Earth with. Right. That for me, that's the reason I bring it up, because that for me debunks the globe better than anything else, because it's a direct experience we all have. We've all been on planes. You went from Los Angeles to Australia, Sydney, and there would, you realize that you would have had this, for you to be in sync, right? Otherwise, if you had cameras on the bottom of the plane, right, you'd be able to see that the Earth is moving eastward at a different rate than your plane is as you went over the equator and then down to Sydney.
And I think the plane did have cameras, actually. We were able to see like the outside of it from the little screens on the headrests.
All right. I've never heard of that before. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That's perfect. If they do that, then you would have seen, like, as your plane's going southward, you would have seen the Earth rotating left to right underneath your plane. You get that? You would have seen a movement in the opposite direction or in a perpendicular direction to the angle of the plane. And you could prove the Earth spins if it was spinning by just that very fact alone. You just fly from Los Angeles to Sydney, Australia, and you would have had to speed up to 1,000 miles an hour to be in sync at the equator. And then as you went over the equator, then your plane would have been slowed down in the opposite direction, right?
From what? That's literally what happened. That's what I'm saying.
Well, it would if you were on a globe. It would have to happen.
That's literally what I'm saying. Is it took 2 hours longer to go the way back than it did to go there in the first place. It's an extra 2 hours.
Right, but that's because of the jet streams, not because of the rotation of the Earth. And if it was the rotation of the Earth, you could have had those cameras capture the rotation of the Earth moving eastward at a different rate than your plane is. It wouldn't have looked like a stationary Earth below, but it looked like a stationary Earth below the whole time, other than the direction of your plane going over the stationary Earth. Otherwise, there would have had to be a force that you could explain dynamically, right, with the air pushing the plane backwards and sideways as it goes south-southwest, right, to speed up to 1,000 miles an hour as it crosses the equator, and then somehow push it the opposite direction to slow it down so it could treat the Earth as stationary when it lands in Sydney. And as it slows to zero, you have to imagine the plane is now going backwards at a different rate than it would have been going backwards when it took off. There's no dynamics to it. There's no dynamics you can name or even research. Go look into it. Come back and tell me what you find out about the tangential gradient and how the plane stays in sync with the Earth. You'll be on a wild goose chase with all the different answers Google tries to give you.
Well, isn't the whole point of airplanes that they don't stay in sync with the Earth, that they outpace it?
If that were the case, you could prove your ball Earth, is what I was just saying. If they were outpacing the Earth, right? If you were starting from somewhere near the North Pole, where you had a zero close to zero tangential velocity eastward. You were flying to a city on the equator that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour. You would have to chase the target to even get there to begin with.
Well, how can I hold on, how can I travel from two places that are on opposite sides of the Earth, and when I leave from one place and I land in the opposite place on the other side of the planet, if I leave in the morning, I still get there in the morning? You know, like if I leave at the night, leave at nighttime.
If it was a flat Earth, right, and the pilot just flew there and landed like it was a flat stationary Earth, there'd be no problems. If the Earth were moving eastward at a separate rate than the plane, there would be problems with him landing because he'd have to have the plane going backwards at the same exact rate so he could treat the Earth as stationary. Regardless of how you picture it in your head, it has to happen on a stationary Earth. Otherwise, the pilots would have to be trained to deal with a moving runway. Necessarily, it's the antecedent to a rotating Earth and a plane in a separate reference frame. There's an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame you have to deal with. And they're not even said to be in sync by the globe model itself because the atmosphere is not in lockstep. No globe Earther tries to claim a lockstep atmosphere any longer because fluid dynamics wouldn't even work that way. Plus, they try to say the weather patterns themselves are caused by the atmosphere not being in sync. And we know winds go in all directions, so the dynamics would never even work anyway because the winds could be going heavier westward one day or lighter westward. And how is it going to compensate for those westward winds more one day and more like it could think its way through it to make the plane in sync? So the pilot could be under the illusion that the Earth is stationary when he lands, even though as he's slowing down to zero in the opposite direction, you have to believe the atmosphere is blowing the plane backwards at the exact rate of the Earth. Dude, that's crazy. So any pilot that, if you tried to convince a pilot that was happening, even if he thought he was on a globe Earth, you would be laughing at you because he would know if his plane's being carried backwards twice as fast as where he took off from.
He wouldn't. That's complete crap.
Oh, he wouldn't. You would just be under the illusion that it's stationary, huh?
So what is it? When a pilot's flying, what does he sense? Wind speed. That's all. How fast the air is coming over the aircraft. That's the only thing he's really aware of. Right? Until he starts the corner. If he's flying in a straight line, he knows nothing other than the airspeed. When he starts the corner, he'll feel G forces. So if he's traveling through the air at a given airspeed, his speed relative to the ground is irrelevant to him.
Well, yeah, it has to be irrelevant because it's stationary. If it was actually moving, it wouldn't be irrelevant. It'd be a big problem.
Whether it's moving or stationary, it's irrelevant to him because his speed relative to the air, which is relative to the ground, is more or less controlled by his maximum airspeed and the maximum wind speed. He can never be traveling faster than the ground in the combination of wind speed and airspeed.
Right, because it's stationary ground. If the ground were moving at a separate rate eastward than the plane, that what does matter, it would matter if it was actually moving. Well, yes, because if I ask you this question, which will tell everyone everything that they need to know, what would be the difference between training a pilot to fly and land on a stationary Earth as opposed to training a pilot to fly and land on an oblate spinning spheroid Earth? What would be the difference in how you would train them?
There's no difference.
Exactly the answer I expected. Everyone hear that? There would be no difference, even though we have a tangential gradient to deal with, without any dynamic forces to explain how the plane would be in sync with the Earth. He's going to say there would be no difference because the pilot would be well aware of those things, which is my point you came in on, and just declared that it's wrong without any kind of explanation that actually fits the model that you believe in.
I'm just gonna intervene real quick here because I heard something insane. There's no explanation as to how the plane is in sync with the Earth. Is that what you said?
Yep, it wouldn't be in sync.
No, there is an explanation. It's conservation of momentum. It's the same concept as when you throw a ball in the air in a train or something, right? Like even if you don't give it, any what's the word? Like you just throw it straight up. It's not going to go backwards in the opposite direction of the train. It's still going to travel with the train, right? So why is that? It's because of the conservation of momentum, which is the same concept that applies to planes. That's why they're consistent with their position on the Earth.
You weren't here for the beginning of my scenario that I was talking to Charzy about. what I said was, I asked if he was familiar with the conservation of momentum and the idea that if you jumped up at a latitude where they say the ground's moving at 500 miles an hour, right? The reason you wouldn't expect that the Earth is moving separately below you is because you were on the ground already moving at 500 miles an hour, and you conserve the momentum, so you land back down in the same spot. That's what you're talking about, right?
You would land. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So that's the conservation of momentum that the plane or the helicopter or the person jumping up would impart. It's imparted onto the plane, or thought to be, because it's already moving at that speed at that latitude. The problem I was presenting is when it goes west-southwest against the spin, it's just a joyriding pilot. He's going to find a clearing. There's somewhere to land in after he does a bunch of loops all over the Earth. He's going all different directions all over the place. But eventually he's going to land around the equator where they say the ground is moving twice as fast as where he took off from, which is where he got the conservation of momentum from. So even if you kept that 500 eastward tangential velocity conservation of momentum from where he took off from, even if you kept, which is ridiculous to think, it would still be moving eastward at 500 miles an hour by the time it got to the equator. But even if you kept all of that, you wouldn't have the 1,000 mile an hour rotation speed that they say the Earth is going at the equator, right? So the plane would have to be, especially if it's going against the spin, facing westward when it lands. Now you have to imagine the atmosphere is carrying the plane backwards twice as fast as where it took off from, even though it's facing the opposite direction, slowing to 0 miles an hour to land on the surface. A pilot can always assume to treat it stationary. So you have to understand that there's no dynamic explanation for that, and winds go in all directions, which would be variables that would not even be able to even be calculatable by any pilot that's actually having to deal with a tangential velocity gradient, where he's leaving a surface that's moving at 500 miles an hour and having to be twice as fast eastward, headed in the opposite direction by the time he lands. There is no globe explanation for that other than to say you don't train pilots differently. It's just like it's stationary, even though it's rotating, and there would be two different reference frames with a tangential gradient that is not accounted for.
Give it a second. So, just real quick, I can give you the details on that, but I believe that the explanation for what you just said on the globe has to do with the fact that the atmosphere moves with the Earth as well. I cannot give you exactly the specifics on that because I'm not. Yeah, sure.
I just said you'd have to imagine the atmosphere making the plane go faster backwards and sideways as it's coming to a land facing westward. But there's no dynamics. The pilot would know that his plane's moving backwards and sideways twice as fast by the time he gets there, because there would be winds in the form of the atmosphere pushing him backwards that he would have to deal with. So as he lands, he could have westward winds, he could have northward, he could have southward winds pushing him the opposite direction. So you have to imagine the actual winds, the dynamic winds, pushing him perpendicular.
It's not the wind. There's no wind pushing him.
As he's facing westward.
That's not how it works.
Okay, so the atmosphere pushes him without seeing a wind? No, they say that the only time.
There wouldn't be wind pushing him backwards. You're completely misunderstanding.
You're right. There wouldn't be. There wouldn't be, and there isn't, because it's stationary. You have to imagine that there's some force.
You're misrepresenting the explanation. That's not what it means.
Well, no, they say that the only time. No, listen. They say the only time that the atmosphere is actually supposedly in sync with the Earth is when there's no wind, right? So you have to imagine, just because it's the air that's thought to be moving faster at that place where he's trying to land, just the mere idea that he's in the air, that means he's already automatically accelerating backwards at that rate. There doesn't even need to be a wind. It's just because we think of the air as in sync, we can think of the plane as in sync, even though there's no dynamics that would make that at all possible in any kind of world that any kind of laws of physics apply to.
What's the rate of acceleration that the pilot would have to experience? So let's simplify this new perspective. Oh, we just lost him, did we? I know.
Oh, okay.
Let's simplify this. Let's go back to the scenario where the air is still. Just to control things, right? So we can talk about one thing at a time. So let's assume that the air is still. The pilot's taken off at 45 degrees north and he's flying to the equator on a route directly north-south. So what is the rate of change of momentum the pilot has to have in terms of absolute momentum from an external observer to keep up with the globe? How quickly does his momentum need to change over the 5 hours it takes to do that trip?
Well, for my scenario, it makes it a little more difficult for you to figure that out because
no, start off with a simple scenario. You've got to start with a scenario you can understand. You can add everything you want in so nobody can ever solve your problem. If you want to understand it, you need to simplify it first, then add the complexity. But you add the complexity and then you add more until nobody can even understand the situation you're describing. So start with a simple scenario
let me make it very clear for you.
And nail it down and stick to it.
No. I'm not going to be directed by you, first of all, because I was talking to Chargy about a very particular scenario that you brought it in on as if you had an answer for it, and you don't, because I've talked to you enough times about this, where you say you imagine the plane going from the North Pole to the equator and somehow picking up a tangential velocity of 1,000 miles an hour without the pilot doing anything, or even knowing that his plane is being moved sideways and all of that, and you try to say it's a ground path, because if he's staying on course, then he must be correcting for that, and somehow the plane is making himself go eastward faster. That is not the case.
Exactly.
In this scenario, that's why I make this scenario where he's going west-southwest. He has no ground path. He's doing big loops. He even went back almost to where he started from. And you have to imagine that whole time that he's staying in sync with the Earth, that changes its eastward tangential velocity up to 1,000, down to 500, and then he goes back to where he came from. Now he's going left. Now he's going to the right-hand side of the plane just as fast as the Earth, and then he spins back around, and now his left-hand side of the plane is going faster because of the air thought to be in sync. All of those dynamic things that are making the plane go back and forth to be in perfect sync with the Earth are just happening because of the idea that he's in the air. This is just a pilot that's joyriding. He's going to find a clearing to land in. He's got no path. He's got no destination, no calculations you could even make. But we all know he can treat the Earth as perfectly stationary because that's what pilots have done since they started flying. They didn't have to have a ground path. They just treat the Earth as stationary, and the only way that's possible is if it's actually stationary.
Oh, first of all, I agree. They treat it as stationary because the rate of rotation compared to their speed is very slow. So if you consider that pilot doing his joyride, at what point in time does his speed relative to the ground exceed his maximum allowable airspeed plus the maximum wind speed?
Well, what do you mean, speed forward? No, the plane only flies forward at one vector.
Time, when does his speed over the ground exceed his maximum allowable airspeed plus the wind speed?
No, you understand that there's two different vectors we're talking about, Dazzle. The eastward tangential vector is separate. Like, listen, no, his forward vector, right, west-southwest, facing against the spin, and going side to side, that's a completely separate vector from the eastward tangential vector that he would have to be in sync with the Earth with. He does nothing at all with the plane to try to make it go sideways and backwards to be in sync with the Earth. There's nothing about that the pilot flying forward has to do with this eastward tangential gradient. That has to happen separately in the background without the pilot. Otherwise, we would train a pilot to deal with that, which you already admitted they don't train for. They just train them as if it's stationary.
Yeah, because... So you look at the scenario when an aircraft takes off. They start off, they have the same velocity as the ground, right? Whatever the ground is doing, they have the same velocity.
Supposedly,
you agree on that?
That's imaginary as well. That's imaginary.
No. If you're on the ground, if the ground is moving, you have the same velocity, right? Whether it's moving or not, you have the same.
That's the theory. Right? So if you're headed west-southwest from the airport you take off from at a 500 mile per hour latitude, then you just have to imagine the plane's going sideways and backwards at 500 miles an hour because it started from there, even though it's only going forward at 100 miles an hour the whole time. You have to imagine this. Let's say it's a Cessna. It's only going 100 miles an hour max, but it goes west-southwest against the spin. Somehow you have to imagine it going from 500 miles per hour eastward, sideways, and backwards to 1,000 miles an hour eastwards and backwards as it's coming down to a land still carried by this air thought to be about in sync, not even in sync, just generally in sync or thought to be in sync. So now it's in perfect sync now. So now it's just perfectly in sync. The plane doesn't have to worry about any other winds that affected that flight route because those winds aren't part of the atmosphere that's moving his plane backwards and sideways faster than when he took off from. Just those winds have nothing to do with it, right? He could be pushed, in the opposite direction, heavy westward winds all day long, but he's still moving backwards at just the right amount so that he can treat the Earth as stationary.
At the beginning.
There's no dynamics to it, Daza. You can just imagine it and kinematically think of it as it works, but the dynamics would not work. There's none of it. None of it would work.
And so back to Matrix question, I don't need to prove that my aircraft is the same speed as the ground because I'm attached
stop.
to the ground.
I never claimed you had to prove the aircraft is the same speed as the ground. I asked you to prove the ground was spinning. The ground's moving. Yes, it does.
No.
Because if you can't prove the ground moving, all of your flight shit means fuck all.
Okay. So let's start off.
Well, the ground was moving off the ground, right? It would be fucked.
Hey, new perspective. You just went on for 5 minutes. Give me a crack. So let's start off on the ground, right? We're on the ground. There's some wind. Our speed, if we've got some rotational motion with the Earth or not, our speed relative to the ground is 0. There is an airspeed, which is also relative to the ground. It is in some direction. It is at some small speed compared to how fast our aircraft can go. We take off. We have some speed relative to the air. We have some speed relative to the ground. And we fly. Now, the question here is what happens to our speed relative to the rest of the universe, right? If the Earth is rotating. So the plane is pushing along, pushing against the air. The air is wind, and our speed is compared to the wind, which is compared to the ground. We can never exceed the ground speed by more than those two put together, right? We do this for a few hours, whether the Earth is moving or not. We have never got behind the Earth by more than our allowable airspeed plus the wind speed. We slow down and we land. That is as simple as it is, right?
So what are you saying? The ground's not moving? We know. We're trying to fucking tell you that.
I'm saying it doesn't matter whether it's moving or not. There's no difference, right? Because you're not moving fast.
So excellent. If there's no difference and you can't even prove difference, how do you know it's moving?
You can't tell by ordinary aircraft flight. That's what I'm saying.
So if you're flying north, let's just pick a day. There is 0 wind. You're flying north. Why is the Baltard not rotating underneath you?
Are we following a track, Matrix? We've got a flight
You
plan?
are flying north.
Okay, so we've got a compass heading we're following.
North.
So it's important, I need to know how we're determining north. Are we just facing north and flying?
Oh, you can go and sniff your armpits for all I fucking care. You're going north.
Okay. So...
For fuck's sake, why do you have to dribble around so much?
Because it makes a difference. If you drive a car...
No, it doesn't. Right? You're flying north. There is 0 wind. How do you account for the Baltard that's supposed to be rotating underneath you?
So, if there's 0 wind and you're flying north, how far are we flying? And for how long? And how fast?
5,000 miles north.
5,000 miles north. So that's going to take us 6 or 8 hours, right? And
correct.
So if we were to just point and follow compass north, we would get some kind of drift, I'm sure of it.
You're sure of it?
Move.
Proven, or you're just imagining this?
Well, it's like anybody here. Nobody has any concrete proof of this data because pilots.
So you've got no proof of ground movement underneath the plane. Excellent. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and that's what I said before. That there is no. It doesn't give you any evidence one way or the other. That it's easy to account for it.
Except the only problem is not having to dip your nose to go around it. That's a bit of a problem. But anyways.
What's the rate of dip? 1 degree every 60 miles?
Yeah, but it's still negative. That's the problem. Planes don't fly negative pitch.
But
you know that as well as I do.
So what is your pitch measured relative to?
The gyroscope that's in the plane.
Yeah, but not just the gyroscope. It's the gyroscope is correcting for down, right? So it's always pointing down.
No, it's not.
No,
the gyroscope is fixed off takeoff. You know that.
The gyroscope.
Okay, Dazza, you can make up all the stories you like, but if it's constantly correcting for down as you worded it, you may as well not have pitch data. Because that means it would never be accurate because it's always changing for down. Pitch data is based off of when the gyroscope first spools up. It gets locked into its position at its horizontal, and then the plane pitches yours and rolls around it.
There are no
and that data is recorded.
There are no mechanical gyroscopes that can maintain perfect rigidity in space during those kind of maneuvers. Gyroscopes are constantly corrected by things called pendulous vanes, and in more modern...
That's to slow down the inaccuracies, we know.
Yeah. But the whole aim is to give you a reliable reference as a pilot that points directly
as horizontal, so they know where the horizon is.
Yeah, and then get a horizon from your vertical reference, right?
And the data is registered from this. So your problem is you probably haven't looked at pitch data. It also shows altitude. If you'd have looked at it, you'd have went, oh, wow, the pitch is consistent. So if the pitch is consistent and you're flying around a ball, that means you would have to gain in elevation. Now, you have a look at your elevation and your elevation doesn't gain. So you have to question that. Model? Why does the elevation not gain? Why does the pitch not gain? Because there's no curvature underneath it. You're flying over a plane.
So
that's why. If you were flying over a curve, your pitch would be slightly down, or you'd fly straight, tilt down. Fly straight, tilt down if you wanted to make it really choppy. It would have to be negative to get around a ball, or your elevation would be dropping. Or raising to suit which way you're going.
Can I give you a hypothetical, which is the ball model? So in the ball model, vertical is radial, right?
We're not after your hypotheticals. We're after reality. This is where you guys keep coming unstuck. It's just reality, mate. Well, this is what happens. If you don't like it, well, deal with it.
Well, everything else says that reality is actually curved. But anyway.
Except the measurement. Everything says it's curved. So let's go and measure it, Dazza, you and me. Let's go and get a big fuck-off laser and we'll shoot the bastard across a lake and we'll see what comes out. You tell me when you're ready, I'll take you there, mate.
So you accept the laser, but you won't accept geodetic survey, right?
Why would I accept survey? Allegedly, think about this logically, Dazza. If you do a measurement, why does it need to be modified through a formula after you've done the measurement? You've done a direct measurement. If you measure your table at a specific distance, so 1 metre wide, why then do you need to put it through a formula to bend it? Why? If you've measured it directly, that's a direct measurement. You don't have to punch those numbers through a formula to wrap it around a ball. Interesting how geodetic survey does that.
You have this problem, though. If you do not do that, your geodetic survey data does not line up.
Because it's not a fucking ball. That's why it doesn't line up. Hello, McFly.
If you do not apply these adjustments, the data does not line up. The adjustments are because you're on a ball, and to make things.
The adjustments are because you're not on a ball. It doesn't line up because you're a fucking clown. Seriously, Dazza, if you've measured something, you've measured something. You don't have to bend it and wrap it and warp it. The measurements would be direct. They are accurate and true. Why do they have to run it through a formula to wrap it around a ball?
Because you need to be able to compare it or join it to other measurements that are also on that same surface. So basically, it's
you've got nothing. You know that. You've got nothing. You're in here dribbling shit. I'm going back to my computer.
I'll agree I'm not an expert on geodetic surveying. I can talk to you about GPS, but we won't do that today. We've done that before.
Yeah, and you failed last time, so don't bother again.
I don't think I failed. I don't think anybody... The only person that's ever given a reasonable refutation of GPS was T-Dub, and that was I have no evidence that I haven't seen it work everywhere kind of refutation, and that's all that he could do. But you cannot dispute the fact that GPS measures curvature. But anyway, back to the flying, right?
And you can't prove it does anyways. So here we are at a loggerheads. You can't prove it does measure curvature, and we can't prove it doesn't, but yet you claim that there's these things up in space, which is a violation of natural laws. So
it's not
where
a violation
are you going,
of natural laws.
So they're not in space?
We told you that. Oh, they're in space. There's no doubt about that. They have to be.
So how do they get to space when it's a violation of natural law?
It's not a violation of natural law. That's how.
Okay, then. Please explain to the panel why it's not a violation of natural law.
Okay, so we have a phenomena, an observable phenomena in the atmosphere where the pressure reduces with altitude. So, and this is directly measurable, right? You can measure the pressure with altitude, and by the time you get to 10 kilometres, commercial aircraft height, you're down to less than 1/10 of the surface pressure. If you were to create an amateur rocket and shoot it up to 30 kilometres or 50 kilometres, you'd be down to 1/100th of the atmospheric pressure.
Harriet.
If you had the resources to go to 100 kilometres, you would get so low you couldn't measure the pressure anymore. So your natural violation is that pressure, right?
So you're claiming the pressure gradient goes all the way up, all the way up, all the way up, till it just zeroes off and then runs negative numbers.
Yep. No, it doesn't go negative, no. It goes to zero.
Allegedly, space is a vacuum with 10 to the negative 17 torr.
That's a positive number.
Positive?
10 to the negative 17 torr is a positive number.
Well, have you ever stood next to a tractor tyre when it goes off and it ruptures or punctures?
Yeah, what's the pressure in a tractor tyre?
Only about 40 pounds, 50 pound.
40. Yeah, okay. So what's the
and what's the difference between ground? And here's another problem, Dazza. You claim about this gradient, but in order for you to have gradient, you've got to have containment in the first place for your pressure. Your gradient needs containment for the pressure in the first place. See how you've got pressure gradient? You're concentrating on the gradient. You're forgetting about the pressure bit.
Yeah.
So again, how do you get into space? How do you get into space again with your containment required for your pressure?
So I'm making no claims about the container, where it is.
I have a relevant.
No, you're making claims about getting into space and how it's not a violation of natural law.
Matrix.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can see your container collapsing there. So.
No, that's just hollow words, Dazza. I can see you dancing around with fuck all evidence.
Sorry,
because we can prove this.
I'd like to address the side chat real quick, Matrix. I'm trying to yes and what you were saying, bro. Because you made a mention.
A vacuum. Oh my goodness.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the pressure difference between the inside of that container and the outside?
Not as much as what space is, allegedly, to what we are here.
Tell me what the pressure difference is.
Inside that thing?
Yeah. 14 psi is the pressure difference.
It's far less than the vacuum of space, that's for sure.
No, it's 14 psi. What's the difference between the vacuum of space?
Look at him. No. It's 14 psi. So let me get this straight. On the ground, we're supposed to be, I think it's about 760 torr, and now you're saying that's only 14 psi, so that's not a problem.
So it's
10 to the negative 17 versus that. Daz, you're full of shit.
So Matrix, do you want to go to the absolute extreme here, right? So you've got 10 to the negative 17 torr.
Yeah, Daz, you're just dancing around it. You've got an extreme vacuum. Look at the shipping container there. Right. So under gas laws, what would happen? So all the gas would fuck off. You know that as well as I do.
So let's go to the most.
And he's still not going to accept that. He's just going to keep preaching.
Just let me finish. So let's go to the most extreme scenario you can imagine. Zero pressure, right? That is the most extreme vacuum. Zero pressure, which is not 10 to the minus 17. It's zero. Okay. So what is the difference between 0 psi and atmospheric pressure at sea level?
I'm going to read something out for you because obviously you're too fucking stupid to understand anything else. If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing but for you to collapse in deepest humiliation. Arthur Eddington.
Wait, Matrix, real quick, before we continue, can you state the second law of thermodynamics?
High pressure or Matrix? No, that's not correct.
I didn't hear what that was, but anyways. You're breaking up, KC. I just heard, like, static.
All right.
Yeah. So anyway, right. Regardless of
what anything else you want, anyone, Dazza.
No.
Your claim is going to be from perfect zero, you're only 14 psi difference at best. So therefore, it's only 14 psi.
That's correct. That is the answer. Well done.
You're a fucking idiot.
The 10 to the minus 17 torr is better than zero. That's more pressure than zero, right?
Where is zero? Where have you measured zero? Where is this at?
Well, there is no zero measurement. We don't need zero measurement, right?
Why are you talking about it? If there's no such a thing?
Yeah, that's it. Because we're trying to make it as bad as possible, right? We're trying to make the scenario as worse as we possibly can. And we know that...
are you trying to fake it till you make it?
No, we know that when we get into the measurable upper atmosphere where we've sent instrumentation, we know that by the time we get up to 20 or 30 kilometers, the pressure is so close to zero, it doesn't matter. Right?
When and where? When and where?
Okay, so you want to know the specifics of when this was done?
Yeah, when and where and who? Who, what, when, where, and how?
There's a whole bunch of amateur rockets that have done this, that have gone up to 20 or 30 kilometers.
Can you post it? You post it?
Not now, I can't. But you've seen this stuff before, Jimsy. You know it.
Really? You have? You got this? Yep. You got the zero measurement?
No, there's not a zero measurement. I'm trying to make it worse than our practical measurements, right?
There is no zero measurement. You made a claim about zero measurement, but you don't have it.
Yeah, I'm saying I want to make it as bad as possible, right? I want to say that when we get up there, it is actually zero.
So you don't.
But the reality is
the lack of evidence is the evidence. That's your argument.
So the reality is, it doesn't matter how low the pressure goes. It's never more than 14 psi below sea level. That's the answer.
So the zero movement of the ground is the evidence of zero movement of the movement of the ground.
It has nothing to do with movement of the ground. I'm not going to know how we got here, but we got onto the atmospheric pressure.
Evidence of zero. So you got nothing for the globe. Zero.
We got to the point where we're talking about the atmospheric pressure. And somebody said there was a violation. And I said there's no violation because we can measure the pressure gradient in the atmosphere and it clearly drops to effectively zero, right?
So you jump from the non-movement of the ground and clay movement, and you go to claiming zero pressure.
But I don't know how we got onto the pressure argument, but we did.
I have to go actually now, Dazza, real quick. Did you see the thing I put in the chat? I'll post it in there one more time for you, just so you know the situation.
Perspective. We need to nail down the scenario, right? We need to start off with the basics. We need to eliminate variables, and we need to look at these things in detail.
Look at what I put in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at it now.
This is the flight that Charlie was talking about, right? Where he goes from Los Angeles to Sydney. Now,
I've done that one.
For the plane to stay in sync, right, with the Earth. So otherwise, you could just put cameras on the bottom of the plane, and you can see that the Earth is moving eastward at a different rate than the plane is, right? But the plane's flying against the spin all the way there and south. So you're imagining the air accelerating the plane backwards up to 1,025 miles an hour, and then slowing it down the opposite direction somehow, so it can treat the Earth as stationary when it lands at a 515 miles per hour tangential velocity on the ground at the airport in Sydney. How are you imagining the air is doing that? There's no dynamics there.
So there's a couple of things going on.
And the pilot can't correct for anything there.
He doesn't need to, right? Because he's always
stationary.
So he's following that red line, following the ground track at his maximum airspeed, right? So if he follows the ground track at his maximum airspeed, it doesn't really matter too much what else is going on because he's kind of attached to the ground.
It does. If you believe that the plane is accelerated eastward up to 1,025 miles an hour, so he'd be in sync at the equator, and then somehow the atmosphere is slowing him down to exactly 515 miles an hour so that he could treat the Earth as stationary in Sydney. If that's what you think's going on, there's a problem. If it's just stationary, there's no problem. He just flies straight there and lands on a stationary Earth.
But he's always flying no more than 1,000 miles an hour above ground speed, right?
No, his max, the vector forward has nothing to do with eastward. See, that's why I put the arrows now.
No. It's his vector relative to the ground that is important,
right? He's got a 300 miles cruising speed forward. His plane's not going 1,000 miles an hour eastward and then going down to 515, starting at 963. None of that's going on. And if it is, it has to be happening separately from his forward vector. He flies the plane forward up to 300 miles an hour. That's his cruising speed. He lands as if the Earth is stationary. Now you have to imagine the eastward tangential velocity of the plane increased and decreased because it was in the air, or it's stationary, one or the other.
Okay, so if we want to look at this in terms of his absolute speed, so if we're on the outside and the Earth is rotating under us, right? So we see these velocities compared to us. If when he takes off, he's already got 900 miles an hour, right? Because he's traveling with the Earth. So he's got to gain 300 miles an hour over 8 or 9. No, it's 13 hours that flight, isn't it? I think from LA to Sydney. He's got to gain 300 miles an hour over 13 hours. So what's that acceleration?
No, I'm asking
like
you.
One mile an hour per minute, right?
Wait, when you say he's got to gain, what do you mean by he's got to? The pilot doesn't do anything about gaining speed.
No, yeah.
He's just going west on west. So what do you mean when you say he's got to gain? The atmosphere has to make the plane go that fast?
So we already know the atmosphere is picking up that speed along the way, right?
No, we don't know that. The atmosphere could be blowing in the opposite direction. It could be blowing northward, southward. The winds are going to blow the plane in all different directions at unpredictable rates.
Well, let's
so
say
the wind moving, the air moving the plane would be a wind. And those could be going very heavy westward all day long, right? So it's going against the spin to begin with, and there's a westward wind that's pushing him faster eastward rather than pushing him backwards faster. Do you get that?
Right, yeah. So let's stick with that westward wind, right? So let's say he's got a wind against him all the way of 80 miles an hour.
No, westward wind would be with him. Right, westward wind would be with him. Eastward wind would be against him.
Okay, let's say he's got a wind. Pick one. You got to pick
westward
one, right?
Wind, look at the scenario. The westward wind would give him more speed westward. So you have to imagine it's actually gaining tangential velocity backwards to be in sync with the equator, because there's never going to be a time where the Earth is moving eastward at a different rate than the plane is. Or we could just prove the Earth spins, put a camera out the window, right? And you could see the Earth spinning left to right underneath the plane at a different rate, and you could prove your Earth spins.
Well, you can't prove Earth spin from aircraft flight.
Well, no, of course not, because it's not spinning.
No.
If it was spinning, you could, by this very scenario.
You cannot prove Earth spin, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but you cannot demonstrate it from an aircraft flight.
Well, then you're saying that the plane's in perfect sync, going up to 1,025 miles per hour eastward, and it's in perfect sync when it lands at 515 miles per hour eastward. And you have to explain the dynamics of what made the plane gain eastward tangential velocity and then lose eastward tangential velocity to be in perfect sync with it. You have to have the dynamic explanation that actually is something physical you can state and name and cite, and pilots would have to be treated. They have to be trained to know that that's happening, because if it was ever out of sync with the Earth, it could never land the plane. And it wouldn't be stationary relative to the plane, because there's no force to make the plane go faster and slower from just being in the air. Winds going westward would one day faster and slower the next day would have to be compensated for differently by the air accelerating the plane eastward, backwards, and sideways, which doesn't happen because the Earth is stationary. That's the only way it could treat it as stationary, is if the Earth is stationary. Prove me wrong. You can't.
So at any point in time, when does the pilot get out of synchronization with the Earth? When do they fly through?
Never.
Never. Exactly.
Never.
Right.
Because it's stationary. Because it's stationary. Yeah. But if it was moving, he would be out of sync. That's the point.
Why?
because there's a inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. They do not move in lockstep. Even if you want to think of it as lockstep, it doesn't move in lockstep. Fluid dynamics wouldn't allow it. The atmosphere moves at a different rate than the Earth is even said to be. They even claim that the weather patterns are caused by the atmosphere being out of sync with the Earth's surface. So that claim alone wouldn't make it perfectly in sync. And there's no dynamics that would even allow you to sanely apply to a plane. A pilot would laugh at you. If you said the air is carrying him backwards to be in sync with the Earth at the exact same rate, even though the winds could be pushing him in the opposite direction and he's slowing down to a land facing the opposite direction, you have to believe the air is carrying him backwards to be in sync with the Earth with no dynamics or any kind of theory. Even there's no theory. They just say it works because the air is generally thought to be about the same rate. That's not even good enough, and it wouldn't move the plane anyway. Right. Air carrying the wind would be a wind, a detectable wind, a dynamic wind, which doesn't happen.
So at any point in time, the wind, we know the wind speed, right? That's the airspeed relative to the ground. We know that for the entire flight.
Right, with stationary ground. If it was a moving ground, it'd be totally different.
Why?
Because there'd be a different tangential velocity eastward.
No. Why would the wind speed be any different?
Because there'd be a gradient, a tangential velocity gradient. That fluid dynamics would not allow you to think about the air in perfect lockstep. No glober even tries to claim lockstep because it's insane for all kinds of reasons, and it's not even claimed. The globe doesn't even claim that happened. The globe claims it's out of sync, right? So you're never going to have even what you need. Even if it worked perfectly, it wouldn't be good enough.
Okay, so we need to simplify this so you can understand it. So imagine the.
What about me understanding it? Don't even frame it that way. I understand it perfectly. You have to explain where the dynamics come from. Don't make it out to be that I don't understand something because I'm drawing you a scenario you have no answer for.
Okay, so let's simplify things and assume the Earth is not rotating, but it's just translating through space, right? Big flat disk, not rotating, zooming through space. What is going to happen to the air there?
No.
What would happen to wind in a big flat disk moving through space? I'm not saying this is a flat Earth argument. I'm saying, what happens to the air in that scenario? If we had an infinite plane with air and it's moving, we're going to get a wind, right? That there's going to be a hydrodynamic
drag.
Like
it is now. You have winds going in all directions, variably, unpredictably. So any air moving the plane would be a wind, and that's detectable by the pilot, right? He's aware of those things happening. If there was an eastward wind making the plane go twice as fast backwards and sideways, he would know about it.
But he does. He's adjusting for wind all the time, right?
No, he's not adjusting. There's no flight path. He's just flying. If he had westward winds, he had westward winds pushing him in the opposite direction all day long. He knows about those westward winds. So you're saying the westward winds that are moving him faster the opposite direction wouldn't make any difference? He would still be being pushed eastward? Even though you got
we're talking about the same scenario that you've got on the screen here. Are we talking about the LAX to Sydney?
It doesn't even matter. There's no destination in my scenario.
Because
you can have a destination,
changing, right?
No, because you have to imagine the atmosphere. The atmosphere is pushing the plane backwards and sideways. Is that what you believe?
Yes.
And then there's winds moving heavier the opposite direction one day compared to another day, right?
The wind speed doesn't really matter in this scenario.
Oh, but then what's pushing the plane backwards, accelerating it faster to land on the Earth as if it's stationary or slower?
Yeah.
What's actually the force there? What's that force?
So the aircraft is maintained. The aircraft is maintaining airspeed through its engines, right? And its ground speed is equal to the airspeed plus the wind speed or minus the wind speed.
The ground speed is in relation to a stationary Earth. If it was a moving Earth, there'd be a tangential gradient for him to account for. And the atmosphere would have to be in perfect lockstep, even though there's heavier westward winds, and it would have to move the plane backwards, even if there's winds moving the opposite direction, and he's flying against the spin. The dynamics aren't there, Daza. No matter how you want to call the answer as if there's an answer, you have no answer.
I think I understand where you're getting confused now. So the the pilot is flying, right?
I'm not confused, by the way. You always have to frame it that way. I'm not confused.
He's got a maximum amount of thrust he can apply, right? And a maximum airspeed he's allowed to achieve. So he's flying along. All he knows about his velocity is how fast the air is shooting past him. He'll be able to measure his ground speed through other means, but all he's doing is controlling his airspeed and following a ground track. So all the way along that path, he's maintaining a safe, efficient airspeed, which is relative to the wind, which is relative to the ground. And if he's slowing down relative to the ground or he's speeding up relative to the ground, it's very insignificant compared to his overall speed, right? So if he's flying along and he's doing, I'm metric here, if you're doing 900 kilometers an hour cruising speed in a 777 and the wind speed is 100 kilometers an hour, your ground speed might be anywhere between 1,000 and 800 kilometers an hour, depending on the wind speed. But you're maintaining that airspeed and you're maintaining the track. The fact that you are rotating forwards with the Earth or backwards with the Earth and gaining from the outside perspective a few hundred kilometers an hour over a 13-hour period is insignificant. The rate of acceleration required to keep up. What is the rate of acceleration?
Call it insignificant. No, listen, bro. You're not even listening. So if the Earth were moving underneath it in a separate reference frame, there would have to be something making the plane stick with the Earth. But there's no claim for that. They just say kinematically you can think of it as insignificant. The engines aren't moving in the eastward direction. The engines are pushing the plane west-southwest against the spin and slowing down in the opposite direction when it lands. What?
The aircraft's velocity vector is its airspeed vector plus the wind speed vector. You add them together, you get the ground speed vector. Okay?
So the ground speed vector is in relation to a stationary ground. If the ground were moving separately from the plane, that would all be different when they fly.
No. Okay. So let's have a look at another scenario, right? You can get a drone and fly. You can get a drone and fly it in a train or in an aircraft.
I have to talk some sense into this guy because he just ignores it. He's just like, the atmosphere is moving it backwards and sideways faster. And no, it's the engines doing it. No, it's the atmosphere. Do you mean it's the engines doing it, or do you mean it's the atmosphere doing it?
The engines are maintaining airspeed, and the wind plus engine airspeed is what your ground speed is. The fact that you're picking up speed compared to some.
The ground speed is the speed of the plane in relation to a stationary ground, not a moving ground.
No, just to any ground.
Oh, it's a moving ground? Oh, it's a moving ground. So there's a different tangential velocity that the plane has to worry about.
Yeah. It's like I can run from one end.
Oh, well, that's great. You could just prove your Earth spins. You could just show the Earth spinning at a different rate as it goes over the equator, that it's moving. The air is not keeping it in lockstep. We already established the air is not keeping it in lockstep because that's not even said to be in lockstep. And winds could be going in the opposite direction. So no air is moving the plane faster eastward to keep up with the Earth to make sure that it looks stationary from any passengers looking out the window. It always is stationary. Otherwise, you'd see it moving left to right underneath your plane as you go southward. You would see a difference in tangential velocity because of the gradient. Look at the graph and explain to us what's happening. Is the plane ever out of sync, going over the equator and then slowing down to 500? Then the Earth is stationary. Because if it wasn't stationary, it wouldn't be in sync. Without the mechanism to make it in sync, and you have no mechanism. The air goes in all directions.
Plus wind.
There's no formula. You can just say thrust plus wind. The winds are going in the opposite direction. If there was something for the other winds that are making them go faster eastward to compensate for, that pilot would know about it. Dude, I have to go. You are making a fool of yourself every time I talk to you, even worse. You really are, and you don't realize it. Because if you're a really nice guy, maybe you actually believe what you're saying, or maybe you're just defending it. But your common sense should hit you in the back of the head someday. Honestly.
So next time we'll start from the beginning and we'll nail down the scenario and we'll go step by step by step. All right?
I did. I nailed it down all night, and you got nailed.
No, you had us flying around doing loops within about 2 seconds.
Everybody else heard the conversation that you decided didn't happen, I guess.
No, you always want to go and do loops. You want to fly around. You want to not fly a path. You want to follow a path.
And you have to imagine
you want no wind. You want wind going west. Wind going west.
Yeah, exactly. Big loops, just like any pilot can do in a joyride. He doesn't have to have a destination or a ground course. He can fly wherever he wants and not worry about it. An emergency flight where he has to go off path and all that happens, he could just land wherever he wants and always treat the Earth as stationary. And you have to have some kind of magical atmosphere that keeps him in sync, even though it's the engine's doing it. You have no idea what you're talking about at all, ever. But you sound smart, which makes it kind of like deceiving.
It's like flying a drone in an aircraft, right? The drone has a speed relative to the ground that's significantly faster than its airspeed. You can fly around in there. You don't care that you're moving. Okay.
You don't have a ground speed. You have to imagine if you did the big loops, that it's pushing the plane to the left-hand side and then to the right-hand side, no matter where he goes. The atmosphere is clinging onto the plane and acting like Velcro with the surface of the Earth, which the atmosphere is not even claimed to do. But it would have to act that way for your kinematic concept and whole world view to stay alive. And that's why you cling on to these ridiculous explanations that would not even work dynamically. And think about them kinematically and just say, oh, it works because we have to think about ground speed, even though it's a stationary ground relative to the plane's movement that even gives it a ground speed. If there was a tangential gradient, the ground speed would change all the time. It's not even said to be in the same reference frame, but you're treating it as one reference frame when it's actually two. That's the difference between how you would have to train a pilot to fly over an oblate spinning spheroid compared to a stationary Earth. But they train them to fly over a stationary Earth because it's stationary. Otherwise, it wouldn't work that way. I have to go. I'm sorry.
Okay. Take care. So here's the thing about reference frames. Everybody is in the same reference frame all the time. Everybody is in every reference frame at all points in time. Reference frame is just a point of view for analysis. It's not a physical thing.
Except for the pilot, whilst we're watching the plane fly over our head. He's in a different reference frame.
He's in.
If I'm on the ground staring at a plane, he's in a different reference frame. He's separate from the ground. He's doing his own thing.
Yeah, okay. So you can have a separate reference frame, but he's also in my reference frame. If I'm watching him on the ground matrix, in my reference frame, he is traveling at 1,000 kilometers an hour north, right? In his reference frame, he's stationary. He's in his reference frame. He's in my reference frame. Reference frame is just where you take your measurements from.
And Dazza, if you're going to use some kind of AI bullshit, at least have the decency to type in exactly what you put into it. Because I know your style.
It's pretty rare that I paste anything from AI.
Well, that looks like it was.
The second law definition is all I pasted in that comment.
From where?
I just asked Google. I said, what is the second law of thermodynamics?
Because I find it very interesting, the little tacked on bit. So gas expanding into a vacuum is likely to increase its entropy of the system.
I got a question though. You gotta know why the motherfucking training.
That's great. So gas expanding in a vacuum is likely to increase in entropy of a system, but it doesn't mean it has to expand. I don't remember reading that before.
No, because that's my interpretation, right? My understanding.
No. If you're going to post a law, you don't post your fuckwit interpretation of it. That's shit, Dazza. You post the correct thing. Because we had another
little shit stain in off indefinite? Like you did nothing wrong.
So Matrix, then, when you talk about...
shut up too. So yeah, Dazza, if you're going to post up laws of anything... We had a weasel in here earlier wanting to know what the second law of thermodynamics was, being an absolute smartass, and all of a sudden you've posted your own version of it.
No,
do not do that.
I posted this. So there's two things happening here, right? You've got the second law of thermodynamics, and you've got the atmosphere as a system, right? And it's not just the second law of thermodynamics driving the behaviour. There's a whole bunch of other things obviously dominated by that. But so the thing is, and this is my understanding of what happens in the atmosphere, right? Like it or not, as you go up, pressure reduces to effectively zero, which why that happens is almost immaterial to this argument, but it seems to be important. So the reason I think it happens is that there's something preventing the expansion of the gas. Otherwise, it would be expanding upwards. We'd have this massive equalization or escaping of the atmosphere from Earth, right? Something is preventing that escape. And it's not a container because... Okay. So if it was
You've got Dazza, I'm going to make it easy for you. If there's gas pressure, pressure. It's pressing against something.
Yeah, okay.
You can do it, Daz. I know you're going to get lost. That's how it's derived. Pressure, PSI. Pressure in square inches. Of what, Dazza?
Pressure is square inches of area, right?
Pressure of what?
Of the gas.
Square inches of what?
It's just square inches.
Of what?
Pressure against square inches of a surface.
Excellent. So there's a surface of a container. That's how you get your pressure. If no container, no pressure. Gas gone. Okay, so Dazza falls over like the rest of us do.
Okay, so let's take that, right? We've got a container. It is containing the pressure. Why isn't the pressure uniform throughout the container?
Well, just to make you feel warm and fuzzy, Dazza, we've actually got video footage of a smaller container, like oxy-cylinder bottle size, with a pressure gradient down it. Excellent. So you understand that gradients work inside small containers. Good boy. So I'm just having a wild guess that it's probably going to work in a big container too.
Okay, so you have no cause, but
so what happened when old mate opened the top of the oxy bottle?
It came out.
The gas jumped out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Fancy that. Why did it do that?
But
there's a gradient there. Why did it do it?
There's a very high local pressure difference.
Local pressure difference.
Yeah. So the gas has nothing preventing it expanding. So going back to that experiment,
the
right,
no container would be nothing preventing it from expanding. We'd all be fucking dead, mate. Hello? Why do you make shit up, Dazza? There's gas laws there. Obviously, you've not read none of them, or they've just whizzed past you as Jedi's explained this shit to you over and over and over again. It's a wonder he hasn't got it recorded, so he can just go play, sit back and drink his coffee.
Probably has. Well, I think you've fundamentally got it wrong, right? None of you. So that experiment with those.
This is Dazza. You've fundamentally got it wrong because I don't like your fucking answer. Why don't you just say it, Dazza? Instead of being a shit cunt little weasel, why don't you just say, I don't like your answer, I like mine better? That's what it comes down to. You don't like our answer because what? Show us on the doll where the flat earthers hurt you, mate. Come on. You're here praising to the ball. But here's the kicker, Daz. There's no measured curvature. So you can imagine all of your satellites, all of your bullshit wannabe gas pressure gradients, and all of the other crap, and at the end of the day, there's no measured curvature. And you can't grasp that. You don't want to grasp that because it offends you. Because whatever you've done in your lifetime, you've cuddled up to this ball teddy bear, and you are now offended by the fact that your whole fucking life has been pissed up the wall because there's no measured curvature and you might not live on the ball that you thought you did. Get over it, boy. Everyone else has.
I could flip that 180 degrees right back at you, right?
I used to be a ball-tard believer, so you can flip it all you like, Sonny.
Yeah. So let's go back steps to the guy with the pressure gauges and the
and what are you going to prove? All you're going to do is rinse and repeat the same fucking shit that you were trying to say earlier. Dazza, we probably don't want to listen to your bullshit because you are violating gas laws. If you think that we've got gas pressure without some kind of fucking containment, you're either stoned, stupid, or you fuck off. You shouldn't be in this conversation.
So the pressure gradient he measured was, you're familiar with the concept of experimental error, right? That you can only measure things with a certain precision. His pressure gauges could not measure the gradient that would be present there, right? It'd be a fraction of a millibar across a small container like that.
And now you're trying to dodge it. So here's Dazza. No. I don't like that answer, so I've already looked into it, and I'm going to do my best to fucking sidestep it. Because those gauges don't measure in point fuck all of a millibar, that's your sidestep escape card. Dazza, I'm going to use one word to describe you, weasel. Show us curvature. I would like you, instead of you to come in here and preach all of your fucking lies and shit, all I want from you is measured drop over distance. When you bring that back to us, then I'll consider your words. Other than that, fuck off, I don't want to listen to you.
We did this a while ago with GPS, so we know I've measured curvature. But
you have not measured curvature, you've assumed curvature due to the timing intervals of your GPS. That's all you've done. You've assumed it.
No.
Yes.
No, GPS.
No, there's no nuh-uh. It's you've assumed curvature because of the timing intervals off those fucking satellites that you're claiming. That's what you've done. You haven't measured curvature, you've assumed it.
No, there's no assumption.
You don't let go of this argument, do you, Dazza?
Sorry, what's that?
You don't let go of this argument of satellites giving you information that the Earth is a globe?
Because it's correct, right, Alpha?
Dazza, how about we do it the easy way? If your satellites are truly measuring curvature, you and me could get off our fat asses, go outside, and measure it across the ground. Shoot a laser, there you go. There's the predicted curvature that Dazza got with his satellites, and it would measure the same across the ground. True or false?
No, because that's an optical phenomenon. You've got to be able to deal with optics, right?
Yeah, which way did you say that they're measuring curvature? I don't understand. Like, why would you say they're measuring curvature?
With GPS.
Yeah, what is GPS based on?
GPS is based on your geometric position relative to the satellites.
Okay. What coordinate system is it based on?
It's an ECEF coordinate system, so an Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, a Cartesian coordinate system.
What model is that?
What do you mean by what model?
Yeah. Show in the text chat what the Cartesian coordinate system. Is that based on an ellipsoid?
No, it's an XYZ coordinate system.
Yeah, go ahead and put the system that you think it's referencing in the text chat so we can see clearly what you're talking about. But don't act like it's a big old deal, man. Like, I mean, people want to know. You're making it sound like it's... Go ahead.
So, this image shows the coordinates. This also shows the Earth in the coordinate system, right? But the coordinate system is independent. Yeah, so the coordinate system is independent of the Earth.
Why is it independent from the Earth? Isn't that a demonstration of what the coordinate system looks like operational?
It shows where the Earth is inside that coordinate system. But the things that represent the coordinate system are those X, Y, and Z axes. That is the coordinate system. The Earth happens to be in it. Yeah.
Yeah. How do they know the Earth looks like that?
Because you can actually measure.
How did they do that?
Points on the surface.
Yeah. How did they measure? Yeah. Well, the coordinate system itself is. You said it's referencing the Earth. What the Earth looks like that? How did they figure that out?
No. The coordinates. So you can reverse engineer this if you like. You can take
reverse engineer. Okay. How did they do that?
Yeah. So you can do this. You can work out where the satellites are in space by having multiple GPS receivers on the ground, right? And you can actually work out that yes, they are where they say they are.
Yeah, who cares? I want to know why you're using that image to detail what the Earth is based on that coordinate system.
Okay, so your GPS receiver will give you a point in that XYZ coordinate system. And if you're on the Earth, it will be on the surface of the Earth. So you can travel around the Earth.
What's the name of the coordinate system again? And put it in the text chat so we can all look it up. We'll look it up.
ECEF.
Type it in the text chat. That's an acronym, isn't it? What does it stand for? What's that acronym stand for?
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do a wiki on that, shall we?
No.
I mean,
what? Sorry.
You want to inform everybody on what that's all about, right? Let's do that. Let's do a wiki on that. Let's pull up some information. I think information is the key here, right? We want to find out why it's this. Hold on, let me.
This will be fun, Alpha. You're going to find out that the ECEF coordinates are calculated in afterwards. There's no direct measurements in the ECEF coordinates.
Yeah, let's look at that. Well, hold on a second, Daza. Let's not. Don't get too hasty, man. Let's just take it one step at a time. And the reason why I'm doing this is because you really like talking about this every time you come in here. Let me just drop something in the text chat. I think I need a new mouse. It doesn't click the thing that I want to. All right, one second. Let's see. I'll post it in the text chat for everyone. You can click on it if you want to, Daza. I'm doing it for everybody. Yeah. ECEF, which stands for Earth-Centered, Earth-Fixed, is a geocentric coordinate system used to represent locations on or near Earth. It's a 3D Cartesian system where the origin is at the Earth's center of mass. You left all of this out when you said what it is, yeah? This is important. And the axis rotate... Oh, hold on a second, dude. Let's relax. And the axis rotate with the Earth. Interesting. This means the coordinates of a point on the Earth's surface remain relative constant, excluding tectonic movement as the Earth rotates.
Yep.
Daza, have you been talking about a coordinate system that begs the question? This is interesting, dude. Oh, it's begging the question, sir. You don't know that the coordinate system actually relates to the Earth as it is for this coordinate system to work the way it does. It's already assuming that the Earth is this globe that you think it is.
Okay. So the only thing that it assumes is that the Earth's center of mass is where it is.
Well, no. It says here that the Earth's rotating as well.
Okay, yeah. So the rotation part.
So wait a minute, you lied. You said that's the only thing it's assuming. No, not that it's just assuming the center of mass. It's assuming that the Earth's rotating too. It says so right here.
Yeah.
Why? We're all reading what you're saying is the thing that it's not saying. It is saying that. Why are you denying these things? Well, I'm more concerned. I'm more concerned as to why are you not telling everybody the whole story?
The whole story.
Yeah, you also have to presume. You also have to presume the radius of the Earth as well. Just adding that in.
No, you don't.
Really?
So here's the
do.
You're not fooling anyone, dude. We can all look up the information just like you can.
Yeah.
I think
So I'll give you some hints on what to look up. So the satellite orbits, due to physics, are also physically going to be associated with the center of mass of the Earth, right? Because that's what orbits do. They orbit around the center of Earth.
Yeah, but you're making it sound like there's a center of mass. What's interesting, I think.
So here's what you can do, right?
All right, you're starting to interrupt. That means that you're losing ground here. That's okay. You can interrupt. Go ahead.
So you can actually, as an end user with GPS receivers, you can actually determine the orbits of the satellites from the information that you see. Not because they're telling you where they are, but because you can observe their signals and multiple GPS receivers.
Yeah.
Where you know their relative positions.
I don't
you can establish.
Honestly, I don't care about observing their signals,
a new
dude.
coordinate system, right?
Yeah, really. So, what new coordinate system are you establishing?
So you could create a new coordinate system that was centered on you.
Okay, so not the Earth. Well, here's the other thing that I wanted to show the audience. I'll put it in the text chat for everybody. This is a relationship to other systems that ECEF is using. Is often used in conjunction with other coordinate systems like the WGS84 in the geodetic datum.
Yep. So that's how you turn ECF into lat long, is through WGS84.
Right, yeah. But the system itself is begging the question in multiple levels, right? There's so many things that you can say that are assumed for the coordinate system to be what it is. There's nothing that the coordinate system... This satellite information that you're saying you're presenting that shows that it's measuring the Earth is not doing what you're saying it's doing. It's already preloaded. The information is preloaded into it so that it can give it a distance from the observer to the satellite idea of a coordinate system superimposed over the distance. So the distance itself is not measurement as far as like what the Earth is, geometrically. You're not measuring the curve of the Earth. You're measuring the distance between you and that thing, which in turn you're superimposing this information, which is stating that the Earth is already a globe based on the XYZ coordinate system. So you're assuming, okay, so I'll give you an example, right? Let's say you have a distance to the satellite. Okay. Now, from the distance to the satellite to where you are, how do you know the drop over distance measurements are figured out? Are you actually That's what I'm trying to say, Daza. You don't. So if you're going based on the coordinate system, you're just assuming that the Earth is already this thing that it's superimposed over the distance information. You don't actually know the Earth is curving. You're just basing your worldview information on this coordinate system. That's why this is important to you, because you don't have any verification of the distance measurement of the Earth actually being a globe. You're just making it sound like to the audience that you're measuring using a satellite, and it's not. You're not measuring using a satellite. That's the honest truth.
So what happens with GPS is your position. So the satellites have a claimed position in this coordinate space, right?
Yeah.
Your position you work out is relative to those satellites in that coordinate space. Because you're on the surface of the Earth, your position also has a position on the surface of the Earth. But the primary position is the one relative to the satellites in XYZ. Okay?
Yeah, in XYZ. In XYZ. Yeah. So what you're doing is you're utilizing that system. It's like You're making it sound like you're verifying that the Earth is curving. You're not doing that. The satellite distance from the observer is not verifying that the Earth is curving. Nor does it. So, it doesn't check. It doesn't check for the Earth's curvature. It's preloaded into the data, so that when you use the distance, Daza, it's staring me in the face, dude. You can't say no to the information. It's what the coordinate system is based on. It's what it says it's based on, dude. Look, dude. Oh man, the origin of the ECEF coordinate system is at the Earth's center of mass.
Yes,
that's begging the question. You're begging the question that the Earth has. How do you know the Earth has a center of mass?
Because it has a mass.
No. How do you know it has a center of mass?
All objects with mass have a center of mass.
Well, how do you know this one does? What's the verification? What's the verification of that?
Can you show me one that doesn't? Can you show me?
I want you to no. Don't flip this around. This isn't a burden of proof reversal. I'm gonna expose you so that everybody knows. Every time you come in with this little song and dance of yours, it goes nowhere. So how do you know the Earth has a center of mass?
Because it has mass. All objects.
Yeah. That's just you're still begging the question. How do we figure out that it has a center of mass? Where's the center located? Because this coordinate system is based on that center. It's a specific location.
Yeah.
XYZ. Remember, you keep saying that over and over. XYZ. XYZ. How do you know that XYZ meet at a certain point? What's the verification of that? I want. If you answer my question, Daza, answer my question. Okay. How do you know the XYZ meets at a certain point in the center?
So we can determine the center of mass of the Earth by placing an object in orbit.
Yeah, wait a minute. No, that's begging. Dude, you can't do the opposite. You're using the system. Okay, you're backwards now. No. You can't place something in orbit if you don't have the coordinate system as you say you do. If you're already saying that the Earth is a globe, the thing that's going in orbit is trying to utilize the Earth already with this system of that you say that you use, ECEF. If you don't have that, then you can't put it in orbit because it doesn't have the XYZ coordinate system. So I'm wondering, how did you get that system in the first place? How was it obtained?
It's arbitrary. We just made it up out of
arbitrary. Really?
Yep.
Oh.
All
so you made it up out of thin air. This is your concession. You know that, right? You actually just you're throwing dirt on your top of your grave. You're just basically saying we made it up. So. Yeah. Does that mean that the whole system? I'm going to sidestep the system, Daza, because you didn't give us any information of how they determined in the first place that XYZ was determined by people finding out that this is what the Earth actually is. We made it up, according to you.
So you would agree that in the literature, the common belief is that the Earth is a sphere of a particular radius and particular mass, right?
Well, people have imagined it to be, so I can agree with you there.
So the people that built the rockets believed that, and they put satellites.
Well, they based their information off of that.
It doesn't matter what you think about the evidence; they thought it was correct.
I see. So then they did. You turned this into begging a question into a pragmatic fallacy. So it works. Yeah. Therefore, the premise is true. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. That's right.
You just agreed to the logical fallacy, you dunce.
No. If something exists, it is true.
No, dude. Not if it exists. If it utilizes, listen, if you're utilizing the coordinate system and it works, then the premise is true. That what we thought all along is the case. You didn't verify that information. You're using... that it's pragmatic. That you're trying to say that because your system works the way it does, and then we send rockets up there. Bob's your uncle, man. Like, what else do we need to know? It works.
If I can measure the orbit if I can measure the path of a satellite relative to me as it goes by, and that path says it's in a spherical orbit, then the satellite is in a circular orbit.
Yeah, so
there's no begging the question because we measured its path.
Sorry.
Are you claiming that the satellite rotates 360 degrees in one orbit?
So when you say rotate, do you mean rotate to face the Earth, or do you mean it's...
Yeah, it's always facing the Earth. So as it rotates around the Earth, that requires the satellite to rotate. It's going to need to change its pitch. If you can show me the pitch data from a satellite to demonstrate that it's actually rotating 360 degrees when it completes an orbit, that would be interesting.
It would be too. I don't know that they publish. They can. No, I don't.
Okay, we have from aircrafts. They don't rotate around the sphere. You're claiming that. So why? This is why I don't engage. Sorry, Alpha. I should have interrupted.
No, it's fine. He's just basing this information, and he's arguing from a standpoint of ignorance. So he just believes that the Earth is utilized as a globe because of the system and how it operates. So the operation of the system and things that take advantage of it are utilizing the Earth as a globe. So he's basing this off of many logical fallacies, right? As was pointed out, Earth's rotation, Earth's center of mass, and the measurements of radius. I'm going through, Casey's pointing them out in the text chat, if you can see, and many other people that have noticed that this coordinate system is, I don't know what honestly, dude, this is kind of getting to be where you just use this, and then you're on top of all of that, you're saying because it works, the system is true. No, it's not.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So you've rejected all of that evidence, and
no, this isn't evidence of the Earth as a globe, Daza. This isn't evidence of the Earth as a globe. No, it's not.
But you've just rejected all of the evidence out of hand.
It's your wishful thinking. It's your wishful thinking. So no matter how smooth tone you are, it's not going to make it true, bro. You're in a state of belief. It's wishful thinking that you think this is proving that the Earth is a globe. It's never doing that. You're you're utilizing a system. The system itself. It's not true that the Earth is a globe based on this coordinate system. It's not true. Absolutely not.
So can we go backwards? So can we go backwards from what we can see?
No, the origin of this coordinate system, as you said, is made up. You said it so yourself.
Yeah, all coordinate systems are arbitrary. So Alpha, can you tell me whether or not this is true?
Yeah, it's not true.
Can I ask you the question?
It's made up.
Are coordinates across the surface of the Earth in ECEF complying to a sphere, true or false?
False.
Okay, so that's incorrect. That's factually incorrect.
Yeah, because what sphere is there? Is there one that's using the data, or is there one that's using the actual? Yeah, is the actual idea that you think that listen? You think that the actual Earth is a sphere, so you're thinking that the system is taking advantage of the Earth being an actual sphere. It's not. You could put whatever. Let's put it this way: you could put whatever coordinate system you want, superimpose on top of whatever the satellite's doing, so long as the numbers check out from the distance to the observer. It doesn't matter what the coordinate system actually is. It could be a pyramid. So long as the coordinates are exactly the same from the distance to the observer, that's the only thing that matters. And then you can superimpose whatever type of coordinate system you want. And in this particular case, it was thought to be an ellipsoid. According to what I'm reading here in the wiki. The wiki's kind of just going over like what the information, where it was derived from, the type of coordinate system it's using with the equation, right?
So it's multiple observers, right?
Yeah, you're not going to, dude, the only thing you're doing here is putting lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig, dude. Like, we don't have anything verifying that the Earth is an actual globe.
So can we go backwards from what we can determine? And you tell me when.
Yeah, I've determined that it's factually incorrect that the Earth is a globe. So if you're saying this, like your whole point in here is to have a determination whether somebody in this chat can utilize whatever you're saying that satellites are doing to determine that the Earth is a globe. That is not what's happening. What's happening here is that your wishful thinking and imagination have taken over. It has consumed you, Daza. You are believing that the satellite is showing you that the Earth is a globe. It's not doing that.
You're just a globe-tarded.
Using the Spike, I don't need your help. Using the EF system. None of it is showing that the Earth is an actual globe.
So Alpha, can I backpedal and ask you the question again? If we
dude, I don't need your backpedaling. Like you, honestly, because I was here to expose you. That's it.
That's fine.
No, it doesn't matter about bearing the answer. Shut up, Spike. I've asked you kindly. Now I'm gonna say shut up. I don't want to. So if you're listen, Daza, if you're doing this, maybe to soothe your wounds over the past time that you've been trying to show everybody that you know what you're talking about, you might be able to say that you know what you're saying to some extent, but you're just, number one, an end user of the information. Number two, you're not determining that. Why do you need to interrupt me, Spike? Why?
Sorry,
what's the need for that, dude? So
no, I was galvanized by your speech, dude. That's why.
There's no information that we're looking at from this system that's showing us any determination that the Earth is a globe. What I'm doing is I'm walking people through this, that you have never, since the time that you've even produced this information, determined that the Earth is an actual oblate spheroid. Nothing that you're doing here is doing that. Everybody can know in the text chat and in the voice chat, we can tell you that you're just assuming that the Earth is a globe based on this system. And so your wishful thinking is never going to determine that the Earth is a globe. You're never going to give us here in this chat a way to find out if the Earth is an actual globe. Never. Not once.
No, because you won't allow me to.
It doesn't matter if I allow you to, dude. Listen, all you're going to do is preach to us some more of how your wishful thinking is that the Earth's oblateness is being proved by a satellite going around it. And so that's all. You're going to keep saying that over and over and over again. And it's never the determining factor. I don't care how technical you get, Daza. That's never going to change the fact that you can never point out the fact that you're determining the Earth to be a globe based on this information. That's never happening. So if you're going to be met with the same answer every time I see you, every time I hear you using your smooth tones, because I know that's what you like to do. You just like to imagine. Because that's where this coordinate system came from, an imagination of somebody. Didn't come from somebody actually measuring. No. This is pointing out that you are in a logical fallacy. Multiple logical fallacies, I should say.
Okay.
Affirming the consequent
logical fallacy.
There's multiple, dude. There's begging the question.
Can we start?
Affirming the consequent, pragmatic fallacy. Like, dude, you're just. I'm charging you with all these logical fallacies, utilizing the idea that the system, the coordinate system, is doing anything to verify that the Earth is a globe. All of this stuff, Earth's rotation, Earth's center, the measures of radius, all this. So all you're doing right now is giving people the idea that you're talking a little bit technical about what satellites are doing based on being an end user, and then thinking that you're just going to put one over on the listener. You're not going to do that, dude. Not here in this chat.
Guilty as charged.
Yes, we don't like cotton pickers here, okay?
Hold on, Daza, do you even care that you're being fallacious? Like your logic is fallacious?
Yeah.
Do you even care?
No, he doesn't.
I don't even have a chance to express my logic because Alpha stops me and talks over the top. Because he doesn't want to hear my logic from the beginning.
No, it's not. Listen, I'm pointing out the fact that all of these logical fallacies are being pointed out to you. You're not addressing them. You're sidestepping them to tell me how they're not logical fallacies. And it's amazing at this point. Even you have conceded that this was just a made-up, arbitrary coordinate system. It's not something that you're saying that you know it's been.
They're all arbitrary.
There you go. I mean, why have you then? Yeah, why have you then said that there's something here that we're going to measure the Earth's curvature with if they're just made up?
So can we go to the very basis of my logical progression in this? If I have three GPS receivers.
No, that's incorrect. You don't start there. Sorry.
This is how I
GPS. Listen, no, because I know that. That's what I've been pointing out. GPS is referencing a coordinate system. So it's not your basis. It's already a derivative of what you should be looking at. Where did they derive the coordinate? Yeah, I'm going to point it out to you. It's not a base. It's not a foundation. You don't start with GPS. What's the foundation?
I'm not starting with GPS.
You just said so.
So the foundation is an observation.
Of what?
Of what my GPS position is.
There you go.
And then we start
back
from there,
to GPS.
Right?
Yeah, it's back to GPS.
Yeah. So we
No. You're not going to continue. It's not the foundation. GPS is based on a coordinate system. You goofball. You're not starting with GPS. GPS is based on a coordinate system that's utilizing this coordinate system, according to you. Which you said, and you stated this, that it's arbitrary. People made it up. How can this be more? It's clear as day, bro. You're in denial at this point. And you want to say, let me speak. Can I speak? I just want to speak. Yeah, of what? Of you telling us that everything that you're basing your worldview on is based on GPS, which is based on, it's a derivative, right? It's based on an arbitrary idea of a coordinate system that somebody just flippantly made up. Oh, I think this is what will work. Yeah? No verification of the Earth. No, you can't. No verification of the Earth's oblate spheroidness at all. Nothing. I mean, your ghost has been left your body a long time ago, bro. You just didn't notice it. It's clear, dude. You're just in here. And every time you open up your mic and you talk to a new person in here from this group, I mean, the only thing that people are going to point out is that your wishful thinking will never show that the Earth is a globe. We need facts. We need data. We need people that have measured in the field. You have not done that. You're using a coordinate system that's utilizing the WGS84 model oblate spheroid to then say that's what the Earth is. And you've even conceded that it's somebody just arbitrarily made up. Wow, dude. That's game over, dude. As far as I'm concerned, with your argument, it's done. It's cooked, bro. There's nothing you can get from that. Nobody's ever going to test and verify that the Earth is a globe from your little satellite, whatever. He's plugged his ears now.
So, can I interject, guys? New information. Have you heard about the current that was changed course in Antarctica?
The changed course in Antarctica. Did you need to put a little more meat on that bone right there? What are you talking about?
Okay, so there's a sea undercurrents, right, that are below the sea.
Currents under the ocean, yeah.
They are basically very important for the so-called weather system, like the Gulf Stream current, right? And one of those big currents changed course in Antarctica. I can show you.
Yeah. Well, what's the point of this? Like
price of rice in China.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, give me something that's relevant here. What are we talking about? Just are you telling me how the flight of the bumblebee, like, you know, is worthy of like a conversation? Like, I don't know. What are you on about, bro?
I'm saying the government is changing the current course to stop us from going to Antarctica, dude. Because we have.
We're not. That's not even. Yeah, that's not even a part of what we've been talking about. So you're like so far off the reservation. We can't even see you, bro.
Yeah.
The government doesn't close
you believe the government is the.
No, the government doesn't keep you all of Antarctica. You won't go there anyway.
What do you mean? We have the means now. We have drones that can fly thousands of kilometers.
He's aligned himself, Crit, with like people that have the means to do so.
I mean, we have drones.
You probably don't have two nickels to rub together, sir.
If you could do it, don't do it. What are you waiting for? What would it do for you? What would it do? So now you're just saying, hypothetically, now you're in Antarctica. Okay, you're able to get around your.
Yeah, we can film it and show it to the world.
Okay, what happens? What happens then?
So we can film it and show it to the world.
So what, dude? What are you gonna do when you film it and show it to the world? What do you think's gonna happen?
Well, people will believe us because people will see it live.
About what? About what? About what?
That the world is not a globe; it's flat.
Really? By going to Antarctica, they're gonna find out. Oh man, the Earth's not a globe. I went to Antarctica. There you go. Earth's not a globe. Is that all it takes?
I mean, people like, especially with these live streams, like to basically see with their own eyes. They will not believe.
Yeah, really.
But they will.
So just like the moon landing, a long time ago. They saw with their own eyes.
I mean, moon landing was basically a government made in a studio.
How do they know that the human? How do they know that the humans going over there is not going to be anything? Dude, listen. Yeah, your attempt is feeble. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've never been in an argument like this at all. You don't even know how to state a premise.
What is the argument? So I'm confused.
You're a hot mess. Yeah, you're a hot mess. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about currents.
Are you saying
you're talking about currents? Yeah, I'm about to expose your logic, which is not right. You're saying that currents under the ocean, this is what your opening gambit was. Currents under the ocean are preventing us from going there, and the government has everything to do about
currents. That. Do you know, for example, in Argentina, the currents there.
Like, I don't care about the factoid that you're going to present. All right, it has nothing to do.
Me for a facts.
No. I didn't ask you for facts. I've only asked you for the.
Are you like part of the government or something?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think it's the country you come from. It's not. You guys aren't very logical or something. I don't know. It sounds like it. All right.
Well,
you're voicing the tone. Well, what I'm saying though is that you're not looking at the conversation that we've been having in here, which is
to determine. I just entered.
Okay, so you like to interrupt. I get it, right? So that's your whole point. When you were little, and your parents were talking, you just interrupted them, didn't you? This is not your whole thing throughout life. That's what you've been doing.
There's a limit of monologue. Okay, I'm not going to sleep hearing you about your government propaganda.
Yeah, well then there's the door. You could just walk out of the room at any point in time.
Well,
if you don't want to listen to other people talk.
Okay, I have a mission to basically expose people, CIA-backed people like you that are basically putting shame into our system, basically. And
you're doing a fine job at doing that. Yeah.
To learn the truth about the Earth and how the government.
You don't know truth. Yeah. What is the Earth, sir? What is it? What is the Earth?
The Earth, what I know, the Earth is flat, it's not round. These satellites are fake, they don't exist.
No, we're not. You're not even.
Okay, so you said that I was interrupting you, now you are interrupting me.
Yeah, that's wrong, because you're wrong. You can't say wrong things.
Then you're wrong. I can say things about you that are wrong.
Yeah, I'm going to point it out why you're wrong. That's what I'm going to do.
Can you wait till I finish?
No. Satellites are something
now, right?
Yeah, satellites are something that are real, and you're saying they're not real. So you're wrong there.
Wait, show me when a satellite
How do you know they're not real?
Show me.
No, how do you know a satellite isn't real?
Well, because the majority of the communication in the world is done through cables, not
okay, so how do you account for how do you account for communication that isn't done through cables?
Again, the majority, like 99.
Okay, he's not answering.
Okay, so now you got the 1%
through balloons, through quote unquote antennas, but majority communication is through cables. Have you seen the map?
Yeah, what about the communication that isn't? Dude, hold on. Okay, what about the communication that isn't?
I told you through balloons.
Okay, what type of balloon?
Like weather balloons, for example.
So weather balloons do communication now?
I'm talking like type of balloons. Okay, I'm not saying that the weather balloons, but.
So is that a satellite that you just said doesn't exist?
We have seen Chinese, for example, sending balloons to basically.
Is that a satellite? Is that a satellite? Is that a satellite?
I'm talking to the other person. Calm down.
You're not saying is that a satellite or not? You said there are no satellites.
So when I mean satellite, a satellite that basically is basically outside the atmosphere, basically. That's
Did you state that within saying that no satellites?
Did you state that? Okay, that was
really implied. Who hears your implications? Your own head, or are you speaking it? Because you need to be clear when you're saying things.
When we talk,
hold on. Yeah, hold on. I think you and Dazza could have a good conversation because Dazza knows about satellites.
I don't know this guy.
Yeah, but he knows about satellites, and he thinks there is a globe, and he'll tell you that satellites are inside Earth's atmosphere, not in outer space.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make sense because basically satellites burn in the Earth's atmosphere.
They burn.
Is Dazza muted or did he leave?
No, he's here, but he's
no, he left, dude.
How fast does the satellite go?
Yeah, hold on. He'll answer these questions for you. He knows a lot about satellites.
Again, I'm asking you today.
Okay. Yeah. Look when you actually had a chance to talk to somebody about satellites, he leaves.
I mean, I will not trust a Globetard, okay? And it feels that you both, I think,
it's not about trusting.
By the CIA,
it's about being able to listen to other people talk, which you
to
won't
create
do.
disinformation. In my opinion, you believe that satellites are inside
This isn't your platform,
atmosphere.
Spike. We've curated this platform to have good exposition. You're not doing that. You're leaving people with more questions. They can't understand where you're coming from, because like when you say there's no satellites, the implication is you're having something in your head as to where the satellite is.
No, I'm
you're not
explaining
telling
you. It's
you're not now you are you're explaining now, but before I had to point it out that me and Crit were going on to you about like how do you know that there is no satellite?
You are knowing this.
Yeah, but then the people that are listening aren't with your mindset, or probably don't know what we know.
Have, like, asked for explanation, I would happily.
Yeah, but people have misinterpretations because they're not speaking clearly, right? Like you weren't.
Let me ask you something. You
don't know how to do this, sir. You're very new at probably like listening to people talk about flat Earth.
Nobody was born knowledgeable. Nobody.
No, it's not. Dude, why are you going to say that? No, I'm talking about what you just said. I'm talking about what you just said. You weren't clear. You were not clear about how you're exposing the fact that the information is not true. You're a hot mess. I'm actually guiding you to doing it correctly. So if you're going to talk about satellites not being true, you need to tell them what you mean, because a lot of people don't understand. Yeah. You did it because we provoked that out of you. Otherwise, you would have just went on saying satellites do not exist.
So let me ask you a question. So what is the speed of the satellite on top of the Earth? What is the speed?
Yeah. What do you mean? What is the speed?
So a satellite is moving, right? If you believe, because I don't believe the satellites exist.
Yeah, I don't. I don't believe they exist. You're saying it again.
That's my opinion, dude. Like, I don't believe.
Yeah, okay. We're not basing. Listen, let me point something out to you, Spike. We don't base things on opinions. Yeah, they're either true or not true. And if you're not proving something so here's the thing. If you're not proving something that's... No, you're not trying... I don't care about you trying to make somebody understand about your opinion. It's either true or not true. And if you're not presenting something that you can put it in those categories, either true or not true, then you shouldn't speak of it. Because it's at the end of the day, it's your opinion. And who gives a shit about that? Yeah? I don't care.
Let me ask you a question. So, do you believe satellite exists, or do you know?
Listen, bro. Like, none of this is built on belief. None of it.
Okay, do you know, or do you, I changed the question. Do you know satellite exists?
Satellites as part of communications, yes.
Okay, so are they within the Earth's atmosphere or outside the Earth?
That is, I can't confirm. Can't confirm or deny. How about that?
But to those people that send those satellites, they can measure where they are, right?
Yeah, the technology is already. People are in the realm of making these things called satellites. So whether or not they're in a location, sir, whether or not they're in a location that they say they are, that's yet to be proven. In an effect of like where they're. Yeah, but you're not listening. Yeah. So we're not talking about Spike. We're not talking about your opinions. This forum is not about like let's hear Spike's opinion on satellites. We're not doing that.
I was going to ask it. Like you got.
We're not doing that, dude. We're not doing your opinions. Either you can know something to be true or not.
I'm asking your knowledge, dude. Okay. So, do satellites have a speed that they move around?
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, who cares?
I care. That's why I asked.
Yeah, why? Why?
Because I'm interested in knowing the truth.
You can't get truth by asking somebody their opinion.
You cannot control what I should ask or not. You sound like CIA, dude. Like,
no. I think you should be asking relevant things and not things that are going to lead you to a road. Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you permit, dude.
The government, you did, like, right?
This is the important thing. When you're asking questions that need to be relevant to something that people can arbitrate whether they know or not. Not where they're going to...
speed of the satellite is very important.
Shut up. I'm not done yet. It's not going to lead them to a road of like where they still have more questions. I don't know if the satellite's going that speed or not. Like, I don't know if the satellite's in the location where they say there is. If the questions that you're asking are going to lead people to ask more questions and not lead them to a road where they can understand... Because it's not giving them a foundation, Spike. They're not really realizing whether or not it's true or not true.
Again, so
there's no foundation.
Something is not true or not.
My God,
it's
dude,
not for you to decide it.
Listen, bro, you new flat earthers that are coming out onto the scene, you need to really understand how to do this.
That's
right?
very
exposition.
Racist,
racist. I'm talking about you said you're a flat earther, right? Or did I mistaken you said that? Yeah.
Yes.
You need to understand how exposition should be done. And it's not on arbitrating things that you can't figure out what the truth of. It's in figuring out. You got to give people foundational truth.
I've never met a flat earther that believes in satellites today. This is like the dumbest thing I've ever heard, to be honest.
Yeah, well then
all my buddies they don't
must
believe in satellites.
You must be knowledgeable then, because then how do you know they don't exist?
Because we know for a fact that if the world was using,
you said it was your opinion.
I asked you a question. You
said it was your opinion.
Allowed me to respond.
You said it was your opinion. It's not a fact. It was your opinion, and it's not a fact.
No, I didn't say about that. I believe I said it's not it's not opinion. It's
so
a belief.
No one cares about people's beliefs in this forum. It's not designed so that you could talk about your beliefs, Spike.
Give me reality. Okay, do you have any proofs of reality then?
Yes, we do.
Okay, show me.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. I thought you were a flat earther. Why should I need to prove something to you? I thought you had the truth. Now you don't?
So
why are you asking me for that?
I admit, so unlike you, that they are part of CIA, I admit that I don't know everything. I'm trying to...
do you know that the Earth is flat?
I know. I believe that the Earth is flat based on the data that I have.
No, sir. It's not a belief. It's a knowledge base.
It's a belief.
No,
so the reality,
it's not.
So according to scientific method, okay, you cannot prove reality exists because you
it's
cannot
not based on the scientific method.
Okay,
it's not based on the scientific method. I want to. How did you determine that the Earth is flat, Spike?
Based on the data, like we have observation, experiment.
Go ahead and walk me through a method. Show me how you know the Earth is flat.
So
walk me through it.
According to what the globetards say, the Earth basically, we should see a curvature 80,000 feet above the sea level. Okay, and we flat earthers have sent balloons all at the height of 80,000 feet. And we haven't seen a curvature. So yes, that is a direct proof, scientific proof. That
is that your metric? Is that your metric of?
Sorry, Alpha. I've been listening in the background for ages. And I let you waffle on, and then you said that was scientific proof. That launching a hot air balloon isn't scientific proof, dude.
Yes,
seriously.
We should see the curvature. Okay, we should see the curvature.
What altitude?
At 80,000 feet above sea level.
80?
Oh my God.
80,000, yes.
Yeah, you are not a flat earther, dude. I don't know where this crackerjack flat earther place that you came from.
I'm pretty sure no flat earther would forbid basically its fellow flat earthers to seek the truth. You as a person, you are being paid by the government to basically engage in disinformation. Okay.
Excuse me.
Yes, it is true. So
no, you said it was scientific.
Yes,
excuse me. It isn't scientific. Right, I mean, I get that you're eager, but you should be really careful of the words that come out of your mouth because they will cause confusion. When you launch a hot air balloon into the sky, that is not in accordance with the scientific method. You haven't observed a phenomena that you're making a prediction for and then testing that in an experiment. It's not that. So please be careful with the words that you use because they're incorrect, and I will get pissy.
Okay, so I will post inside chat about my claim.
That it's scientific. Will you be able to give me a hypothesis then?
Yes, so give me a second.
Yeah?
Yeah, you're going to be able to give me a hypothesis, are you?
So...
He's actually going to try and defend it.
Yeah, so I can't believe what I'm seeing.
It's just like, hello, I'm trying to help you. I put the stuff down that I was doing because I couldn't put up with any more of it. And I came in to try and help. Now you're going to try and defend your position. Have some humility. I'm pointing out to you, the word that you use is very specific. You've used it incorrectly, and now, everybody else, you have to try and talk through me to avoid your embarrassment.
Oh, there you go. So I posted inside chat, I asked ChatGPT, and they said, yes, you can see the curvature of the Earth. Wait, calm down.
Get out.
Let me finish.
Get out.
Let me finish. Please let me finish.
Out.
Why are you so mad about?
Because you've asked ChatGPT. We're asking you. Get out.
You're the most fake flat earther that I've ever spoken to, man. Honestly, where are these crackerjack flat earthers coming from anyway? Like, where's the freaking factory that's churning these idiots out? And he says that flat earthers have to accept each other. It's like to say these things. Golly.
No. He's just pretending to give it a bad name. That's all he's doing.
He asked ChatGPT.
Just wow.
Interesting.
Anyway, back to my chores. Still apologise, but I couldn't put up with that anymore.
Oh man, I had to stop him, dude, because he was not gonna stop. Yeah, I don't. You should ask those flat earthers that you're a part of, that group you're a part of, dude, to each one of them come in here so they can see how it's done. Because what you're doing is ineffective as all get up, dude.
I'm still blown away that he thinks he's a flat earther. I honestly thought he was a glober troll.
Either he's convinced in his mind that he's a flat earther based on like a standard that he's given himself, and nobody's ever checked to see like his arguments or anything. Wow, fellow flat earthers. Yeah, he's a troll.
Okay, Spike, I'm going to do this the very nice way. I'm going to give you a clean and clear chance, much to other people's disgust. You are going to put forward your best flat earth evidence. Cleanly, clearly, without any bullshit. If you choose not to, they might choose to expunge you from the room. Please, go now.
Okay, it's pretty simple, guys.
Flat earth evidence.
According to Globtarts, okay? Considering the measurement of...
Stop. That's an instant fail.
Yeah.
If you've got evidence, this is how it works. I know the earth is flat because of... And you put your answer down. You don't start your answer off because of someone else. No. It's like all the globers that come in here. If the earth was flat, then therefore this wouldn't happen. You just did what Globtarts do.
Contradiction,
now, Spike,
right? Do you know proof by contradiction?
Listen carefully. Spike, I don't play your stupid games. You put forward your best evidence.
If you're going to allow me, this is my best evidence, and I'm telling you, if you don't like it,
you would have told me already.
You can get.
Okay, I'm trying to help you out, but you've got to help yourself. All I want from you, let's just imagine you're walking down the street and you've gonna prove flat earth to someone walking. Did he go?
He left.
Yeah. Chicken shit. Oh, I'm a CIA puppet. I've been promoted.
You're a puppet.
Is
that a step above or below a Muppet?
LMNO. Below. Fuck.
Below. It's worse.
Look at this. These people are globetards. What? And you've still got Dazza in the side chat.
Yeah. He can't get over the fact that he's been...
I wanted Dazza to talk to this guy, but Dazza's like, nope.
I want to burn him.
Just tell me he's supposed to be in VC to use TC.
Well, I don't particularly want him back in there either. Listen to his shit. It does me head in. It's just amazing. You can explain stuff to him, and it doesn't even sink in. He'll just, oh yeah, but, and then just keep soldiering on. Like, seriously, if they put a mincer in front of him, he would just march straight into it. Dazza, there's a mincer in front of you. Yes, but satellites tell me this. Splat. Like, he starts off there. Where was it? I'll scroll back up through this shit now. Yeah, my proof only moves forward if this is answered. Now, hang on a minute. Proof is proof. You don't need questions answered if you've got proof. Like, you just go, here it is, gents. Drop it on the table like a big bomb. If I have 3 GPS receivers separated by 100 miles each, all in a north-south line, will the ECEF coordinates of those users be on the surface of a sphere?
Yeah, you have to assume it.
So you've got to assume a sphere. So he's begging the question. Still.
Of course. That's all he ever does when he comes in here. And then he wants to advocate being an end user that this is verifying that the Earth is a globe in some way. It's not. Never does that.